In the vast realm of human knowledge, there exists an art both timeless and transformative, the art of public speaking. From ancient civilizations to the modern stage, this skill has sparked revolutions, shared brilliant ideas, and forged deep connections between hearts and minds. Embark on a captivating journey through the power of words, where every syllable is a note in the symphony of communication and every gesture a stroke on the canvas of influence. Guided by the legendary Dale Carnegie, a master of eloquence and charisma, you will explore the pathways to mastering public speaking. Picture a world where each word you speak has the potential to move mountains, where every pause draws in rapt attention, and every story you tell weaves inspiration into the fabric of your audience's minds. In this universe of endless possibilities, you'll uncover the ancient secrets of oratory, the subtle magic of body language, and the verbal techniques that enchant and persuade any listener. Prepare to dive into a sea of knowledge where the tides of rhetoric will carry you toward new heights of influence and leadership. Learn how to transform your speech into a tool for change, conquer the fear of the stage, and become the author of your own inspiring narratives. The art of public speaking is about to unfold before you in all its brilliance and grandeur. Are you ready to harness the power of your voice and change the world with your words? Join us on this extraordinary journey into the heart of eloquence, where Dale Carnegie awaits, eager to guide you to the summit of public speaking mastery. Will you rise to the challenge? Prologue. The effectiveness of a book is much like that of a person in one crucial aspect. The author's attitude toward the subject is the primary source of its power. A book may be filled with good ideas well expressed, but if its author approaches the subject from the wrong angle, even the best advice may prove ineffective. This book stands or falls by the attitude of its authors toward the subject. If the best way to learn or teach public speaking effectively is to fill the mind with rules and establish fixed standards for interpreting thought, expressing language, performing gestures, and everything else, then this book will have limited value to the ideas scattered throughout its pages that may prove useful. However, if it is seen as an effort to impose a set of principles, it must be considered a failure, as that is not the case. It is therefore of some importance for those who approach this volume with an open mind, and clearly understand from the outset what the underlying thought is that both underpins and builds through this structure. Simply put, it is this: training to speak in public is primarily not an external matter, nor a question of imitation, nor a subject of conforming to standards. Public speaking is speaking in public, that is, expressing oneself in public. Therefore, the first thing, both in terms of time and importance, is that the person must be and think and feel things worth expressing. Unless there is something of value inside, no amount of training tricks can make the speaker anything other than a machine, though a highly perfected machine for delivering the goods of other people. Thus, personal development is fundamental to our plan. The second principle is close to the first. The person must direct their will so that it governs their thought, feelings, and all their physical faculties, so that the outer being can give a perfect and effortless expression to the inner self. It is useless, we assert, to establish systems of rules for developing the voice, intonation, gestures, and so on, unless these two principles have at least begun to be felt in life. We assume that the third principle will not provoke any debate. No one can learn to speak if they do not first speak as well as they can. This may seem like a vicious circle, but it must be examined. Many teachers have begun with "How are you doing?" It is not an old effort that we learn to practice. The first thing the beginning orator must do is speak, not study voice, gestures, and so forth. Once they have spoken, they can improve through self-observation or based on feedback from those who listen. But how could they critique themselves? Simply by discovering three things: what qualities are commonly agreed upon as making an effective speaker, by what means at least some of these qualities can be acquired, and what bad speaking habits within themselves oppose acquiring and using the qualities they consider good. Experience, then, is not only the best teacher, but the first and last one. However, experience must be a double thing. The experience of others must be used to complement, correct, and justify our own experience. Asterisk, asterisk. In this way we will become our own best critics, but only after we have trained ourselves in self-awareness, in understanding what other minds think, and in judging ourselves according to the standards we have learned to consider correct. If I must, said Kant. I can. An examination of the content of this volume will reveal the consistency with which these articles of faith have been declared, presented, and illustrated. The student is encouraged to start speaking immediately about what they know, then given simple suggestions for self-monitoring, with a gradually increasing emphasis on the power of the inner self over the outer. Next, they are directed towards the rich reserves of material, and finally, they are urged to speak, while applying their own methods in a personal manner, those they have gathered from their own experience and observation, and from the recorded experiences of others. It is thus clear from the outset that methods are secondary, that a full mind, a warm heart, and a dominant will are primary, and not only primary but paramount, for unless it is someone who is full who uses the methods, it will be like dressing a wooden figure in the clothes of a man. Narbert, January 1st, 1915. The art of public speaking. Common sense never fails to provide those who possess it with enough words to be understood. It happens all too often in some conversations, as in apothecaries, that empty jars, or those containing substances of little value, are as carefully labelled as those filled with valuable drugs. Those who rise too high often fall with force, so it is better to dwell in a low and flat place. The tallest trees are the most exposed to the power of the winds, and ambitious men to the gusts of fortune. Buildings need good foundations, as they are exposed to the elements. William Penn. Chapter 1. Gaining Confidence in Public Speaking. There is a strange sensation often felt in the presence of an audience. It may come from the gaze of many eyes turned towards the speaker, especially if the speaker allows themselves to return that gaze constantly. Most speakers are aware of this through an unnamed shiver, a tangible yet evanescent reality, indescribable, that permeates the atmosphere. All writers have testified to the power of a speaker's gaze to impress the audience. This influence we now consider is the flip side of that image, the power that the audience's eyes can exert on them, especially before the speaker begins to speak. Once the inner fires of oratory are lit, the audience's eyes lose all their terror. William Pintargirl, Extemporaneous Speaking. Oratory students constantly ask, how can I overcome the self-consciousness and fear that paralyzes me before an audience? Have you ever noticed, while looking out the train window, that some horses grazing near the tracks don't even stop to look at the thundering trains, while just ahead, at the next crossing, a farmer's wife nervously tries to calm her frightened horse as the train passes? How can you cure a horse that is afraid of cars? By placing it in a field, in the forest where it never sees steam engines or automobiles, or by letting it graze where it frequently sees these machines? Apply common sense to rid yourself of shyness and fear. Confront the audience as often as possible, and soon you will no longer be shy. Stage fright doesn't disappear by reading a treatise. A book can offer you excellent suggestions on the best way to behave in the water, but sooner or later you'll have to get wet, perhaps even choke and be half dead with fear. There are many swimsuits without water used on the beach, but no one learns to swim with them. Diving in is the only way. Practice speaking in front of an audience will tend to eliminate any fear of audiences, just as practicing swimming leads to confidence and ease in the water. You must learn to speak by doing it. The Apostle Paul tells us that everyone must work out their own salvation. All we can do here is offer you suggestions on the best way to prepare for your dive. The actual diving no one can do for you. A doctor can prescribe, but you must take the medicine. Do not be discouraged if at first you suffer from stage fright. Dan Patch was more likely to suffer than a foolish draft horse. Appearing before the public never harms a fool, as their capacity to feel a blow that would kill a civilized man quickly heals into a savage. Asterisk. The higher we climb on the ladder of life, the greater our capacity to suffer. For one reason or another, some masters of oratory never completely overcome the fear of the stage, but it is in your interest to spare no effort in conquering it. Daniel Webster failed during his first appearance and had to take his seat without finishing his speech because he was nervous. Gladstone often felt troubled by self-consciousness at the start of a speech. Beecher was always uncomfortable before speaking in public. Farriers sometimes wrap a rope around a horse's nose and inflict a bit of pain to distract its attention from the shoeing process. One way to remove air from a glass is to pour water into it. Apply this domestic principle of the farrier. When you speak, if you are deeply absorbed in your subject, you will not be able to think of anything else. Concentration is a process of diverting attention from less important things. It is too late to think about the cut of your coat when you are already on the stage. So focus on what you are going to say. Fill your mind with the material of your speech, and like water filling the glass, this will drive away your insubstantial fears. Self-consciousness is an excessive awareness of oneself, and for the purpose of delivery, the self is secondary to your subject, not only in the eyes of the audience, but, if you are wise, in your own eyes as well. To hold any other viewpoint is to see oneself as an exhibition, rather than a messenger with a message worth delivering. Remember the famous essay, A Message to Garcia? The young man subordinated himself to the message he was carrying. You must do the same with all the determination you can muster. It is pure selfishness to fill your mind with thoughts about yourself when there is something greater, the truth. Tell yourself this firmly and reprimand your self-consciousness to stay quiet. If the theater were on fire, you could run onto the stage and shout instructions to the audience without any self-consciousness, as the importance of what you are saying would drive all thoughts of fear from your mind. Far worse than self-consciousness from the fear of doing poorly is self-consciousness from the presumption of doing well. The first sign of greatness is when a person does not seek to appear or act grandiose. Before you can consider yourself a man, according to Kipling, you should not appear too good or speak too wisely. Nothing is more obvious than presumption. One can be so full of oneself that one becomes empty. Voltaire said that we must hide self-love, but it cannot be done. You know it is true because you have recognized excessive self-love in others. If you have it, others see it in you. There are things in this world greater than the self, and by working for them, the self will be forgotten, or, better yet, it will only be recalled to help us achieve higher goals. I have something to say. The problem with many speakers is that they present themselves to the audience with an empty mind. It is no wonder that nature, which abhors a vacuum, fills them with what is closest, which generally translates into thoughts like, I wonder if I am doing this right. How is my hair? I know I am going to fail. Their prophetic souls are sure to be right. It is not enough to be absorbed by the subject to gain self-confidence. One must have something to be confident about. If you present yourself to an audience without any preparation or prior knowledge of your subject, you will be self-conscious. You should be ashamed to steal your audience's time. Prepare yourself, know what you are going to talk about, and generally how you are going to say it. Have the first sentences completely prepared so you do not have difficulty finding the words at the start. Know your subject better than your listeners, and you will have nothing to fear. After preparing for success, expect it to happen. Be modestly confident, but above all, have a modest inner confidence. Excessive confidence is bad, but tolerating premonitions of failure is even more harmful, for a bold man can win attention by his own behavior, whereas a coward with a rabbit's heart invites disaster. Humility is not the personal devaluation we must offer in the presence of others. Against this ancient interpretation, there has been a very salutary modern reaction. True humility must be felt by anyone who knows themselves well, but it is not a humility that assumes a worm-like meekness. Rather, it is a strong and vibrant prayer for a greater power to serve, a prayer that Foch could never have uttered. Washington Irving once introduced Charles Dickens at a dinner given in his honor. In the midst of the speech, Irving hesitated, felt embarrassed, and awkwardly sat down. Addressing a friend next to him, he commented, I told you I would fail, and I did. If you believe you are going to fail, there is no hope for you. You will. Get rid of the idea that you are a poor worm in the dust. You are a god with infinite abilities. All things are ready if the mind is ready. The eagle looks at the sun without clouds in its face. Take control of your audience. In oratory, as in electricity, there is both a positive and a negative force. The positive factor will be either you or your audience. If you assume this force, you can almost always get what you want. If you assume the negative, you will certainly be negative. Assuming a virtue or a vice vitalizes it. Use all your power and self-direction, and remember that although your audience is infinitely more important than you, the truth is more important than both because it is eternal. If your mind falters in your leadership, the sword will fall from your hands. Your presumption of power to instruct, lead, or inspire a crowd, or even a small group of people may horrify you as an enormous presumption, which can indeed happen. But having tried to speak once, be brave. It is within you to be what you want. Arm yourself with calm and confidence, and remember that your audience will not harm you. In Liverpool, He might have spoken behind a wire screen, inviting the audience to throw overripe projectiles they were carrying, but he was a man. He faced his hostile listeners fearlessly and won them over. When confronting your audience, take a moment to observe them. There is a 1 in 100 chance that they want you to succeed, because what kind of person would be foolish enough to waste their time and perhaps money, hoping that you will squander their investment by speaking without passion? Final suggestions: don't rush to begin. Rushing demonstrates a lack of control. Don't apologize. It shouldn't be necessary, and if it is, it will do no good. Go ahead, take a deep breath, relax, and start with a calm conversational tone as if you were talking to a great friend. It won't be as bad as you imagined. In reality, it's like jumping into cold water. Once you're in, the water feels pleasant. In fact, after speaking a few times, you might even look forward to the dive with pleasure. Being in front of an audience and guiding them to follow your thoughts is one of the greatest pleasures you can experience. Instead of fearing it, you should be as eager as hounds straining at their leashes or draft horses pulling at their reins. So, banish fear, for fear, when not controlled, is cowardly. Brave people know fear, but do not yield to it. Face your audience with courage, and if your knees tremble, make sure they calm down. There is a victory for you and for the cause you present. Go out and win it. Suppose Charles Martel had been afraid to strike the Saracens at Tours. Suppose Columbus had been afraid to venture into the unknown. Suppose our ancestors had been too timid to oppose the tyranny of George III. Suppose every man who has done something worthwhile was a coward. The world owes its progress to men who dared, and you must dare to speak the effective word that is in your heart, for it often takes courage to utter a single sentence. But remember, men do not erect monuments or weave laurels for those who are afraid to do what they can. You say this is all unpleasant. What you need is not sympathy, but a push. No one doubts that temperament, nerves, illness, and even commendable modesty can, separately or combined, make an orator pale before an audience. But no one can doubt that these same elements will increase this weakness. Victory lies in a fearless mindset. Professor Walter Scott says that success or failure in business is due more to mental attitude than to mental ability. Detach yourself from the attitude of fear, acquire the attitude of confidence, and remember that the only way to acquire it is to do it. In this foundational chapter, we have tried to set the tone for much of what follows. Many of these ideas were developed and reinforced more specifically, but throughout all these chapters on an art that Mr. Gladstone believed to be more powerful than the public press. The note of justified self-confidence must be repeated again and again. Questions and exercises. What is the cause of self-consciousness? Why are animals exempt from it? What is your observation on self-consciousness in children? Why are you free from it under unusual excitement? How does moderate excitement affect you? What are the 2 fundamental prerequisites for acquiring self-confidence? Which is the most important? What effect does the speaker's confidence have on the audience? Write a 2-minute speech on confidence and cowardice. What effect do thought habits have on confidence? In this regard, read the chapter Correct Thinking and Personality. Briefly write about any experience you have had related to the teachings of this chapter. Give a 3-minute talk on stage fright, including a friendly imitation of 2 or more victims. Chapter 2, The Sin of Monotony. One day, boredom was born from monotony. Our Spanish word has evolved over the years, so many words now mean more than they originally did. This is the case with the word monotone. From meaning having one tone, it has come to mean more broadly lack of variation. The monotone speaker does not just buzz with the same volume and tone, but always uses the same emphasis, speed, and thoughts, or completely omits thought. Monotony. The capital and most common sin of public speaking. Monotony, the capital and most common sin of public speaking, is not a transgression but rather a sin of omission, as it involves conforming to the admission in the prayer book. We have omitted to do what we ought to have done. Emerson said, "The virtue of art lies in separation, in separating an object from the shameful variety. This is precisely what the monotone speaker fails to do. He does not separate one thought or phrase from another. All are expressed in the same manner. To say that his speech is monotonous may mean very little to you, so let us examine the nature and curse of monotony in other spheres of life to better appreciate how it can ruin an otherwise good speech. If an old phonograph plays only 3 selections over and over, it is quite safe to assume that your neighbor has no other records. If a speaker uses only certain of his faculties, it clearly indicates that the rest of his faculties are underdeveloped. Monotony reveals our limitations. Monotony has a deadly effect on the victim. It removes the glow from cheeks and eyes as quickly as sin, and often leads to villainy. The worst punishment that human ingenuity has been able to invent is extreme monotony, solitary confinement. Placing a marble on a table and doing nothing for 18 hours a day except moving that marble from one point to another and back will drive you mad if you continue long enough. Thus, this thing that shortens life and is used as the most cruel of punishments in our prisons is what will destroy all the life and force of a speech. Avoid it, as you would a deadly boredom. Rich idlers may have a half-dozen houses, enjoy all the variety of foods gathered from the four corners of the earth, and sail to Africa or Alaska at their whim. But the man afflicted by poverty must walk or take a tram. He cannot choose between a yacht, an automobile, or a special train. He must spend most of his life working and be content with the basic staples of the market. Monotony is poverty, whether in speech or in life. Strive to increase the variety of your speech, just as a businessman strives to increase his wealth. The songs of birds, the valleys of the woods, and the mountains are not monotonous, but long rows of brownstone facades and miles of similar paved streets are. Nature in its richness offers us infinite variety, while man, with his limitations, is often monotonous. Return to nature in your speaking methods. The power of variety lies in its ability to provide pleasure. The great varieties of the world have often been expressed in fascinating stories, like Les Miserables. For example, if you want to teach or influence people, you must please them at the beginning or end. Play the same note on the piano over and over, and it will give you an idea of the unpleasant and discordant effect that monotony has on the ear. The dictionary defines monotone as synonymous with tiresome. It does not say much. It is a bit more than that. It is madness. The prince of department stores does not displease the public by playing a single melody with Myers. Instead, he gives recitals on a $125,000 organ, and satisfied people naturally begin to buy. How to overcome monotony? We avoid monotony in our clothing by renewing our wardrobes. We avoid monotony in our speech by multiplying our faculties of expression, by increasing our tools. The carpenter has special tools for building different parts of a structure. The organist has certain keys and stops that he manipulates to produce his harmonies and effects. In the same way, the speaker has certain instruments and tools with which he constructs his argument, plays on emotions, and guides the beliefs of his audience. The following exercises aim to provide an idea of these instruments and practical help in learning how to use them. Why didn't the Israelites cross the desert in a limousine? And why didn't Noah have moving pictures and talking machines in the ark? The laws that allow us to drive a car, produce moving images, or music on a phonograph would have worked then as they do today. It was ignorance of the laws that deprived humanity of our modern conveniences. For centuries, many speakers have continued to use ox-cart methods in their speeches instead of employing automobile methods. They are ignorant of the laws that promote effective speech. Only to the extent that you consider and use the laws we will examine and learn to use will you have effectiveness and strength in your speech, and only to the extent that you ignore them will your speech be weak and ineffective. We cannot emphasize enough the necessity of truly mastering these principles. They are merely the foundations of success in the art of oratory. "Get your principles," said Napoleon, "and the rest is a matter of details." It is useless to shoe a dead horse, and all the solid principles of Christianity will never make a living speech from a dead one. Therefore, understand that public speaking is not about mastering a few dead rules. The most important law of public speaking is the need for truth, strength, feeling, and life. Forget everything else but this. Once you have mastered the mechanics of speech, as described in the upcoming chapters, you will have no more problems with monotony. The fullness of these principles and the ability to apply them will give you great variety in your powers of expression, but they cannot be mastered and applied by merely thinking or reading about them. You must practice, practice, practice. If no one is listening to you, listen to yourself. You must always be your own best critic, and the most severe of all the technical principles we present in the following chapters are not our arbitrary creations. All are based on the practices that good speakers and actors adopt naturally and unconsciously or under instruction to achieve their effects. It is useless to tell the student that he must be natural. being natural can be monotonous. The little strawberry in the Arctic and its lessons on accentuation. The small strawberry in the Arctic, with its tiny seeds and sour taste, is a natural barrier, but it cannot be compared to the improved variety we enjoy here. The dwarf oak of the rocky fridge is natural but somewhat poor compared to the magnificent tree found in the rich, moist lowlands. We must be natural but improve on natural gifts until they approach the ideal, for we must strive to achieve an idealized nature in the fruit, the tree, and in our speech. Questions and exercises. What are the causes of monotony? Provide a few examples from nature. List 7 examples from everyday human life. Describe some of the effects of monotony in both cases. Read a speech aloud without paying particular attention to its meaning or strength. Repeat it after thoroughly understanding its content and spirit. What difference do you notice in your interpretation? Why is monotony one of the worst and most common faults of speakers? Chapter 3. Effectiveness through emphasis and subordination. In a word, the principle of emphasis is best followed not by remembering particular rules but by being filled with a particular feeling. Be that Baldwin. Writing and speaking, the weapon that disperses too much does not trap the birds. The same principle applies to speech. The speaker who draws his strength and emphasis at random from a sentence will not achieve results. Not all words have particular importance, therefore, only certain words require emphasis. If you say Massachusetts and mine up or read, you do not emphasize each syllable equally, but you stress the emphasized syllable strongly, and rush through those that are less important. Now, why is this principle not applied when pronouncing a sentence? To some extent, it is done in ordinary speech, but it is realized in public speaking, where the monotony caused by lack of emphasis is so painfully evident. Regarding emphasis, you can consider the average word as one large word with the important word as the emphasized syllable. Note the following. Destiny is not a matter of chance, it is a matter of choice. One could also say destiny is a matter of chance, emphasizing each syllable equally, as if placing the same emphasis on each word of the previous phrases. Say it aloud and see. Of course, you will want to emphasize destiny because it is the main idea of your statement, and you will certainly emphasize not. Otherwise, your listeners might think you are asserting that destiny is a matter of chance. Of course, you must emphasize chance because it is one of the 2 major ideas in the statement. Another reason chance acquires emphasis is that it is opposed to choice in the following sentence. Obviously, the author has deliberately contrasted these ideas to make them more emphatic, and here we see that contrast is one of the first ways to gain emphasis. As a public speaker, you can assist this contrasting emphasis with your voice. If you say, "My horse is black," what color immediately comes to mind? White, naturally, as it is the opposite of black. If you want to highlight the idea that destiny is a matter of choice, you can do so more effectively by first saying that destiny is not a matter of chance. Isn't the color of the horse imposed with more emphasis when you say, "My horse is not black, it is white," than when you simply assert that your horse is white? In the second sentence of the statement, there is only one important word. It is the only word that defines the quality of the subject being discussed, and the author of these lines wanted to emphasize it emphatically by contrasting it with another idea. Not all words have particular importance, therefore only certain words require emphasis. If you say Massachusetts and mine up or read, you do not emphasize each syllable equally, but stress the emphasized syllable strongly, and rush through those that are less important. Now, why is this principle not applied when pronouncing a sentence? To some extent, it is done in ordinary speech, but it is realized in public speaking, where the monotony caused by lack of emphasis is so painfully evident. Regarding emphasis, you can consider the average word as one large word with the important word as the emphasized syllable. Note the following. Destiny is not a matter of chance, it is a matter of choice. One could also say destiny is a matter of chance, emphasizing each syllable equally, as if placing the same emphasis on each word of the previous phrases. Say it aloud and see. Of course, you will want to emphasize destiny because it is the main idea of your statement, and you will certainly emphasize not. Otherwise, your listeners might think you are asserting that destiny is a matter of chance. Of course, you must emphasize chance because it is one of the 2 major ideas in the statement. Another reason chance acquires emphasis is that it is opposed to choice in the following sentence. Emphasizing contrast and subordination in speech. Evidently, the author deliberately contrasted these ideas to make them more emphatic. And here we see that contrast is one of the primary means to gain emphasis. As a public speaker, you can support this contrasting emphasis with your voice. If you say, "My horse is black," what color immediately comes to mind? White, naturally, because it is the opposite of black. If you want to highlight the idea that destiny is a matter of choice, you can do so more effectively by first saying that destiny is not a matter of chance. Isn't the color of the horse more emphatically imposed when you say, "My horse is not black, it is white," than when you simply assert that your horse is white? In the second sentence of the statement, there is only one important word. It is the only word that defines the quality of the subject being discussed, and the author of these lines wanted to emphasize it emphatically by contrasting it with another idea. These lines will be read as follows: "Destiny is not a matter of chance, it is a matter of choice." Now, listen to this again. I will emphasize the words in capitals with more force. In almost every sentence, there are some peak words that represent the great and important ideas. When you pick up the evening newspaper, you can instantly tell what the important news items are, thanks to the editor. He does not report a robbery in Hong Kong with the same font size he uses to announce the death of 5 firefighters in your city. The font size is his device to show emphasis. Sometimes, even with red headlines, he highlights the most striking news of the day. It would be a great help for speech preparation if speakers maintained their audience's attention in the same way and highlighted only the words that represent important ideas. The average speaker will pronounce the previous lines about destiny with roughly the same emphasis on each word. Instead of saying, "It is a matter of choice," he might say, "It is a matter of choice," or "It is a matter of choice." Both are equally poor. Charles Dana, the famous editor of the New York Sun, told one of his reporters that if he saw a dog biting a man in the street, he would not pay attention. The newspaper could not afford to waste the time and attention of its readers on trivial events. "But," Mr. Dana said, "if you see a man biting a dog, come back to the office quickly and write the story." Of course, it is news. It is something unusual. Now, the speaker who says it is a matter of choice places too much emphasis on things that are no more important to metropolitan readers than a dog bite. And when he does not emphasize choice, it is like the reporter who neglects the man biting the dog. The ideal speaker brings out his major words like mountain peaks. His unimportant words sink like stream beds. His grand ideas rise like enormous oaks. His ideas of no special value are simply like the grass surrounding the tree. From all this, we can infer this important principle. Emphasis is a matter of contrast and comparison. Recently, the New York American published an editorial by Arthur Brisbane. Notice the following, printed with the same font as given here. "We do not know what the president thought when he received this message, nor what the elephant thinks when it sees the mouse, but we know what the president did." The words "thought" and "did" immediately attract the reader's attention because they are different from the others, not necessarily because they are larger. Even if all the other words in this sentence were 10 times larger than them, and "did" and "thought" remained their current size, they would still remain emphatic because they are different. Consider the following passage from Robert Chambers' novel David Business of Life. The words "tu tenia tendria" are all emphatic because they are differentiated. He looked at her with fierce astonishment. "Well, what do you call this if it is not cowardice, sneaking and marrying a helpless girl like this? You hoped I would give you the chance to destroy me and corrupt Jacqueline's mind. If I had been guilty of what you accuse me of, what I would have done would have been cowardice. If this is not justified, a Fifth Avenue bus would attract Minnie's attention without a fork in New York, while one of the Ox teams frequently passing by would attract attention on Fifth Avenue." To emphasize a word, pronounce it differently from the words around it. If you have spoken aloud, pronounce the emphasized word in a concentrated whisper, and you will have intense emphasis. If you have spoken quickly, go very slowly on the emphasized word. If you have spoken softly, jump to a higher pitch on the emphasized word. If you have spoken loudly, move to a lower pitch on the emphasized ideas. Read the chapters on intonation, feeling, pause, pitch change, and rhythm change, each explaining in detail how to achieve emphasis using a specific principle. In this chapter, however, we consider only one form of emphasis, applying force to the important word and subordinating the unimportant words. Remember, this is one of the main methods you must continually employ to achieve your effects. Let us not confuse noise with emphasis. Shouting is not a sign of seriousness, intelligence, or feeling. The type of force we want to apply to the emphasized word is not entirely physical. It is true that the emphasized word can be spoken louder or softer, but the true desired quality is intensity. Gravity must come from within outward. Last night a speaker said, "The curse of this country is not the lack of education, it is politics." He emphasized the curse, the lack of education, and politics. Emphasis in speech and the importance of contrast. The other words were rushed and did not receive comparative consideration. The word politics was pronounced with great feeling while he struck his hands with indignation. His emphasis was both correct and powerful, focusing all our attention on the words that meant something rather than maintaining it on words like these. What would you think of a guide who agreed to show New York to a stranger but then spent their time visiting Chinese laundries and shoe shiners on side streets? There is only one excuse for a speaker to demand the attention of their audience. They must have truth or entertainment for them. If they fatigue their attention with trivialities, there will be neither liveliness nor desire left when they address the important words of Wall Street and skyscrapers. You don't halt over small words in your daily conversation because you are not bored by the conversation. Apply the correct method of daily speech to the podium. As we have pointed out elsewhere, public speaking is very much like an extended conversation. Sometimes, to achieve strong emphasis, it is advisable to stress each syllable of a word, as in the following phrase, "I absolutely refuse to comply with your request." From time to time, this principle should be applied to an emphatic sentence by stressing each word, which is a good way to generate special attention and offers a pleasant variety. The remarkable climax of Patrick Henry could be pronounced very effectively this way: "Give me liberty or give me death." The italicized part of the following could also be pronounced with this emphasis on each word. Of course, there are many ways to express it. This is just one of many interpretations that could be chosen. Knowing the price we have to pay, the sacrifice we must make, the burdens we must bear, the assaults we must endure, knowing full well the cost, we prepare for war because we know the justice of our cause, and we also know its sure triumph of peace and prosperity around. Before the Progressive Party's National Convention in Chicago, placing strong emphasis on a single word tends to bring out its antithesis. Observe how the meaning changes simply by shifting the emphasis to different words in the following sentence. Parenthetical expressions would not really be needed to complete the emphatic words. I intended to buy a house this spring, even if you did not. I intended to buy a house this spring, but something prevented it. I intended to buy a house this spring instead of renting like before. I intended to buy a house this spring and not a car. I intended to buy a house this spring instead of the next one. I intended to buy a house this spring instead of this fall. When a major battle is reported in the newspapers, they do not insist over and over on the same facts. They seek to provide new information, a new angle. News that occupies a prominent place in the morning edition is relegated to a small space in the afternoon edition. We are interested in new ideas and new facts. This principle is very important in determining your emphasis. Do not insist on the same idea over and over unless you want to add extra emphasis to it. Senator Thurston wanted to place maximum emphasis on strength in his speech on page 50. Observe how strength is repeatedly emphasized. However, as a general rule, the new idea, the new angle, whether it is a journalistic battle report or an orator's presentation of their ideas, is emphatic in the following selection. All men have eyes, but this man asks for larger eyes. This man with the largest eyes says he will discover new stars and suns. New stars and suns are not as emphatic as the word a larger. Why? Because we expect an astronomer to discover celestial bodies, not recipes. The words the Republic needs in the following sentence are emphatic as they introduce an important new idea. Republics have always needed men, but the author says it needs new names. New is emphatic because it introduces a new idea. Similarly, earth grain tools are also emphatic. The most emphatic words are italicized. In this selection, are there other phrases you would highlight? Why? The former astronomer said, "Give me a larger eye, and I will discover new stars and suns." This is what the Republic needs today. New men, wise men with the earth, the grain, the tools. If God raised for the people 2 or 3 men like what Fulton McCormick, they would be worth more to the state than the treasure called California or Mexico. And the true supremacy of man rests on his educational capacity. Man is unique in the duration of his childhood, which means the period of plasticity and education. The childhood of a butterfly. The interval between the hatching of the robin and its maturity represents a few hours or a few weeks. But between man's cradle and his citizenship through 20 years of growth, this prolonged childhood allows the child to inherit all the accumulated knowledge of races and civilizations over the millennia. Anonymous. Understanding emphasis and tone in speech. You must understand that there are no strict rules for emphasis. It is not always possible to determine which word should be emphasized and which should be subordinated. One speaker may interpret a speech one way, while another speaker might use a different emphasis to give a different interpretation. No one can say that one interpretation is correct and the other is incorrect. This principle should be considered in all our exercises. Here your own intelligence must guide you largely for your own benefit. Questions and exercises. What is emphasis? Describe a method to break the monotony of thought and presentation. What is the relationship between this and the use of voice? Which words should be emphasized and which should be subordinated in a sentence? What is the effect of lack of emphasis? When is it permissible to emphasize every word in a sentence? Observe the emphasis and subordination in a conversation or speech you have heard. Are they used effectively? Why? Can you suggest improvements? Cut out a report of a speech or a biographical tribute from a newspaper or magazine. Highlight the passage for emphasis and bring it to class. In the following passage, would you make changes to the author's marks to further emphasize certain elements? Why? Note that not all marked words require the same degree of emphasis. Excellence in emphatic speech lies in a wide variety of emphases and nuances of gradation. Which words would you emphasize? Chapter 4, Effectiveness through Tone. Variation. Speech is nothing more than a modified form of singing. The main difference lies in the fact that in singing, vowel sounds are prolonged and the intervals are short, whereas in speech, words are pronounced in what might be called staccato tones. Vowels are not specially prolonged, and the intervals between words are more defined. The fact that singing has a broader range of tones does not really distinguish it from ordinary speech. In speech, we also have a variation of tones, and even in ordinary conversation, there is a difference of 3 to 6 half-tones, as I have found in my research, and for some people, the range is as wide as an octave. William Shepherdgrid, Popular Science. Tone, as everyone knows, indicates the relative position of a high, middle, or low vocal tone, or any variation between the two. In public speaking, this applies not only to a single statement, such as an exclamation or monosyllable, but to entire groups of syllables, words, or even sentences that can be pronounced on a single tone. It is important to note this distinction because an effective speaker not only changes the tone of successive syllables, see Chapter 7 on effectiveness through inflection, but also gives a different tone to various parts or groups of words in successive sentences. This is the phase of the subject we are dealing with in this chapter. Any change in thought requires a change in tone of voice, as the speaker follows this rule consciously, unconsciously, or subconsciously. This is the logical basis upon which all good variation of the voice rests, and yet this law is often disregarded by public speakers. A lawbreaker might ignore a state law without being detected or punished, but a speaker who does not adhere to this standard immediately suffers from a loss of effectiveness, while their innocent listeners must endure the monotony. Monotony is not only a fault of the speaker, as we have demonstrated, but also a plague for the audience. Tone variation is a problem for almost all beginners, and also for many experienced speakers. This is especially true when they have memorized the words of the speech. If you want to hear what monotony of tone sounds like, press the same note on the piano over and over. Your voice has a range of tones from the highest to the lowest, with a multitude of nuances between the extremes. With all these notes available, there is no excuse for offending the ears and taste of your audience by continually using the same note. It is true that repetition of the same tone in music, as in the pedal point of an organ composition, can become the foundation of beauty because the harmony woven around that basic tone produces a consistent and insistent quality that is not felt in the mere variety of chord sequences. Similarly, the sung voice in a ritual can, although rarely, possess a solemn beauty. However, the public speaker should avoid monotony as if it were a disease. Continuous change of tone is nature's best method. In our pursuit of principles of effectiveness, we must continually return to nature. I have truly listened to the songs of birds. Which of these feathered tribes is most pleasing in their vocal efforts? Those whose voices, though sweet, have little or no range, or those like the canary, lark, and nightingale, who not only have considerable range but also produce their notes in a continuous variety of combinations. Even a soft-toned chirp, when repeated without changes, can become, for the listener, something forced. Small children rarely speak with a monotone. Observe the conversations of little ones you hear in the street or at home, and you will notice continuous changes in tone. Unconscious speech and the importance of tone variation. The unconscious speech of most adults is also filled with pleasing variations. Imagine someone saying the following and consider if the effect wouldn't be evident. Remember, we are not talking about the intonation of individual words, but the general tone in which sentences are spoken. High tone, I would love to go on vacation tomorrow. Lower tone, however, I have a lot to do. Higher tone, although I suppose I will, I hope to find the time. I will never go. Repeat this first in the indicated tones, then all in the same tone, as many speakers might do. Observe the difference in naturalness of the effect. The following exercise should be spoken in a conversational tone with many changes. Practice until your speech gives a listener in the next room the impression that you are talking about a real incident with a friend, rather than delivering a memorized monologue. If you have doubts about the effect achieved, repeat it to a friend and ask if it sounds like memorized words. If it does, it's a mistake. Jack, I heard that you did it? Yes, I know. Most men do. I tried it myself once, sir, although you see that I am still single. And you met her? You told me about her in Newport last month? Yes. And you decided to ask her during an evening. That's what I did. I suppose they left the ballroom with their music and lights, because it is said that the flame of love shines in the darkness of the night. Well, you walked together under the starry sky, and admit it, old friend. Were you scared? I was too. So you walked on the terrace, saw how the summer moonlight spread over the waters as they rippled on the shore, until you finally gathered your courage. When you saw she was not close, you approached her and told her you loved her. That's what I did. Well, I don't need to ask more questions. I am sure I wish you much happiness. Think that I will come to see you when you are married, my boy? When the honeymoon is over and you have settled down, we will try to get a refusal. Did you propose? I was refused too. The necessity of changing tone is so evident that it should be understood and applied immediately. However, it requires patient practice to free oneself from monotony of tone. In natural conversation, you first think of an idea, then find the word to express it. In memorized speeches, it is likely that words are spoken before thinking about their meaning, and many speakers seem even less concerned about this. Thus, it is not surprising that reversing the process yields the opposite result. Return to nature in your methods of expression. Read the following passage casually, without stopping to reflect on the actual meaning of the words. Try again by carefully studying the thought you have absorbed. Believe in the idea you wish to express effectively, and imagine an audience before you. Look them seriously in the eyes and repeat this truth. If you follow the instructions, you will notice that you have made many changes in tone. After several readings, it is not work that kills men, it is worry. Work is healthy. You can hardly impose on a man more than he can bear. Worry is rust upon the blade. It is not revolution that destroys machinery, but friction. Henry Ward. The change in tone produces emphasis. This statement is very important. Variety in tone maintains the listener's interest, but one of the surest ways to attract attention and achieve unusual emphasis is to suddenly and sharply change the tone of your voice. A great contrast always arouses tension. White is whiter against black. A cannon roars louder in the silence of the Sahara than in the bustle of Chicago. These are simple examples of the power of contrast. What will happen to Congress next? High tone, I don't know. Low tone. With this sudden change of tone during a sermon, Dr. Newell with Hills recently achieved great emphasis and suggested the gravity of the question he had posed. The previous order of tone change could be reversed with the same effect, though slightly different in terms of gravity. Either of these methods produces emphasis when used intelligently, that is, with a sensible appreciation of the type of emphasis one seeks to achieve. In trying these tone contrasts, it is important to avoid unpleasant extremes. Most speakers have a voice tone that is too high. One of the secrets of Mr. Bryant's eloquence is his low, deep voice. Shakespeare said that a soft, kind, and low voice was an excellent thing in a woman, and it is no less so in a man, for a voice does not need to be loud to be powerful, nor should it be to be pleasant. In conclusion, reaffirm the importance of using a variety of tones by singing up and down the scale, touching one note, then another above or below. Do the same in speaking. Individual thought and taste should generally guide you on where to use a low, moderate, or high tone. Questions and exercises. Name 2 methods to destroy monotony and gain strength in speaking. Why is continuous change of tone necessary when speaking? Observe your usual tones while speaking. Are they too high to be pleasant? We express the following thoughts and emotions in a low or high tone, which can be expressed in high or low tone. Emotion, victory, defeat, sadness, love, affection, fear. How does tone naturally vary when introducing an explanatory or parenthetical expression? Say the following lines with the most marked tone variations, dictated by your interpretation of the meaning. Try each line in 2 different ways. Which is the most effective in each case and why? What do I have to gain from you? To compromise our nation in such a pact would be an infamy. Once flowers spread their fragrance here, but now look at the ravages of war. Note where it would be preferable to change the tone in the previous sentence. Chapter 5. Effectiveness through change of tempo. Listen to how it illuminates points of faith with noise and impact, now softly calm, now wildly angry. He walks and leaps. Roberts. The Latins have bequeathed us a word that has no precise equivalent in our language, so we have adopted it as is. The word is tempo, and it means the rhythm of movement measured by the time required for its execution. So far, its use has largely been confined to vocal and musical arts, but it would not be surprising to hear tempo applied to more concrete subjects, as it perfectly illustrates the true meaning of the word. To say that an ox cart moves at a slow tempo and an express train at a fast tempo. Our cannons fire 600 times per minute. They fire at a fast tempo. Every musician understands this principle. It takes more time to sing a half note than an octave. Therefore, tempo is a very important element in effective public speaking, as when a speaker delivers an entire speech at roughly the same speed, they deprive themselves of one of their main means of emphasis and power. The baseball pitcher, cricket bowler, or tennis server knows the value of changing rhythm, of changing tempo in their delivery, and the public speaker must also observe its power. Changing rhythm imparts naturalness to the delivery, or at least the appearance of naturalness, as explained in the chapter on monotony, and a continuous change of rhythm will greatly contribute to establishing it. Mr. Howard Lindsay, stage director for Miss Margolin, recently told the author present that changing rhythm was one of the actor's most effective tools. Although one must admit that the sought-after mouths of many actors indicate obscured mirrors, the public speaker would do well to study the actor's use of tempo. However, there is a more fundamental and effective source for studying naturalness, a trait that, once lost, is difficult to regain. This source is the common conversation of any well-educated circle. It is the standard we strive to reach on stage and on the platform, with certain differences that will, of course, appear as we progress. If the speaker and actor were to reproduce with absolute fidelity every variation of expression, every murmur, grunt, pause, silence, and explosion of conversation, as we typically find in daily life, much of the interest would leave public expression. Naturalness in public speaking is something more than faithful reproduction of nature. It is the reproduction of those typical parts of nature's work that are truly representative of the whole. The realistic story writer understands this when writing dialogue, and we must consider it when seeking naturalness through tempo changes. Suppose you deliver the first of the following sentences with a slow tempo and the second quickly, observing how natural the effect is. Then deliver both with the same speed and note the difference. I can't remember what I did with my knife. Now I remember I gave it to Mary. In this fragment we can observe that tempo changes often occur within the same sentence. as tempo applies not only to individual words, groups of words and groups of phrases, but also to the main parts of a public speech. Changing rhythm avoids monotony. The canary in the cage in front of the window enhances the beauty and grace of its song with continuous changes in rhythm. If King Solomon had been a speaker, he would undoubtedly have drawn wisdom from the song of wild birds as well as from sheep. Imagine a song written only with quarter notes. Imagine a car with only one speed. Changing rhythm produces emphasis. Any change in rhythm is emphatic and attracts attention. You might barely be aware that a passenger train is moving when it speeds along the tracks at 90 miles per hour, but if it suddenly slows down to a walking pace of 10 miles, our attention will certainly be captured. You might forget you're listening to music during dinner, but if the orchestra markedly increases or decreases its tempo, your attention will be immediately drawn. This same principle can give emphasis to a speech. If you have a point you want to make strongly to your audience, make a sudden and sharp change in rhythm, and they will not be able to avoid paying attention to that point. Recently, the author of these lines saw a play where the following words were spoken. "I don't want you to forget what I said. I want you to remember it all day long. I don't care if you have 6 guns." The part before the dash was spoken at a very slow tempo, and the rest was delivered at lightning speed. While the character addressed was drawing a revolver, the effect was so emphatic that the lines are remembered 6 months later, while much of the play has faded from memory. The observant student will see this principle applied by all our best actors in their efforts to emphasize where needed. But remember that the emotion of the subject must justify the intensity of the manner, otherwise the effect will be ridiculous. Too many public speakers impress for no reason. Thought, more than rules, should guide you when practicing changes in rhythm. It is often not important which part of a sentence is delivered slowly and which part quickly. The main thing to aim for is the change itself. For example, in Damoff's selection on page 46, observe the last paragraph. Reverse the given instructions, delivering everything marked for slow tempo quickly and everything marked for fast tempo slowly. You will notice that the force or meaning of the passage has not been destroyed. However, many passages cannot be changed to a slow tempo without destroying their impact. Examples: Patrick Henry's speech on page 110 and the following passage from Watching Football by Whiter. "Oh, the June time of childhood, which gathered the years into a brief moon, when all the things I heard or saw awaited me, their owner. I was rich in flowers and trees, in hummingbirds and bees. For my amusement the squirrel played, the mole used its shovel. For my pleasure the bramble wound its cone around the hedge and the stone, the brook laughed for my delight day and night, whispering on the garden wall, telling me about autumn. In autumn there was the pond of the gannets on the sand, there were the slopes of the Nogales. Beyond there were the orchard trees, the apples of the Hesperides. However, as my horizon expanded, so did my riches. Everything I saw or knew seemed like a complex Chinese toy created by a barefoot child. Be careful in adjusting the tempo so that the movement is not too fast. This is a common fault among amateur speakers. Mrs. Sedos's rule was take your time. 100 years ago, in medical circles, a remedy known as the rifle remedy was used. It was a mixture of about 50 different ingredients, and it was administered to the patient in the hope that at least one of them would be effective. This seems like a rather poor scheme for medicine, but it is good to use the rifle tempo for most speeches, as it offers variety. Tempo, like diet, is better when mixed. Questions and exercises define tempo. What words come from the same root? What is a change of rhythm? What effect does it produce? List 3 methods for destroying monotony and gaining strength in speaking. Observe the rhythm changes in a conversation or speech you listen to. Are they evenly applied? Why or why not? Illustrate. Chapter 6. Pause and Power. The true work of the literary artist is to stretch or weave his meaning by wrapping it around itself, so that each sentence, through successive phrases, becomes first a kind of knot, then, after a moment of suspended meaning, resolves and unwinds. George Sansbury on the style of English prose in Miscellanies. The pause has a distinct value expressed in silence. In other words, while the voice waits, the music of movement continues. Manipulating it with its subtleties and compensations requires the same fine ear upon which we must rely for all impeccable prose rhythm. When there is no compensation, when the pause is inadvertent, There is a jarring sensation and a sense of lack, as if a pin or a support had fallen. John Franklin, The Working Principle. The pause in public speaking is not a mere silence. It is a silence that becomes eloquent. When a man says, "It is a deep pleasure to have been allowed to speak to you tonight," I must say that this is not a pause, it is a stumble. It is conceivable that a speaker might be effective despite stumbles, but never because of them. On the other hand, one of the most important ways to develop power in eloquence is to pause before or after, or both before and after a significant word or phrase. Anyone eager to be a powerful speaker cannot afford to neglect this principle, one of the most significant lessons learned from listening to great speakers. Study this potential device until you have absorbed and assimilated it. It might seem that this principle of rhetorical pause should be easily understood and applied, but extensive experience in training college students and more mature speakers has shown that the average person does not easily grasp this resource when it is first explained to him any more than if it were spoken in Hindustani. This may be because we do not eagerly devour the fruit of experience when it is presented impressively on an authority's platter. We like to pluck the fruit ourselves. Not only does it taste better, but we never forget that tree. Fortunately, this is not a difficult task in this case, as trees stand dense around us. A man defends the cause of another. This man, my friends, has made this wonderful sacrifice for you and for me. Hasn't the pause remarkably enhanced the power of this statement? See how it has brought together the strength of reserve and impressiveness to deliver the words. For you and me, repeat this passage without pausing. It naturally loses effectiveness when a premeditated pause of this type is not used. The speaker's mind focuses on the thought he is about to express. He will not dare let his thoughts wander for even a moment, but will instead concentrate them on the sacrifice, the service, the sweetness, and the divinity that command its appeal. Concentration is thus the key here. No pause without it can perfectly hit the target. An effective pause achieves one or more of the following 4 results. The pause allows the speaker's mind to gather strength before delivering the final blow. It is often dangerous to rush into battle without pausing in preparation or while waiting for reinforcements. Consider Custer's massacre as an example. You can light a match by placing it under a lens and focusing the rays of the sun. Do not expect the match to burn if you shake the lens back and forth quickly. Pause, and the object will gather the heat. Your thoughts will not ignite the minds of your listeners unless there is a pause to gather the force that occurs with a second or two of concentration. Maple trees and gas wells rarely explode continuously. When you want a stronger flow, pause. Nature needs time to gather its reserves, and when the tree or well is reopened, the result is a stronger flow. Apply the same common sense to your mind. If you want a thought to be particularly effective, pause just before delivering it, concentrate your mental energies, and then express it with renewed vigor. Carlyle was right. Do not speak with passion until your thought has matured in silence. From this silence comes your strength. Speech is silver, silence is golden. Speech is human, silence is divine. Silence has been called the father of speech, and so it should be. Too many of our public speeches have no father. They come and go without pause or rest like a torrent. Listen to children, the local policeman, family conversation around the table, and see how many pauses they use naturally because they are unaware of the effects. When we present ourselves before the public, we throw away most of our natural methods of expression and strive for artificial effects. Return to nature's methods and pause. The pause prepares the listener's mind to receive your message. Herbert Spencer said that the entire universe is in motion, and so it is, and all perfect movement is rhythm. Part of rhythm is rest. Rest follows activity throughout nature. For example, day and night, spring, summer, autumn, winter, a period of rest between breaths, a complete rest between heartbeats. Pause and give a respite to your audience's attention span. What you say after this silence will have much more impact. When country cousins come to town, the sound of a passing car wakes them up. Although this rarely affects a seasoned city dweller, the continuous passing of cars has dulled the attention span of someone visiting the city. But the need for attention is rarely insistent for them. The noise comes after a long pause, hence its power. For you, city dwellers, there is no pause, hence the low value of attention. After traveling by train for several hours, you will become so accustomed to its noise that you will lose your attention unless the train stops and starts again. If you try to listen to the ticking of a clock that is so far away you can barely hear it, you will find that sometimes you cannot distinguish it, but after a few moments, the sound becomes clear again. Your mind will rest, whether you want it to or not. Your audience's attention will act in the same way. Recognize this law and prepare for it. Pause. The thought that follows a pause is much more dynamic than if there had been no pause. What is said to you at night will not have the same effect on your mind as if it had been said in the morning when your attention has been recently refreshed by the rest of sleep. We are told in the early pages of the Bible that even the creative energy of God rested on the seventh day. You can be sure that the fragile finiteness of your audience will also require a pause. Observe nature, study its laws, and obey them in your speech. The pause creates effective suspense. Suspense is responsible for much of our interest in life. The same phenomenon occurs with your speech. A play or a novel often loses much of its interest if the plot is known in advance. We like to guess the outcome. The ability to create suspense is part of a woman's power to retain the opposite sex. The circus acrobat uses this principle when he deliberately fails multiple times in an attempt to achieve a feat, then succeeds. Even the deliberate way he arranges the preliminaries heightens our anticipation. We enjoy being kept waiting. In the final act of the play Polly of the Circus, there is a circus scene where a dog performs a backflip on the back of a running pony. One night, when he hesitated and needed to be flattered and worked with for a long time before he accomplished his feat, he received much more applause than when he did his trick immediately. Not only do we enjoy waiting, but we also appreciate what we wait for. If fish bite too quickly, the sport ceases to be fun. It is the same principle of suspense that keeps you engaged in a Sherlock Holmes story. You wait to see how the mystery will be solved, and if it happens too soon, you abandon the narrative. Wilkie Collins' recipe for writing fiction also applies to public speaking. Make them laugh, make them cry, make them wait, and above all, make them wait. If you don't, you can be sure they will neither laugh nor cry. Thus, the pause is a valuable tool in the hands of a trained speaker to awaken and maintain suspense. Once, I heard Lord Byron give a speech that I had the privilege of attending, and he paused while the audience wondered for a second whom they had the privilege of listening to. And then it was another pause. We knew a little more about the man who had been listening, but we were still wondering which evangelist he was referring to, and then he concluded, "Drive." And Lord Byron made a small pause again, holding the audience in a brief moment of suspense about how he regarded Mr. Moody, before continuing to say that he considered him the greatest preacher of his time. Let dashes illustrate the pauses, and we get the following. I had the privilege of listening to the great evangelist Whitefield Moody. I ended up considering him the greatest preacher of his time. An inexperienced speaker would have rushed through this without pause or suspense, and the phrases would have been lost on the audience. It is precisely the application of these small details that makes the difference between a successful speaker and one who is not. Taking a pause after an important idea allows it to sink in. Every Missouri farmer will tell you that rain falling too quickly runs off into streams and does little good for the crops. There is a story of a country deacon who prayed for rain in this way. Lord, don't send us torrents. Just give us a good drizzle. A speech like rain will do little good if it arrives too quickly to be absorbed. The farmer's wife follows the same principle when washing clothes. She puts them in the water and then pauses for several hours to let them soak. The doctor puts cocaine in the cones and pauses for it to be absorbed before removing it. Why don't we use this principle everywhere, except in communicating ideas? If you have given the audience a significant idea, pause for a second or two and let it resonate. Observe the effect once the smoke has cleared. You may need to fire another 14-inch projectile on the same subject before dismantling the citadel of error you are trying to destroy. Take your time. Do not let your speech resemble those tourists who try to see New York in a day. They spend 15 minutes at the Metropolitan Museum of Art, 10 minutes at the Museum of Natural History. Glance at the aquarium, hurry across the Brooklyn Bridge, rush to the zoo, and then return to Grant's tomb, and they call that seeing New York. If you rush through the important points without pausing, your audience will have just as inadequate an idea of what you are trying to convey. Take your time. You have as much of it as the richest of our billionaires, and your audience will wait for you. Rushing is a sign of smallness. The giant sequoias of California sprang from the earth 500 years before Socrates drank his cup of poison, and only now are they at their peak. Nature shames us with our petty haste. Silence is one of the most eloquent things in the world. Master it and use it through the pause. In the following selections, dashes have been inserted where pauses can be effectively used. Naturally, some of them can be omitted, and others inserted without error. One speaker will interpret a passage one way, another differently. It is largely a matter of personal preference. A dozen great actors have played Hamlet, and yet each has interpreted the role differently. What comes closest to perfection is a matter of opinion. You will be more successful if you dare to follow your own path, if you are individual enough to blaze an original trail. A moment of pause, a moment of flavor in the midst of the waste. And so the phantom caravan arrived at nothingness from whence it departed. The worldly hope on which men place their hearts turns to ashes or prospers. And soon, like snow on the dusty face of the desert, lighting an hour or two, the bird of time merely flies a bit, and the bird is in the wing. You will notice that punctuation has nothing to do with the pause. You can move very quickly through a point and make a long pause where there is no punctuation. Thought is greater than punctuation and should guide you in your pauses. A book of verses under the bough, a jug of wine, a loaf of bread, and thou beside me singing in the wilderness. Don't confuse the pause for emphasis with natural pauses. These occur when taking a breath and phrasing, for example. Observe the pauses indicated in this selection from Byron. But be silent. I am listening. This deep sound bursts again, closer, clearer, more deadly than before. Arm! Is the initial roar of the cannon. It is unnecessary to elaborate on these obvious distinctions. You will notice that in natural conversation, our words are grouped into clusters or phrases, and we often pause to catch our breath between them. Therefore, in public speaking, breathe naturally and do not speak until you need to catch your breath, or until the audience is also breathless. A few warnings. Do not make too many pauses, or your speech will become heavy and contrived, and do not think that a pause can transform common thoughts into grand and worthy discourse. A grandiose combination with insignificant ideas is like decorating a Hamlet with a donkey. Remember the farce of the old-school declamation, a murder at midnight that was delivered grandly until it reached an exciting climax, and ended by mercilessly killing a mosquito. The pause, when used dramatically, always provokes laughter from tolerant listeners. It is very good in farce, but is an anti-climax. It becomes painful when the speaker moves from the sublime to the ridiculous involuntarily. To be effective in a way that is not a boomerang, the pause must precede or follow a thought that is truly worthwhile, or at least an idea whose relationship to the rest of the speech is significant. He recounts his lengthy improvised speech, an example of unconscious pause usage by a great American statesman and orator. He had visited Niagara Falls and was scheduled to give a speech in Buffalo on the same day. Unfortunately, he had sat too long drinking wine after dinner. When he stood up to speak, his oratorical instinct battled the difficulties as he declared, "Gentlemen, I have gazed upon your magnificent 147-foot-high waterfall. Gentlemen, Greece and Rome at their best. Never had a waterfall 147 feet high." Questions and exercises. Name 4 methods to break monotony and gain power in speaking. What are the 4 special effects of the pause? Observe the pauses in a conversation, a play, or a speech. What are the best pauses that could have been used? Chapter 7. Effectiveness through intonation. As the soft music of village bells falling at intervals on the ear in a gentle cadence, now fading, now ringing loudly again and louder still, clear and resonant, like the wind coming with a gentle force, opens all the cells where memory lay dormant. William Cooper, The Task. Herbert Spencer noted that cadence, or the modulation of the tones of the voice while speaking, is the continuous centenary of emotions on the propositions of the intellect. How true this is when we reflect that the small rising and falling nuances of the voice convey more truth about what we want to say than our words. The expressiveness of language is literally multiplied by this subtle power of tone nuance, and this nuance of the voice is what we call inflection. The change of tone within a word is even more important as it is more delicate than the change of tone from one sentence to another. In fact, one cannot practice one without the other. Bare words are only bricks. Inflection will transform them into a sidewalk, a garage, or a cathedral. It is the power of inflection to change the meaning of words that gave rise to the old saying, "It's not so much what is said, but how it is said." Madame Jason, a commentator on Shakespeare, gave us a striking example of the effect of inflection in her portrayal of Lady Macbeth. Madame Cedos successively adopted 3 different intonations to pronounce the words "we fable." First, a quick and contemptuous question, "We fable?" Then, with an accent of admiration, "We fable." Finally, an accent of indignant amazement that placed the main emphasis on the word "we fable." Finally, she settled on what I am convinced is the true reading, "We have failed," with a simple period, modulating her voice to a deep, low, and resolute tone that immediately cuts through the question, as if she had said, "If we have failed, then we have failed, and it's all over." This element, the most expressive of our speech, is the last to master for achieving naturalness in speaking a foreign language, and its correct use is the main element for natural and flexible pronunciation of our native language. Without varied inflections, speech becomes monotonous. There are only 2 types of inflection, rising and falling, but these 2 can be nuanced or combined in such a way that they are capable of producing as many variations of modulation as they can be illustrated by 1 or 2 straight or curved lines. Thus, sharp ascent, long ascent, level, long decline, sharp ascent and decline, decline and sharp ascent, undulating, etc. These variations can be varied indefinitely and simply serve to illustrate the wide variety of combinations that can be made with these 2 simple inflections of the voice. It is impossible to enumerate the different inflections that serve to express different nuances of thought and feeling. Here are some suggestions, along with many exercises to practice. But the only real way to master inflection is to observe, experiment, and practice. For example, take the common phrase, "Oh, that's nice." Note how a rising inflection can express a slight praise or polite doubt or an uncertain opinion. Then observe how the same word spoken with a generally falling inflection can signify certainty, or voluntary approval or enthusiastic praise, etc. In general, we find that a rising inflection of the voice will suggest doubt and uncertainty, while a resolutely falling inflection will suggest that you are sure of your ground. Students do not like to be told that their speeches are not badly pronounced with a rising inflection. Pronouncing these words with a long, falling inflection would firmly endorse the speech. Say goodbye to an imaginary person you hope to see again tomorrow after a dear friend whom you do not expect to see again. Note the difference in inflection when a frivolous woman says, "I had a great time," at the end of a formal tea. The inflection is entirely different from that of the same words spoken between lovers who enjoyed themselves. Repeat this with both characters and observe the difference. Pronounce the following 2 selections seriously and observe how the inflections differ from the previous ones. Then read these selections lightly and superficially, noting that the change in attitude is expressed by a change in inflection. When I read a sublime fact from Plutarch or a selfless act in a line of poetry, I do not shudder under a heroic legend. It is no longer a fairy tale. I have seen it equaled. The feeling is deeper than any thought, and the soul can never teach what it itself has learned. It must be perfectly clear that inflection mainly refers to subtle and delicate nuances within individual words and is realized in no way through a general rise or fall of the voice while pronouncing a phrase. However, some phrases can be pronounced effectively with this type of inflection. Try this sentence in different ways without modulating until the last 2 syllables, as indicated. Now try this sentence by emphasizing the important words to give them different nuances. The first forms illustrated above show the change in tone within a single word. The forms you will develop should show several such inflections throughout the sentence. And yet I told them indistinctly. One must be careful not to overdo it, as excessive modulation produces an unpleasant effect of artificiality, like a mature matron trying to be a cat. There is a very short step between true expression and involuntary burlesque. Examine your own tones. Take a single expression such as "oh, I see" or "indeed," and through patient self-examination, see how many nuances of meaning can be expressed by modulation. This type of common sense practice will serve you more than a rule book, but don't forget to listen to your own voice. Define the following terms in your own words: cadence, modulation, inflection, and accent. Name 5 ways to break monotony and gain effectiveness in speech. What mindsets are indicated by downward inflection? Make a list as complete as possible. Do the same with upward inflection. How is the voice modulated to express A. Surprise, B. Shame, C. Hatred, D. Formality, E. Emotion. Reread a sentence several times. And using different inflections, change the meaning with each reading. Observe the inflections used in a speech or conversation. Were they the best to use to highlight meaning, critique, and illustration? Repeat the following passages. He played the knight, he did it completely, and God said, "Let there be light," and there was light. Invent an indirect question and show how it is naturally inflected. A direct question always requires an upward inflection. Illustrate. Illustrate how the complete end of an expression or speech is indicated by inflection. Do the same for an incomplete idea. Illustrate A. Trembling, B. Hesitation, and C. Doubt through inflection. Show how contrast can be expressed. Try the effects of upward and downward inflections on the italicized words in the following sentences, and indicate your preference. A. Ah, señor, estoy persuadido, es más, estoy decidido a hablar. B. Se siembra un cuerpo natural, se resucita un cuerpo espiritual. Chapter 8. Concentration in delivery. Attention is the microscope of the mental eye. Its power can be high or low, its field of vision narrow or wide. When high power is used, attention is in very confined limits, but its action is extremely intense and absorbing. It sees only a few things, but these few are observed in detail. Mental energy and activity, whether of perception or thought, thus concentrated, act like the rays of the sun concentrated by burning glass. The object is illuminated, warmed, ignited. The impressions are so deep that they can never be erased. This type of attention is the main condition for the most productive mental work. Daniel Putman, Psychology. Try rubbing the top of your head up and down while tapping your chest. Unless your coordination ability is well developed, this will seem confusing, even impossible. The brain needs special training to be able to do two or more things effectively at the same time. It may seem that there is a hair's breadth between your northeast and northwest corner, but some psychologists argue that no brain can think two distinct thoughts absolutely simultaneously. What seems simultaneous is actually a very rapid switching from the first thought to the second, and vice versa. As in the previously mentioned experiment, attention can shift from one hand to the other until either movement becomes partially or completely automatic. Regardless of the psychological truth of this claim, it is undeniable that the mind significantly loses control of one idea when attention is firmly directed towards a second or third idea. A common and detrimental flaw in public speakers is that they try to think about the next sentence while continuing to utter the first, resulting in a loss of concentration. Consequently, they start sentences with strength and finish with weakness. In a well-prepared written speech, the emphatic word is generally at the end of the sentence, but an emphatic word requires emphatic expression. And this is precisely what is not achieved when concentration weakens by jumping too soon to what will be said next. Concentrate all your mental energies on the current sentence. Remember that your audience's mind follows yours very closely, and if it shifts its attention from what you are saying to what you are going to say, your audience will also withdraw theirs. They may not do it consciously and deliberately, but they will surely stop giving importance to things that you yourself disdain. It is fatal for the actor or speaker to cross their bridges too quickly. Of course, this does not mean that during the natural pauses in your speech you should not quickly glance ahead. It is as important as looking ahead while driving a car. Caution is different. While you are saying a sentence, do not think about the next one. Let it arise from its own source within you. One cannot launch an attack without concentrated force. It is what creates the explosion in preparation. Accumulate and concentrate thought and feeling during pauses in the speech. Glance quickly ahead and prepare for an effective attack. During the actual moments of speech, speak, do not anticipate. If you divide your attention, you divide your power. This issue of the inner man's effect on the outer has more to be said here, particularly regarding concentration. What does my Lord Hamlet read? Polonius replied, "Words, words, words." It is an age-old problem. The mechanical appeal of words is not expression. Have you ever noticed how a memorized speech often sounds hollow? We have heard the mechanical and disconcerting cadence of ineffective actors, lawyers, and preachers. Their problem is mental. They do not think concentrically about the thoughts that make words come out with sincerity and conviction, but merely utter the sounds of words mechanically. It is a painful experience for both the audience and the speaker. A parrot is just as eloquent. Again, Shakespeare instructs us, this time in the dishonest prayer of the king. Hamlet's brother laments poignantly, "My words fly up, my thoughts remain below. Words without thoughts never go to heaven." The truth is that, as a speaker, your words must be reborn each time they are spoken, so they do not suffer in their delivery. Even if they have been necessarily memorized and repeated, like Dr. Russell Acres' lecture on diamonds 5,000 times, such speeches lose nothing with repetition because they emerge from deep thought and feeling, not from a mere need to say something, which often means anything and amounts to nothing if the underlying thought is warm, fresh, spontaneous, a part of your being. Your expression will have breath and life. Words are just a result. Do not try to achieve the result without stimulating the cause. What is the use of willpower? It must concentrate by subtly withdrawing its attention from everything else. If you focus your thoughts on a pain that troubles you, that pain will become more intense. Count your blessings and they will multiply. Center your thoughts on your serves and your tennis game will gradually improve. Simply focus on one thing, without paying attention to anything else. If you find you cannot do this, it means something is not working. Address that first, eliminate the cause, and the symptom will disappear. Read the chapter on willpower, cultivate your will by desiring it, and then by acting. At all costs, concentrate, and you will succeed. Chapter 9. Strength. However, it is wise to be cautious. Indifference certainly does not produce anguish. Hasty enthusiasm in good society is nothing but moral intoxication. Byron, Don Juan. You have attended plays that seemed right but did not move or captivate you in theatrical language. They failed to reach, meaning their message did not surpass the footlights of the audience. There was no punch, no zing. They lacked force. Of course, this spells disaster in capital letters, not only in a stage production but in any platform effort. Any such presentation exists solely for the audience. If it fails to impact them and the expression is good, it has no excuse to live. It will not survive long. What is strength? Some of our most obvious words reveal secret meanings under close scrutiny, and this is one. To begin with, we must recognize the distinction between inner and outer strength. One is the cause, the other the effect. The former is spiritual, the latter physical. In this important aspect, animated strength differs from inanimate strength. Human strength, which comes from within and expresses outward, is of a different type than the strength of Shimose powder, which waits for some external influence to explode. Regardless of external stimuli, the true source of power in a person lies within themselves. This may seem like simple psychology, but it has an intensely practical relationship with the art of oratory, as we will see later. We must not only identify the difference between human strength and mere physical force, but we must also confuse its true essence with certain things that may or may not accompany it. For example, noise is not strength. Although strength is sometimes accompanied by noise, mere roaring has never made a good speech. But there are moments, not minutes, when the strength of the voice can be used with enormous effect. Violent movement is not strength either, but strength can lead to violent movement. Hamlet advised actors, "Do not saw the air too much with your hand, but use it gently. For in the same torrent and, how shall I say, whirlwind of your passion, you must acquire and maintain a temperance that gives it smoothness. Oh, it offends me to the soul. Or go to a sturdy companion and shred a passion into tatters, into rags, very much to split the ears of the groundlings, who for the most part are capable of nothing but a dumb show and noise. I would have such a fellow whipped for o'erdoing Termagant, for o'erdoing Herod. Pray you, avoid it. Do not too much your own, but let your discretion be your tutor. Suit the action to the word to the action, with this special respect, that you o'erstep not the modesty of nature. For anything so overdone is from the purpose of playing, whose end, both at the first and now, was and is to hold, as 'twere, the mirror up to nature, to show virtue her own feature, scorn her own image, and the very age and body of the time his form and pressure. Well, anything done in excess or late, though it may make the inexperienced laugh, can only make the wise suffer, whose censure, according to your opinion, should surpass a whole theatre of others. Oh, there are actors I have seen perform and whom I have heard others praise, and this in a very high degree, not to speak profanely, without having the accent of Christians or the manner of walk of pagan Christians, or men strutting and boasting so much that I thought some of nature's workmen had made men, but had not made them well, imitating humanity so abominably. Strength is both cause and effect. The inner strength that must emanate outward is a combination of four elements that act progressively. First, strength emerges from conviction. You must be convinced of the truth, importance, or meaning of what you are about to say before you can express it with force. You must be firmly anchored in your convictions before you can captivate your audience. Conviction convinces, as noted in the Saturday Post article about TR, and Winston Spencer Churchill attributed much of the success of Schwarzschild and Roosevelt in public speaking to their impactful speeches. No matter what they hold in their hands, these men make themselves believe at that moment that this thing is the most important thing on earth. This is how they address their audiences. It is this kind of speech that prevails, and it is this virile, mitigating, and aggressive attitude that distinguishes and sustains the careers of great leaders. But let us examine the origins of inner strength more closely. How does conviction affect the person who feels it? We have answered the question within the question itself. Conviction produces emotional tension. Look at images of Theodore Roosevelt and Bill Sunday in action. Action is the key word. Observe the tension in their jaw muscles, the taut lines of the tendons throughout their bodies as they reach a peak of strength. Moral and physical strength resemble each other in that they are preceded and accompanied by the tension of the power chords. It is this tension of the bowstring, this muscle contraction before the leap, that makes the audience almost see the speaker's reserve of energy in a truly wonderful way. It is rather what a speaker does not say or do that reveals the dynamo they carry within. Anything can come from this accumulated strength once released, and this is what keeps the audience attentive, waiting for the speaker's next words. After all, it is a matter of virility. For a stuffed toy has neither conviction nor emotional tension if it is filled with sawdust. Step away from the podium, for your own speech will sting you. From this conviction, this tension, arises the determination to share this conviction, this tension. Purpose is the backbone of strength. Without it, the speech is flabby, perhaps brilliant, but it is the iridescence of a jellyfish without spines. You must maintain your determination if you want to keep your audience engaged. Finally, all this conviction, this tension, this purpose is lifeless and useless if it is not translated into propulsion. Remember how John, in his wonderful Nocturnal Thoughts, compares the man who impels his prudent purpose to resolve, and resolve again, and then dies in the same manner. Do not let your strength die at birth. Bring it to full life in your conviction, your emotional tension, your resolution, and your propulsion power. Strength can be acquired, yes, if the acquirer possesses one of the capacities we have just outlined. The way to acquire this vital factor is suggested in its own analysis. Live with the subject until you are convinced of its importance. If your message does not put you under tension by itself, draw it out. When a man is faced with the necessity of jumping over a crack, he does not wait for inspiration but tenses his muscles for the jump. It is not without reason that our English language uses the same word to describe both a powerful but delicate steel device and a quick leap into the air. Then resolve and let everything end with a real impact. It is worth reiterating this truth. The inner man is the final factor. He must provide the fuel. The audience or even the man himself can add the match. It does not matter which, as long as there is fire, but very skillfully built by his engine. No matter how well it operates, it will have no strength if the fire has gone out under the boiler. No matter how well you have mastered balance, pause, modulation, and tempo, if your speech lacks fire, it is dead. Neither a dead engine nor a dead speech will bring anyone back. There are 4 factors of strength that can be controlled and acquired: ideas, feeling on the subject, writing, and delivery. Each of these is more or less analyzed in depth in this volume, except for writing, which truly requires more extensive rhetorical study than can be attempted here. However, it is of utmost importance that you understand precisely how writing affects the strength of a sentence. Study the Working Principles of Rhetoric by John Franklin Genung, or the Rhetorical Treatises by Adam Sherman Hill, Baldwin, or any other whose names can be easily learned from any professor. Saxon words are often more impactful than relativistic words. For strength, use wars against rather than militancy against. Specific words are stronger than general words. Precise is more definitive than vague. Connotative words, though suggesting more than they state, have more power than ordinary words. To be married off expresses more than to marry. Epithets, figurative descriptive words, are more effective than direct nouns, saying that old fox has more bite than that old clever one. Onomatopoeic words, those that convey meaning through sound, are more powerful than other words. Crash is more effective than cataclysm. Remove modifiers, eliminate connectors, start with words that demand attention, end with words that deserve to be distinguished. Professor Barrett Wender says, place strong ideas before weaker ones to gain strength through contrast. Avoid elaborate sentence structures. Short sentences are stronger than long ones. Eliminate all unnecessary words to emphasize the truly important words. Let each sentence be a condensed battering ram, balanced until its final impact on attention. A familiar and domestic language, if not worn by use, is more effective than a highly formal and academic expression. Consider the relative value of different positions in the sentence to give more prominence to the ideas you wish to highlight. But someone says, isn't it more honest to rely on the inherent interest in a subject, its native truth, the clarity and sincerity of the presentation, and the beauty of expression to win over the audience? Why not find people rather than capture them by assault? Why use force? There is much truth in this appeal, but it is not the whole truth. Clarity, persuasion, beauty, and the simple exposition of truth are all essential. In fact, they are all defined parts of a convincing presentation of a subject, though they are not the only parts. Strong meat may not be as appealing as ice cream, but it all depends on the appetite and the stage of the meal. You cannot convey an aggressive message with gentle touches. It should be delivered with hard and swift blows to the solar plexus. You cannot strike fire with a flint or an audience with love taps. Tell a crowded theater nonchalantly, "It seems to me that the house is on fire," and your announcement might be met with laughter. If you say, "The house is on fire," they will rush to the exits. The spirit and language of force are definitive with conviction. No immortal speech in literature contains expressions like, "It seems to me," "I must judge," "In my opinion," "I suppose," "maybe." The speeches that endure have been delivered by men who burned with the strength of their convictions, who spoke their words as an eternal truth. It was said of Jesus that ordinary people willingly listened to him because he taught as one who had authority. An audience will never be moved by what you think is the truth, or what, in your humble opinion, may be. If you can honestly affirm your convictions as your conclusions, make sure you are right before delivering your speech, then speak your thoughts as if they were a Gibraltar of unassailable truths. Pronounce them with the iron hand and confidence of a Cromwell. Affirm them with the fire of authority. Pronounce them like an ultimatum. If you cannot speak with conviction, remain silent. What strength did that young minister have who, fearing being too dogmatic, thus exhorted his listeners? My friends, as I suppose you are, it seems to me that it is my duty to tell you that if you do not repent, so to speak, abandon your sins and return to righteousness, if one may say so, you will be lost in some way. A speech must reflect the times. This is not an era of sweetness, and a tepid, unenthusiastic speech will not win approval. This is the age of the hammering power of land express trains, passing under cities and through mountain tunnels, and you must infuse this spirit into your speech if you wish to move a popular audience. From a first-class seat, one listens to a top-notch company present a modern Broadway drama, not a comedy, but a thrilling and moving drama. Do not let yourself be absorbed by the story. Reserve all your attention for the technique and strength of the performance. There is a blow and a shock, as well as an infinitely subtle intensity in great climactic speeches that suggest this lesson. The same well-calculated, contained, and delicately nuanced force would simply anchor your ideas in the minds of your audience. An airgun will make a pellet tinkle against a window pane, but a rifle is needed to send a bullet through the glass and oak walls beyond. When to use force. An audience is not like the kingdom of heaven. The violent do not always prevail by force. There are times when beauty and serenity must be the only bells of your chime. Force is just one of the great extremes of contrast. Do not use this force nor calm expression to exclude other tonalities. Be varied, and in the variety, find an even greater strength than you could achieve by trying to use it constantly. If you are reading an essay on the beauties of dawn, discussing the delicate bloom of honeysuckle, or explaining the mechanism of a gas engine, a vigorous style is totally inappropriate. But when you appeal to will and conscience to act immediately, energetic delivery prevails. In these cases, consider your audience's minds as so many safes that have been locked and whose combinations have been lost. Do not try to guess the combinations. Pour a bit of nitroglycerin into the cracks and light the fuse. While these lines are written, a contractor downstairs is using dynamite to remove rocks and lay the foundation for a large building. When you wish to take action, do not be afraid to use dynamite. The final argument for the effectiveness of force in public speaking is the fact that everything must be amplified for the needs of the podium. That is why these speeches do not read well in the next morning's reports. The statements seem coarse and exaggerated because they are not accompanied by the energetic delivery of a brilliant speaker before an enthusiastic audience. Therefore, when preparing your speech, do not err on the side of soft statements. Your audience will inevitably temper your words in the cold grey of subsequent reflection. When Phidias was criticized for the coarse and bold outlines of a figure he had presented at a competition, he smiled and requested that his statue and his rivals be placed on the column designated for the sculpture. Once this was done, all the exaggerations and coarseness, softened by distance, merged into an exquisite grace of lines and forms. Each speech should be a special study in education and proportion. Omit the thunder of delivery if you wish, but like Wendell Phillips, place a silent lightning bolt in your speech. Make your thoughts breathe and your words burn. Emerson said, "Write like an electric cat that emits sparks and discharges in every sentence." Go and speak in the same way. Insert the great stick into your speech. Be impactful. Questions and exercises. Illustrate by memorizing and repeating a sentence what it means to use force in speaking. In your opinion, which is the most important of the technical principles of oratory that you have studied so far, and why? What is the effect of too much force in a speech? Of too little? Note a dull conversation or ineffective speech and explain why it failed. Suggest how it could be improved. Why must speeches be delivered with more force than conversations? Reread several times, doing your best to achieve force. Write a 5-minute speech, where you discuss not only the mistakes of those who exaggerate and those who minimize the use of force, but also imitate their weaknesses. Do not mock, but closely imitate. List 10 topics for public speeches and indicate which are most likely to require frequent use of force in their delivery. In your opinion, do speakers tend to make mistakes by using too much or too little force? Explain how the preceding words describe the weaknesses of public speaking. Chapter 10. Feeling and Enthusiasm. Enthusiasm is that secret and harmonious spirit that hovers over the production of genius. Isaac Disraeli. If you are addressing a group of scientists on a subject like the veins of a butterfly's wings or the structure of roads, your topic will naturally evoke little emotion, either in yourself or in your audience. These are purely intellectual subjects, but if you want men to vote for a measure that would abolish child labor, or if you want to inspire them to take up arms for freedom, you must appeal directly to their emotions. We lie in plush beds, sit by the radiator on a cold day, eat cherry pie and devote our attention to a person of the opposite sex, not because we reason that it is the right thing to do, but because we feel it. Thus no one except a dyspeptic chooses their diet from a chart. Our feelings dictate what we should eat and in general how we should act. Man is an animal of feelings, so the public speaker's ability to spur men to action depends almost entirely on their ability to touch their emotions. Black mothers who saw their children sold as slaves have delivered some of the most moving speeches in the United States. It is true that the mother had no knowledge of the technique of oratory, but she possessed something greater than any technique, more effective than reason: feeling. The great speeches of the world were not delivered about tariff reductions or postal allowances. The speeches that endure have been charged with emotional force. Prosperity and peace are weak developers of eloquence. When great injustices need to be corrected, when the public heart burns with passion, it is the occasion for a memorable speech. Patrick Henry delivered an immortal speech because, in a time of crisis, he pleaded for freedom. He had awakened to the point where he could honestly and passionately exclaim, "Give me liberty or give me death." His fame would have been different if he had lived today and pleaded for judicial distinction. The power of enthusiasm. Political parties hire bands and pay for applause, arguing that to gain votes, it is more effective to stir up enthusiasm than to reason. How correct they are depends on the audience, but there is no doubt about the contagious nature of enthusiasm. A New York watchmaker tested 2 series of advertisements for watches. One argued the superiority of the watch's construction, craftsmanship, durability, and warranty. The other was titled A Watch to be Proud of, and emphasized the pleasure and pride of owning it. The latter series sold twice as much as the former. A salesman from a locomotive factory told the author that in selling locomotives, emotional appeal was stronger than an argument based on mechanical excellence. Countless examples could be cited to show that in all our actions, we are emotional beings. The speaker who wants to speak effectively must develop the power to evoke feelings. Webster, as a great polemicist, knew that the real secret of an orator's power was emotional. He eloquently said of eloquence, "Emotional passion, intense expression, the pomp of declamation, all may aspire to it, but cannot reach it. It comes, if it comes, like the bursting forth of a spring from the earth, or the eruption of volcanic fires, with spontaneous, original, native force. The graces taught in schools, the costly ornaments, and the studied artifices of speech-jar and disgust men, when their own lives and the fate of their wives, children, and country depend on the decision of the moment. Then words lose their power, rhetoric is vain, and all elaborate oratory is contemptible. Even genius feels repressed and subdued in the presence of superior qualities. Then patriotism is eloquent. Then personal devotion is eloquent, the clear conception that transcends the deductions of logic, the lofty aim, the firm resolution, the fearless spirit that speaks in the language, that illuminates the eyes, that informs every feature and drives the whole man forward to his subject. That is eloquence, or rather it is something greater and higher than any eloquence, this noble, sublime, divine action. When I was traveling in the Northeast some time ago, one of the writers present was strolling through the streets of a city after dinner and observed a crowd listening to a charlatan speaking from a merchandise crate at a street corner. Remembering Emerson's advice to learn something from every person we meet, the observer stopped to listen to the appeal of this speaker. He was selling a hair tonic he claimed to have discovered in Arizona. He took off his hat to show what the remedy had done for him, washed his face to show it was as harmless as water, and extolled its merits so enthusiastically that dollars rained down on him. After providing the hair tonic to the public, he asked why a greater proportion of men than women were bald. No one knew. He explained that it was because women wear shoes with thin soles, thereby establishing a good electrical connection with Mother Earth, while men wear shoes with thick, dry soles that do not transmit the Earth's electricity to the body. Men's hair, lacking adequate electrical nourishment, died and fell out. Of course, he had a remedy, a small copper plate to be nailed to the sole of the shoe. He described, in enthusiastic and vivid terms, the benefit of escaping baldness and praised his copper plates. As strange as it may sound when recounting the story afterward, the speaker's enthusiasm had carried his audience with him, and they swarmed around his stand with $4 bills in hand, eager to possess these magical plates. Emerson's suggestion had been well taken. The observer had once again seen the wonderful and persuasive power of enthusiasm. Enthusiasm has sent millions of people on crusades to the Holy Land to free it from the Saracens. Enthusiasm plunged Europe into a 30 years war for religion. Enthusiasm sent 3 small boats to sail the unknown seas to the shores of a new world. When Napoleon's army was exhausted and discouraged on their descent from the Alps, the Little Corporal stopped them and ordered the bands to play La Marseillaise. Under these stirring chords they had no choice but to listen. Emerson said, "Nothing great was ever accomplished without enthusiasm." Carlyle declared that every great movement in the annals of history has been the triumph of enthusiasm. It is contagious, like measles. Eloquence is half inspiration. Carry your audience with you in a pulse of enthusiasm. Let yourself be carried away. Oliver Cromwell said that a man never rises so high as when he does not know where he is going. How can we acquire and develop enthusiasm? You can't put it on like a tuxedo. A book can't provide it. It's a growth, an effect. But an effect of what? Let's see. Emerson wrote, "A painter told me that no one can draw a tree without somehow becoming a tree, or draw a child by merely studying the outlines of its form, but by observing for a while its movements and play. The painter then enters into its nature and can draw it at will in all attitudes." Thus, Rosa Bonheur entered into the most intimate nature of her sheep. I knew a draftsman employed in a public inquiry who discovered that he could not draw rocks until he was taught their geological structure. When Sarah Bernhardt was performing a challenging role, she often spoke to no one from 4 p.m. until after the performance. From 4 p.m. on, she lived her character. It is said that Wood did not allow anyone to speak to him between acts of his Shakespearean roles, because then he was Macbeth. Dante, exiled from his dear Florence and sentenced to death, lived in caves, half-starved. Then Dante poured his heart into the Divine Comedy. Bunyan entered so deeply into the spirit of his Pilgrim's Progress that he fell to the floor of Bedford Prison and wept with joy. Turner, who lived in an attic, would rise before dawn and walk 9 miles over the hills to see the sunrise over the ocean in order to capture the spirit of its wonderful beauty. Wendell Phillips's speeches were full of silent lightning because he carried in his heart the pain of 5 million slaves. There is only one way to ensure that feeling is present in your speech, and whatever else you forget, always remember this. You must truly enter into the character you are portraying, the cause you are advocating, the case you are arguing. Enter into it so deeply that it clothes you, captivates you, and completely possesses you. Then, in the true sense of the word, you sympathize with your subject, for your feeling is your own feeling. You resonate with it, and thus your enthusiasm is genuine and contagious. The carpenter who spoke like no man has spoken before delivered words born of a passionate love for humanity. He had entered into humanity and thus became a man. But we should not view the previous words as an easy recipe for decoding a sentiment that can then be distributed to a complacent audience in quantities suited to the moment's needs. Genuine feeling in a speech is the bone and blood of the speech itself, not something that can be added or subtracted at will. In the ideal speech, the speaker and the audience become one, merged by the emotion and thought of the moment. The importance of sympathy for humanity cannot be overemphasized. It is essential that the speaker feels a deep tenderness for human nature. One of Victor Hugo's biographers attributes his power as a speaker and writer to his vast sympathies and deep religious feelings. Recently, we saw the editor of Colors Weekly talk about writing news, and he often emphasized the necessity of this deep love for humanity, this truly religious feeling, to the point of apologizing twice for delivering a sermon. Few, if any, of the immortal speeches were delivered for a selfish or narrow cause. They were born from a passionate desire to help humanity. Examples include Paul's speech to the Athenians on Mars Hill, Lincoln's Gettysburg Address, the Sermon on the Mount, and Henry's speech before the Virginia Convention of Delegates. The seal and sign of greatness is the desire to serve others. Self-preservation is the first law of life, but self-denial is the first law of greatness and art. Selfishness is the fundamental cause of all sin, and it is what all great religions and worthy philosophies have attacked. True speeches that move humanity are born from a heart full of sympathy and sincere love. Former U.S. Senator Albert J. Beveridge, in an introduction to the volumes of Modern Eloquence, says, "The deepest sentiment among the masses, the most influential element in their character, is the religious element. It is as instinctive and elemental as the law of self-preservation. It shapes all the intellect and personality of the people, and he who wishes to significantly influence the people by expressing their unformed thoughts must have that great and unanalyzable bond of sympathy with them." When the men of Ulster armed themselves to oppose the adoption of the Home Rule Act, one of the current writers assigned 100 men the topic of Home Rule for a speech they were to prepare. Among this group were brilliant speakers, several of whom were experienced lawyers and political activists. Some of their speeches showed remarkable knowledge and understanding of the subject, while others were adorned with the most appealing phrases. But a lowly office worker with little education or experience stood up and recounted how he had spent his childhood days in Ulster, how his mother, while he was on her lap, had told him the exploits of the men of Ulster. He spoke of a painting in his uncle's house showing the men of Ulster conquering a tyrant and marching toward victory. His voice trembled, and raising one hand to the sky, he declared that if the men of Ulster went to war, they would not go alone. A great God would go with them. His speech moved and electrified the audience, and we are still moved when we remember it. Grandiloquent phrases, historical knowledge, and the philosophical treatment of great orators failed to generate deep interest, while the conviction and authentic feeling of the modest office worker, when speaking about a subject close to his heart, not only electrified his audience, but also won their personal sympathy for the cause he was advocating. As Webster said, it is useless to feign sympathy or feelings. One cannot do it successfully. Nature always reveals reality. What is false is quickly detected as such. The thoughts and feelings that create and shape the speech in the studio must be reborn when the speech is delivered from the podium. Do not let your words say one thing while your voice and attitude say another. There is no place here for lackluster and careless presentation methods. Sincerity is the soul of eloquence. Carlyle was right. Neither Mirabeau, nor Napoleon, nor Burns, nor Cromwell, nor any man fit to do anything, if he does not first really do it, is what I call a sincere man. I would say that sincerity, a great, deep, and authentic sincerity, is the first characteristic of all men who are somewhat heroic. Not the sincerity that proclaims itself sincere. Oh no, that's a very poor affair indeed. A superficial and self-conscious sincerity, often the most self-conceived. Mainly, the sincerity of the great man is of the type that cannot speak of what he is not aware of. Questions and exercises. Convincing an aspiring speaker to put feeling into his speech is one thing, but it is very different when the average speaker must do it. He must let himself be carried away and constantly suppress his emotions. When enough feeling is put into speeches, they seem exaggerated unless one is an experienced speaker. They will sound too loud if one is not used to enlarging oneself for the platform or stage, as the representation of emotions must be amplified for public delivery. Regarding the relative values of thought and feeling in a speech, it depends on the context and content of the speech itself. Could we do without one or the other? What type of selections or occasions require a lot of feeling and enthusiasm? Which require little? Invent a list of 10 speech topics indicating which would emphasize pure thought more and which would emphasize feeling. Prepare and deliver a 10-minute speech condemning the insensitive pleading of a lawyer in an imaginary trial, whether the defense or prosecution attorney, and whether the defendant is considered guilty or innocent according to your choice, is feeling more important than the technical principles outlined in chapters 3 to 7. Why? Analyze the secret of the effectiveness of certain speeches or speakers. What accounts for their success? Provide an example from your own observation of the effect of feeling and enthusiasm on audiences. Memorize Carlyle's and Emerson's comments on enthusiasm. Repeat with all the feeling that these choices demand. What is the result? What steps do you plan to take to develop the power of enthusiasm and feeling in speaking? Write and deliver a 5-minute speech ridiculing a speaker who uses grandiloquence, pomposity, and excessive enthusiasm, mimicking Chapter 11, Fluidity through Preparation. Carolina del Sur said, "In all matters, diligent preparation is the key to success." Cicero said, "Before beginning, diligent preparation must be made." Take your dictionary and look up words containing the Latin root gripe. The results will be suggestive. At first glance, one might think that fluency consists of easy and rapid use of words, but that is not the case. Fluency in speech is much more. It is a composite effect in which each of its prerequisites deserves particular attention. The sources of fluency. In general terms, fluency is almost entirely a matter of preparation. Certainly natural gifts play an important role here, as in any art, but even natural ease depends on the same laws of preparation that apply to the person presumed to be untalented by birth. This should encourage those who, like Moses, are inclined to complain about not being a prepared speaker. Has he ever taken the time to analyze that expression, a prepared speaker? Disposition is a primary sense. It is preparation, and those who are better prepared are more disposed. The speed of the shot depends more on the alert finger than on the trigger. Your fluency will be directly related to two important conditions: your knowledge of what you are going to say and your habit of sharing what you know with an audience. This leads us to the second major element of fluency, the ease that comes from practice, which we will discuss later. Knowledge is essential. Mr. Bryan is a very fluent speaker when talking about political issues, contemporary trends, and moral questions. However, it can be assumed that he would not be as fluent speaking about the wildlife of the Florida Everglades. Mr. John Burroughs might excel on the latter topic, but be completely lost when talking about international law. Do not expect to speak fluently on a topic about which you have little or no knowledge. Thesis: Fonte boasted of being able to speak all day, a sin in itself on any subject suggested by the audience. He was exiled by the Spartans. But preparation goes beyond obtaining the facts in the case to be presented. It also includes the ability to think and organize one's thoughts, a complete and precise vocabulary, an easy manner of speaking and breathing, the absence of self-consciousness, and the many other characteristics of effective performance that have been given particular attention elsewhere in this book, but not in this chapter. Speaker. If your mind is on your gesture, their minds will be too. If your interest is on the quality of your voice, they will focus on that and not on what your voice expresses. Undoubtedly, you have been advised to forget everything except your subject. This advice is either too much or too little. The truth is that while you are on the podium, you should not forget many things that are not in your subject, but you should not think about them. Your attention should consciously go only to your message, but unconsciously you will attend to points of technique that have become more or less habitual through practice. A good balance between these two types of attention is important. You cannot escape this law any more than you can live without air. Your gestures on the platform, your voice, your inflection will be as good as habit makes them. Even thinking about whether you are speaking fluently will spoil the flow of your speech. Return to the initial chapter on self-confidence and reapply its precepts. Learn through rules to speak without thinking about the rules. It is not necessary, nor should you, stop to think about how to correctly say the alphabet. In fact, it is slightly more difficult for you to repeat Z and X than to say X and Z. Habit has established the order. In the same way, you must master the laws of effectiveness in speaking until it becomes second nature for you to speak correctly and no other way. A beginner at the piano has many problems with the mechanics of playing, but over time, their fingers train and almost instinctively traverse the keys correctly. As an inexperienced speaker at first, you will find many difficulties in applying the principles, as you will be as frightened as the young swimmer and will make some awkward strokes, but if you persevere, you will overcome them. In summary, the vocabulary you have expanded through study, the ease of speech you have developed through practice, the economy of your studied emphasis, all will come unconsciously to your aid. Then, the habits you have formed will yield a splendid dividend. The fluency of your speech will be the speed of flow that your practice has made habitual. But this means work. What good habit does not require it? One has never found a philosopher's stone to replace laborious practice. If one were found, it would be rejected as it would kill our greatest joy, the pleasure of acquisition. If speaking in public means for you a fuller life, you will know no greater happiness than a well-delivered speech. The time you have devoted to gathering ideas and practicing the art of oratory privately will be richly rewarded. Questions and exercises. What advantages does a fluent speaker have over a hesitant speaker? What influences, both internal and external to the speaker, work against fluency? Select a topic from the newspaper for a speech and deliver a 3-minute speech on that topic. Let the words flow freely and the sentences come rhythmically. Practice with the same topic until you achieve fluency. Choose a familiar topic and test your fluency by speaking about it spontaneously. Take one of the following sentiments and build a brief speech starting with the last word of the phrase. The machine has created a new economic world. The Socialist Party is a hard worker for peace. He was a broken and dejected man when he came out of prison. War must give way to world arbitration. Unions demand a fairer distribution of wealth created by labor. Choose one of the following quotes and give a 5-minute speech on the subject without stopping to prepare. The first attempts may be very weak, but if you want speed at the typewriter, a 100-yard race record or ease of speech, you must practice, practice and practice. There is more faith in honest doubt, believe me, than in half the creeds. Tennyson, In Memoriam. Anyhow, it seems to me that only goodness is noble. Kind hearts are worth more than crowns, and simple faith that blood cannot command. Tennyson, Lady Clara Vere de Vere. It is distance that gives charm to the view, and dresses the mountain in its blue tone. Campbell, Pleasures of Hope. His best companions are innocence and health, and his best wealth, ignorance of wealth. Goldsmith, The Deserted Village. Beware of desperate steps, the darkest day, wait for tomorrow, it will have passed. Cooper, The Spy. My country is the world, and my religion is to do good. Paine, Rights of Man. Commerce can help society expand, but it attracts the pirate and corrupts the friend. It supports a nation through exercise, but buys a senate, and the land is betrayed. Pope, Moral Essays. Oh God, that men should put an enemy in their mouth to steal away their brains. Shakespeare, Othello. No matter how narrow the gate, how charged with punishments the scroll, I am the master of my fate. I am the captain of my soul. Henley, Invictus. The world is so full of things, I'm sure we should all be as happy as kings. Stevenson, A Child's Garden of Verse. If your morality is bleak, be sure it is wrong. Stevenson, Essays. Every advantage has its tax. I learn to be content. Emerson, Essays. Give a 2-minute speech on one of the following topics. You will find that your ideas will come easily if you define your topic by taking a specific phrase from it. For example, instead of attempting to speak about law in general, take the proposition, "The poor cannot afford to sue," or instead of dwelling on leisure, show how modern speed creates more leisure. In this way, the list of topics can be indefinitely expanded. General topics: law, politics, women's suffrage, initiative and referendum, a larger army, war, peace and foreign immigration, alcohol trafficking, unions, strikes, socialism, single tax, pricing and honesty, courage and hope, love, mercy, kindness and justice, progress, machinery and invention, wealth, poverty, agriculture, science, surgery and haste, leisure, happiness, health, business, America, Far East, fines, colleges, sports, marriage, divorce, child labor, education, books, theater, literature, electricity, success and failure, public speaking, ideals and conversation. The most dramatic moment of my life, my happiest days and things worth having, what I hope to achieve and my greatest desire, what I would do with $1 million, the progress of humanity, our greatest need. Chapter 12, The Voice. There is something in this voice that reaches the innermost recesses of my mind. Longfellow, Christus. A dramatic critic for the London Times once said that interpretation is composed 9/10 of voice work. Setting aside the message, the same can be said of eloquence. A rich and well-managed voice is the greatest physical factor in persuasion and power, often surpassing the effects of reason. But a good voice, well managed, is not only an effective asset for the professional speaker, it is also a mark of personal culture and even a clear commercial asset. Gladstone, who possessed a deep and musical voice, said that 90 out of 100 men in the most frequented professions will probably never rise above mediocrity because voice training is completely neglected and considered unimportant. These are words worth considering. There are 3 fundamental requirements for having a good voice. Ease. Mr. Bonci of the Metropolitan Opera Company says that the secret of a good voice is relaxation, and this is true because relaxation is the foundation of ease. The airwaves that produce the voice result in a different type of tone when they strike relaxed muscles compared to when they strike contracted muscles. Check it yourself. Contract the muscles of your face and throat as you would when you dislike someone and shout, "I hate you." Now relax as you would when you have tender and affectionate thoughts and say, "I love you." How different the voice sounds. When practicing voice exercises and speaking, never force your tones. Ease should be your watchword. The voice is a delicate instrument and should not be handled with a hammer and tongs. Do not make your voice work. Let it work. Do not labor. Let the yoke of the word be easy and its burden light. The throat should be free of tension during speech, so muscle contraction must be avoided. The throat should act like a sort of chimney or funnel for the voice, so any unnatural constriction will not only damage your tones, but also harm your health. Nervousness and mental tension are common sources of constriction in the mouth and throat, so strive for the calm and self-confidence we have promoted in the initial chapter. But how can I relax, you may ask? To relax, simply desire to relax. Start by extending your arm from the shoulder, then release all the strength and let it fall naturally. Practice relaxing the throat muscles by letting your neck and head fall forward. Tilt the upper part of your body, using the waist as a pivot. Allow your head to fall and roll as you move your torso into different positions. Do not force your head, just relax the neck and let gravity guide it as the body moves. Then let your head fall forward onto your chest. Raise your head with the jaw hanging loose. Relax until the jaw feels heavy, as if it were a weight suspended from your face. It is crucial to relax the jaw to master it. It must be free and flexible to shape the tone and allow the sound to come out unobstructed. The lips should also be supple to help shape clear and pleasant tones. To loosen the lips, repeat the syllables "mo me." While saying mo, lift the lips to form the shape of the letter O. While saying me, stretch them backward as in a smile. Repeat this exercise quickly to fully exercise the lips. Try the same exercise with another series of sounds. Once this exercise is mastered, the next one will also be excellent for lip flexibility. Memorize these sounds, not the expressions, so you can repeat them quickly. A as in mayo, A as in father, O as in bull, O as in goal, E as in sea, I as in aunt, I as in yes, U as in use, Oi as in boy, Ui as in sauce, I as in hay. All respiratory activity should be centered not on the throat, but on the center of the body. You should breathe with the diaphragm. Observe your breathing while lying on your back, unclothed in bed. You will notice that all the activity focuses around the diaphragm. These exercises are designed to free your voice and allow effortless sound production, thereby improving not only your diction, but also your vocal projection and endurance. By practicing them regularly, you will develop a richer, more controlled voice, better suited to public speaking. This is the natural and correct method of breathing. Through constant vigilance, make it your habitual way, as it will allow you to relax the throat muscles more perfectly. The second fundamental requirement for having a good voice is 2. Openness. If the throat muscles are contracted, the passage of the tone is partially closed and the mouth remains half closed. How can you expect the tone to come out bright and clear, or even come out at all? Sound is a series of waves, and if you make your mouth a prison by keeping the jaws and lips rigid, it will be very difficult for the tone to escape. And even if it does escape, it will lack strength and projection power. Open your mouth wide, relax all the speech organs, and let the tone flow easily. Start by yawning, but instead of yawning, speak with the throat open. Make this feeling of openness a habit while speaking. We say make because it is a matter of determination and practice. If your vocal organs are healthy, your vocal passages may be partially closed by enlarged tonsils or adenoids, or by the enlargement of the nasal turbinates. If this is the case, you should consult a specialist. The nose is an important passage for tone and must remain open and free to achieve perfect tones. What we call nasal speech is not actually speaking through the nose, as can be easily demonstrated by pinching your nose while speaking. If nasal tones trouble you due to growths or swellings in the nasal cavities, a minor painless procedure will remove the obstruction. This is quite important beyond just the voice, as general health will be greatly affected if the lungs are continually deprived of air. The final fundamental requirement for having a good voice is 3. Anticipation. A voice with a tone towards the back of the throat is dark, dull, and unattractive. The tone should be projected forward, but it should not be forced. You will recall that our first exercise concerned ease. Think of the tone moving forward and outward. Imagine it going forward and let it flow easily. You can tell if you are placing your tone forward or not by inhaling deeply and singing A with your mouth wide open, trying to feel the delicate and light sound waves hitting the bony arch of the mouth, just above the front teeth. The sensation is so subtle that you might not detect it immediately, but persist in your practice by always thinking of the tone moving forward, and you will be rewarded by feeling your voice hit the palate. Proper forward placement of the tone will eliminate the dark and guttural tones that are so unpleasant, ineffective, and harmful to the throat. Close your lips while humming, thinking of the tone moving forward. Do you feel it hitting your lips? Hold the palm of your hand in front of your face and say energetically, crash, dash, wild. Can you feel the impact of the front tones against your hand? Practice until you achieve this. Remember, the only way to move your voice forward is to place it forward. How can you develop vocal power? It is not necessary to speak loudly to be heard from a distance. Speaking correctly is sufficient. Edith Mattison's voice carries in a whisper across a large theatre. A piece of paper crossing the stage of a large auditorium can be clearly heard from the farthest seat in the gallery. If you use your voice correctly, you won't have much trouble being heard. Of course, it's always good to direct your speech towards the farthest spectators. If they understand, those closer will not have a problem. But aside from this obvious suggestion, you must adhere to these vocal production laws. Remember to apply the principles of flexibility, openness, and forwardness. These are the primary factors for having your voice heard at a distance. Do not look at the ground while speaking. This habit not only gives the speaker an amateurish appearance, but if the head is tilted forward, the voice will aim toward the floor instead of floating above the audience. The voice is a series of air vibrations. To strengthen it, two things are needed: more air or breath and more vibration. Breath is the foundation of the voice. Just as a ball with little powder will lack power, a voice with little breath will be weak. Deep breathing from the diaphragm will not only give the voice better support, but will also provide a stronger resonance by improving general health. Generally, poor health translates into a weak voice, while an abundance of physical vitality manifests as a strong and vibrant voice. Therefore, anything that improves general vitality is an excellent tonic for the voice, provided it is used correctly. Authorities differ on most hygiene standards, but they all agree on one point: vitality and longevity increase with deep breathing. Practice this until it becomes natural. Every time you speak, breathe deeply, but in a way that the inhalations are silent. Do not try to speak too long without renewing your breath. Nature handles this quite well in conversation, and it will do the same for you on the platform if you do not interfere with your premonitions. A certain successful speaker developed his voice transmission ability by running through fields, practicing his speeches while walking. The vigorous exercise forced him to breathe deeply and developed his lung power. A highly contested game of basketball or tennis is an effective way to practice deep breathing. When these methods are not practical, we recommend the following. Place your hands at your sides at waist level, trying to grasp the waist with your fingers and thumbs. Expel all the air from your lungs. Breathe deeply, remembering that all the activity should be centered in the body's core. Do not raise your shoulders while breathing. The hands will be forced apart. Repeat the exercise by placing your hands on your lower back and pushing them outward while inhaling. Various authorities have proposed many methods for deep breathing. Getting air into the lungs is what is important. The body acts as a resonator for the voice, just as the body of an instrument acts as a resonator for its tones. You can increase your vibrations with practice. Place a finger on your lips and hum the musical scale, thinking and placing the voice forward on the lips. Feel the lips vibrate. After a bit of practice, they will vibrate, giving a tingling sensation. Repeat this exercise by directing the hum toward the nose. Hold the top of the nose between your thumb and index finger and feel the nose vibrating. By placing the palm of your hand on your head, repeat the humming exercise, thinking of the voice up there while you hum in head tones. You should feel the vibration there. Now place the palm of your hand at the back of your head and repeat the previous process, then try it on the chest. Always remember that you need to think of your tone where you wish to feel the vibrations. Simply thinking about any part of your body tends to make it vibrate. Repeat the following after a deep inhalation, trying to feel that all parts of your body are vibrating simultaneously. When you achieve this, you will find it a pleasant sensation. What joy, my merry companions! Come, let us frolic like fairies dancing in the joyful light of the moon. Voice purity. This quality is sometimes destroyed by wasting breath. Carefully control your breathing, using only the amount necessary for producing the tone. Use all that you exhale. If you don't, the result will be a mediocre tone. Take breath like a prodigal, but deliver it like a miser while speaking. Suggestions for the voice. Never try to force your voice when you are hoarse. Don't drink cold water while speaking, as the sudden shock to the warm vocal organs can damage the voice. Avoid making your voice too high-pitched, as it will make it rougher. This is a common mistake. When you find your voice is in too high a register, lower it. Don't just wait until you're on stage to try it. Practice it in your daily conversation. Recite the alphabet starting from A in the lowest scale possible and ascending one note with each successive letter to develop your range. A wide range will give you the ease to make many tonal changes. Do not become accustomed to listening to your voice while speaking. You need your brain to focus on what you are saying. Reserve your observation for private practice. Questions and exercises. What are the main criteria for having a good voice? Explain why each of these is necessary for good vocal production. Provide some exercises for developing these conditions. Why is vocal range desirable? Explain how one can cultivate vocal range. How much daily practice do you estimate is necessary for the proper development of your voice? How can one develop resonance and projection capability? What are your vocal faults? How do you attempt to correct them? Chapter 13, Character of the Voice. A cheerful temperament combined with innocence will make beauty attractive, knowledge charming, and spirit kind-hearted. Joseph Addison. Poe said that the tone of beauty is sadness, but he was clearly thinking of the effect rather than the cause, for sadness rarely produces beauty, which is essentially the province of joy. The exquisite beauty of a sunset is not stimulating, but tends toward a kind of melancholy that is not far from delight. The haunting beauty of deep, soft music has more than a tinge of sadness. The charming minor cadences of birdsong at twilight are almost indifferent. The reason some forms of peaceful beauty affect us with sadness is twofold. Movement is stimulating and produces joy, while tranquility leads to reflection, and reflection, in turn, tends to evoke a tone of wistful nostalgia for what has passed. Secondly, tranquil beauty produces a vague longing for what is relatively inaccessible, but does not stimulate the immense effort required to reach the vaguely desired state or object. For these reasons, we must distinguish between sadness and beauty, joy and beauty. It is true that joy is something deep and internal, encompassing much more than mere gaiety, as it includes a certain active satisfaction of the heart. In this chapter, however, the word will have its optimistic and exuberant connotation. We are now thinking of vivid joy, bright and laughing eyes. Musical and joyful tones constitute the charm of the voice, a subtle magnetism that is delightfully contagious. To the unwary reader, it might seem that taking a scalpel to this alluring quality of the voice would be like dissecting a butterfly's wing and destroying its charm. However, how can we induce an effect if we are unsure of the cause? Nasal resonance produces the clear tones of the voice. The nasal passages must be kept completely free for bright tones, and after our warning in the previous chapter, you will not confuse what is popularly and incorrectly called a nasal tone with the true nasal quality, well illustrated by the vocal work of French singers and speakers trained to develop nasal resonance. Sing the following while stopping as much as possible on the sounds, intoning the voice in the nasal cavity. Practice both in high and low registers, and develop the range with brilliance. Sing ding-dong. Practicing falsetto develops a bright quality in the natural voice. Try the following and any other selection you choose with a falsetto voice. A man's falsetto voice is extremely high and feminine, so men should not practice in falsetto. After the exercise becomes difficult, it has perfectly exhausted the best of its kind and declared the ninth of all men a perfectly vulgar fraction. Actress Mary Anderson asked poet Longfellow what she could do to improve her voice. He replied, "Read aloud every day joyful and lyrical poetry. Joyful tones are bright tones. Develop them through exercise. Practice your vocal exercises with a joyful attitude. Under the influence of pleasure, the body expands, the vocal passages open, the action of the heart and lungs speeds up, and all the primary conditions for a good tone are established. Broken windows of the southern black cabins produce more songs than the opulent houses on Fifth Avenue. Henry Ward said that the happiest days of his life were not when he became an international personality, but when he was an unknown pastor in Lawrenceville, Ohio, sweeping his own church and working as a carpenter to help pay the grocer. Happiness is largely a mental attitude of seeing life from the right angle. The optimistic attitude can be cultivated and will be expressed in the charm of the voice. Recently, a telephone company placed this motto in its booths: "The voice with a smile wins." It's true, try it. Reading joyful prose or lyrical poetry will help put a smile and the joy of the soul into your voice. The following selections are excellent for practice. Remember that when you first practice these classics, you should focus solely on two things: a joyful attitude of the heart and body, and bright tones of voice. Once you have achieved these goals to your satisfaction, carefully review the principles of oratory outlined in the previous chapters and put them into practice. Children playing in the street, joyous with mere physical vitality, display resonance and charm in their voices that are very different from the voices that float through the silent corridors of hospitals. An expert physician can learn much about the state of their patient from the mere sound of their voice. Deterioration in health or even physical fatigue is perceptible through the voice. It is always good to rest and refresh yourself completely before attempting to deliver a public speech. Regarding health, neither the scope nor space permits us to discuss the laws of hygiene here. There are many excellent books on this subject. Under the reign of the Roman Emperor Tiberius, a senator wrote to another, "To the wise, one word is enough." Clothes often proclaim the man. The voice always does. It is one of the greatest revealers of character. The superficial woman, the brutish man, the outcast, the cultured person often reveal their inner nature in their voice. Even the cleverest pretender cannot completely avoid having their tones and qualities affected by the slightest change in thought or emotion. In anger, it becomes sharp, harsh, and unpleasant. In love, it becomes soft and melodious. The variations are as limitless as they are fascinating to observe. Visit a theatrical hotel in a big city and listen to the nasal voices of the chorus singers in a burlesque attraction. The explanation is simple: the lives of the drones. Emerson said, "When a man lives with God, his voice is as soft as the murmur of the brook or the whispering of the corn." It is impossible to have selfish thoughts and possess an attractive personality, charming character, or delightful voice. If you want to have a charming voice, cultivate a deep and sincere sympathy for humanity. Love will shine through your eyes and be proclaimed in your tones. One of the secrets of the canary's sweet singing may be its absence of contaminated thoughts. Its character beautifies or spoils its voice, just as a man thinks in his heart, so is his voice. Questions and exercises define charm. Make a list of words related to joy. Write a 3-minute eulogy for a joyful person. Deliver it without notes, carefully considering all the qualities that make the voice charming in your delivery. Briefly explain in your own words what means can be used to develop a charming voice. Discuss the effect of the voice on character. Discuss the effect of character on the voice. Analyze the charm of the voice of any speaker or singer you choose. Analyze the faults of a specific voice. Give a brief humorous speech mimicking some vocal faults indicating the reasons. Chapter 14, Pronunciation. In man speaks God, and words and days are infinite, and far extends from side to side the field of words. Homer, Iliad. In common usage, the terms pronunciation, elocution, and articulation are synonymous, but actual pronunciation involves 3 distinct processes and can thus be defined as the articulation of a syllable or group of syllables concerning articulation, accentuation, and elocution. One of the most important considerations in oratory is precision in expression. What absurdity it is to hear a speaker produce sounds of serious inarticulateness under the happy illusion that he is communicating something to his audience by saying count means communicate. And how can he truly communicate without distinguishing each word? Negligent pronunciation is the result of either physical deformity or habit. A dentist can correct a deformity, but your own willpower, working through self-observation and resolve, can break a habit. It all depends on whether you believe it is worth it. Defective speech is so widespread that overcoming it is the exception. It is painfully common to hear speakers mangle the English language. If they are not actually killing it, as Curran once said, they often torture it. A Canadian clergyman writing in the Review Homiletti recounts that as a student, a classmate who was English preached in a rural church one Sunday, and the following Monday led a missionary meeting. During his speech, he said that some farmers thought they were faithful to the mission duty when they gave their hots to the word, but the Lord required more. At the end of the meeting, a young girl sincerely said to a friend, "I'm sure the farmers do well if they give their pigs and chickens to the missions. That's more than most people can afford." It is an insufferable presumption for a man to present himself before an audience while persistently omitting the H from the home and heaven, and paraphrasing Waldo Meseros, "Let him not rest in hell." The one who does not show enough self-awareness to see such glaring faults in himself, nor enough self-control to correct them. He does not need to instruct others if he cannot do it better himself. He should be silent if he does not want to do it better as well. Except for incurable physical defects, and few are today, everything is a matter of will. The catalogue of those who have achieved the impossible through faithful work is as inspiring as a list of warriors. "The less there is of you," says Nathan Shepard, "the more you need to leverage what is within you." Articulation. Articulation is the formation and union of the basic sounds of language. It seems like a daunting task to articulate the 1/3 of a million words that make up our Spanish vocabulary, but the way to begin is actually simple. Learn to pronounce each of the 44 basic sounds of our language correctly and with an easy transition from one to another. The reasons why articulation is so painfully neglected by many public speakers are fourfold: ignorance of the basic sounds, inability to discriminate between nearly identical sounds, careless and lazy use of the vocal organs, and clumsy will. Anyone who maintains self-mastery will know how to address each of these faults. Accentuation. Accentuation involves emphasizing the proper syllables of words. This is commonly known as pronunciation. For example, we correctly say that a word is mispronounced when invite is accentuated instead of invite. Although in reality, this is an offense to a single form of pronunciation, accentuation is the lifelong work of learning the accents of a vast vocabulary and keeping up with changes in usage. However, a keen ear, study of word origins, and habit with the dictionary will prove to be powerful aids in a task that can never be fully completed. Enunciation. Correct enunciation is the complete emission of all sounds in a syllable or word. Incorrect articulation gives an erroneous sound in the vowel or vowels of a word or syllable, such as do for Rocio, or incorrectly merges two sounds like uli for Willie. Incorrect enunciation is the incomplete pronunciation of a syllable or word, with the omitted sound usually being consonantal. Saying necessity instead of necessity is incorrect articulation. Saying doing instead of doing is incorrect enunciation. The former articulates, i.e., it joins two sounds that should not be joined, thus giving the word a positively incorrect sound. The latter does not touch all the sounds of the word, and in this particular manner as well, the word sounds incorrect. My text can be found in verses 16 and 6 of the chapter of Titus, and the theme of my speech is the government of households. What did this preacher do with his final consonants? This neglect of essential sounds is as offensive as the common habit of slurring words so that they lose their individuality and distinction. Lighting, dark, down, don't know, semination are all too common to need comment. Imperfect enunciation is due to lack of attention and laziness of the lips. It can be corrected by paying attention to the formation of syllables as they are pronounced. Flexible lips will pronounce difficult sound combinations without neglecting any, but such flexibility can only be achieved by regularly pronouncing words with clarity and precision. A daily exercise in elocution with a series of sounds will quickly give flexibility to the lips and alert the mind, so no word will be pronounced without receiving its due complement of sound. Returning to our definition, we see that when the sounds of a word are correctly articulated, the right syllables are accented, and each sound is given its proper value in enunciation, we have correct pronunciation. Perhaps a word of caution is needed here so that no one, eager to highlight each sound clearly, exaggerates and neglects the unity and smoothness of pronunciation. Be careful not to stress syllables so much that words seem long and angular. Articulations must be kept properly dressed before delivery. Remember to review your manual script and note any sounds that might be mispronounced. Consult the dictionary and fully ensure that the arrangement of words is unfavorable to clear enunciation. Change the words or the order, and do not rest until you can follow Hamlet's instructions to the actors. Make a list of common pronunciation errors, indicating those that are due to defective articulation, erroneous accentuation, and incomplete enunciation. In each case, make the correction. Critique a speech you have heard that displays these faults. Explain how false shame of appearing too precise can prevent us from cultivating perfect verbal expression. Excessive precision is also a fault. Chapter 15, The Truth About Gesture. When Whitefield performed as the old blind man slowly advancing to the edge of the precipice, Lord Chesterfield rose and exclaimed, "My God, he's gone, Nathan," in front of an audience. Gesture is, in reality, a simple matter that requires observation and common sense rather than a rule book. Gesture is an external expression of an internal condition. It is nothing more than an effect, the effect of a mental or emotional impulse seeking to express itself through physical means. However, one should not start on the wrong side. If your gestures disturb you, or if you lack them, address the cause, not the effect. Adding a few mechanical movements to your speech will not help at all. If the tree in your yard is not growing to your liking, water it and let it bask in the sun. Similarly, it will not help to nail a few branches to a tree to simulate life. Gestures must be born, not constructed. A wooden horse can entertain children, but it takes a real one to go anywhere. Not only is it impossible to establish definitive rules on this subject, but it would be absurd to try, as everything depends on the speech, the occasion, the personality and feelings of the speaker, and the audience's attitude. It is quite easy to predict the result of multiplying 7 by 6, but it is impossible to tell any man. What type of gesture will he be inclined to use when he wants to show his seriousness? We can tell you that many speakers clench their fists, except for the index finger, and by pointing that finger directly at the audience, they deliver their thoughts like a rapid fire, or that others might kick to emphasize, or that Mr. Bryan often claps his hands with great force while keeping his palm up easily, or that Glaston would sometimes rush to the parliamentary secretary's table and hit it with such force that he once demolished the Israeli house, darkly implying that such a barrier stood between him and the honourable gentleman. We can tell the speaker all these things and many more, but we cannot know if he can use these gestures any more than we can decide if he might wear Mr. Bryan's clothing. The best approach to this subject is to offer some practical suggestions and leave personal good taste to decide where effective dramatic action ends and extravagant movement begins. Any gesture that solely draws attention is bad. The purpose of a gesture is to convey your thoughts and feelings to the minds and hearts of your listeners. This is done by emphasizing your message, interpreting it, expressing it in action, and giving it its tone through a physically descriptive, suggestive, or visual gesture. One must always remember that gesture includes all physical movement, from facial expression and head tilt to expressive hand and foot movements. A change of posture can be a very effective gesture. What is true for gesture is true for life. If people turn around on the street to observe your way of walking, then your way of walking is more important than you. Change it. If your audience's attention is fixed on your gestures, they are inappropriate because they seem to have dubious right to be actually studied. Have you ever seen a speaker use gestures so grotesque that the audience was fascinated by their bizarre frenzy but could not follow their thought? The idea must be smothered with gymnastics. Savonarola would rush from the top of the pulpit among the congregation in the Duomo of Florence and bring the fire of conviction to his listeners. Billy Sunday would slide to the base of the platform carpet while dramatizing one of his baseball illustrations. However, in both cases, the message in some way takes precedence over the gesture. It is primarily the calm of subsequent thought that people have remembered, the form of dramatic expression. When Sir Henry Irving made his famous exit as Shylock, the last thing the audience saw was his pale, avaricious hand outstretched in a claw shape against the backdrop. At that moment, everyone was struck by the remarkable typicity of this gesture. Now we have time to reflect on its art and discuss its realistic power. Only when the gesture subordinates the absorbing importance of the idea, a spontaneous and vivid expression of living truth is justified, and when it is recalled for itself as a piece of unusual physical energy or a poem of grace, it is a complete failure as a dramatic expression. There is a place for a unique walking style, that is the circus, or a cake parade. There is a place for astonishingly rhythmic arm and leg movements, that is on the dance floor or stage. Do not let your agility and grace overshadow your thoughts. One of the current writers received his first lessons in gesture from a certain university president who knew much more about what had happened at the Diet of Worms than about how to express oneself in action. His instructions were to start the movement on a specific word, continue it in a precise curve, and spread the fingers at the end, finishing with the index finger just so. Much and even much more has been published on this subject, giving precisely these absurd instructions. Gesture is a matter of mentality and feeling, not geometry. Remember that whenever a pair of shoes, a pronunciation method, or a gesture attracts attention, it is bad. When you have made truly good gestures in a good speech, your listeners will not leave saying what beautiful gestures he made, but will say, "I will vote for this measure. You are right. I believe in it." On rare occasions, the best actors and speakers know in advance what gestures they will make. They make a gesture on certain words tonight, and none the next day at the same place. Their various states of mind and interpretations govern their gestures. Everything is a matter of impulse and intelligent feeling. With them, do not forget the word intelligent. Nature does not always provide the same type of sunsets or snowflakes, and the movements of a good speaker vary almost as much as nature's creations. However, all this does not mean that you should not think about your gestures. If it were the case, why this chapter? When the sergeant desperately asked the clumsy squad recruit to go out and look at himself, he gave excellent advice with particular application. Specifically, during the days of learning the art of oratory, you need to learn to critique your own gestures. Remember, observe where they were unnecessary, coarse, awkward, etc., and do better next time. There is a significant difference between being self-aware and being self-conscious. It takes good discernment to cultivate spontaneous gestures while paying appropriate attention to practice. Although it depends on the moment, it is vital to remember that only a dramatic genius can effectively perform such feats as those recounted of Whitefield, Savonarola, and others. And undoubtedly, the first time they were used, they were suggested in a surge of spontaneous feeling. But Whitefield claimed that he did not perfect it until he had delivered a sermon 40 times. What initiates spontaneity? All effective speakers and living actors have observed, considered, and practiced gesture until their dramatic actions become a subconscious possession, just as their ability to speak correctly without specifically concentrating on it. Every man capable of acting on stage knows a dozen ways to represent a specific emotion with gestures. Indeed, the means of expression are infinite, and that is precisely why it is useless and harmful to compile a list of gestures and impose it as the ideal for expressing a particular feeling. Practice descriptive, suggestive, and typical movements until they are as natural as good articulation, and rarely plan the gestures you will use at a given moment. Leave something for that moment. Avoid monotony in gestures. Roast meat is an excellent dish, but it would be terrible as exclusive nourishment. As effective as a gesture might be, it should not be overused. Add variety to your actions. Monotony will destroy all beauty and power. The pumping motion is an effective gesture, and in hot weather, it is very eloquent. But it has its limits. Any movement that is not significant weakens. Do not forget that. Agitation is not expression. A large number of unnecessary movements will only divert the audience's attention from what you are saying. A very well-known person once introduced the speaker of the evening on a recent Sunday before a New York audience. The only thing remembered from that introductory speech was that the speaker nervously played with the tablecloth while speaking. Naturally, we notice moving objects. A janitor lowering a window might distract the listeners from President Roosevelt's speech. Making a few movements on one side of the stage might draw the audience's interest away from a significant scene between the protagonists. When our ancestors lived in caves, they had to watch moving objects, because movements meant danger. We have not yet overcome this habit. Advertisers have exploited it, as shown by the moving billboards in all cities. A shrewd speaker will respect this law and maintain the audience's attention by eliminating all unnecessary movements. Gestures should be simultaneous with or precede words, not follow them. Lady Macbeth says, "Welcome in your eye, in your hand, in your tongue." Reverse this order and you get comedy. Say, "Here it is," showing it after finishing your words, and see the result. It is not comic. Do not make short, jerky movements. Some speakers seem to mimic a waiter who hasn't received a tip. Movements should be smooth and generally start from the shoulder rather than the elbow, but do not fall into the excess of making too many fluid movements, as this seems careless. Put some strength and life into your gestures, but do not do it mechanically. The audience will detect it if you do. They may not know what is wrong, but the gesture will seem false to them. Facial expression is important. Have you ever been in front of a Broadway theater and looked at the cast photos? Observe the row of chorus girls who are supposed to express fear. Their attitudes are so mechanical that it becomes ridiculous. Look at the photo of the star, expressing the same emotion. Her muscles are tense. Her eyebrows are raised. She is crouching and fear shines in her eyes. This actor truly felt fear when the photo was taken. The chorus girls merely felt it was time to act unusually and nearly expressed this emotion more than fear. This is, after all, one of the reasons they remain in the chorus. Facial muscle movements can mean much more than hand movements. A man sitting in a heap, dejected, with a look of despair on his face, expresses his thoughts and feelings with as much effectiveness as the man who waves his arms and shouts from the back of a wagon. The eyes are called the window of the soul. Through them shines the light of our thoughts and feelings. Do not use too many gestures. In fact, during the great crises of life, we do not make many gestures. In moments of intense pain, we are more likely to sit meditating in dry silence. The Hudson River does not make much noise on its way to the sea. It is not even half as noisy as the small brook in Bronx Park, where a bullfrog might leap. It is said that the barking dog never rips pants. At least, that's what they say. Do not fear the man who waves his arms and shouts his anger, but the man who approaches quietly with shining eyes and a fiery face can overthrow him. Tumult is not strength. Observe these principles in nature and practice them in your presentation. The author of this chapter once observed an instructor teaching a course on gestures. They had arrived at the passage from Henry VIII, where the modest cardinal says farewell, a long farewell to all my greatness. One of the poetic passages in literature, a man expressing such a sentiment would feel overwhelmed, and the last thing he would do on earth is make extravagant movements. However, this class had before them a diction manual offering an appropriate gesture for every occasion, from paying the gas bill to bidding farewell on a deathbed. Thus, they were taught to extend their arms to each side and say, "Farewell, long farewell to all my greatness." Such a gesture might be used in a dinner speech at a telephone company convention, with lines stretching from the Atlantic to the Pacific, but thinking that Worsley would use this movement would suggest that his destiny was mere posture. The physical attitude to adopt in front of the audience is clearly included in gesture. The attitude to adopt depends not on rules, but on the spirit of the speech and the occasion. Senator La Follette stood for 3 hours, with weight on his front foot, leaning over his lectern, running his fingers through his hair, and delivering a tirade against trusts. It was very effective, but imagine a speaker adopting this stance to talk about road construction machinery development. If he has a passionate and aggressive message and gets carried away, nature will naturally push him to put his weight on the front foot. A man in a heated political discussion or a street altercation never has to think about which foot to place his weight on. Sometimes, he may put his weight on the back foot if he has a calm and quiet message, but don't worry about it. It simply seems to be a man who genuinely feels what he is saying. Do not stand with your heels tightly together like a soldier or butler, nor with your heels very far apart like a traffic cop. Just use politeness and common sense. A warning is necessary here. It is advisable to let your gestures and postures be spontaneous and not pre-planned, but do not fall into the extreme of neglecting the importance of mastering your physical movements. A muscular and flexible hand, thanks to freedom of movement, is much more likely to be an effective instrument in gestures than a bundle of stiff and pudgy fingers. If your shoulders are agile and well placed, while your chest retreats in association with your chin, the chances of using good spontaneous gestures are much better. Learn to keep your neck in contact with your collar, maintain a high chest, and lower the measure of your waist. Thus, tension, strength, assurance, flexibility, and grace of the body are the foundations of a good gesture because they are expressions of vitality. And without vitality, no speaker can enter the realm of power. When a clumsy giant like Abraham Lincoln rose to the highest sublimities of eloquence, it was due to the greatness of his soul. His own roughness of spirit and his artless honesty were adequately expressed in his gnarled body. The fire of character, seriousness, and message drew his listeners to him when the tepid words of a false Apollo would have left no effect. But make sure you are a second Lincoln before you despise the disadvantage of physical clumsiness. Tykop confessed to the public that when he is out of form at the bat, he even stands in front of a mirror, bat in hand, to observe the swing and follow-through of his hitting style. Even learning to stand well in front of an audience, look at yourself in a mirror, but not too often. Practice walking and standing in front of the mirror to overcome awkwardness, not to cultivate a pose. Prepare on the platform in the same simple manner you would use in front of salon guests. If your posture is not elegant, correct it by dancing, working out at the gym, and acquiring grace and assurance in your mind. Do not maintain the same position continuously. Any significant change in thought requires a change in position. In your own home, there are no rules. Everything is a matter of taste. While you are on the platform, remember that you have hands until you wish to use them, so remember them effectively. Gravity will take care of them. Of course, if you want to place them behind you or fold them occasionally, it will not spoil your speech. Thought and feeling are the most important when speaking, not standing position or a hand. Simply place your extremities where they are, and since you have the will, don't stop using it. Let us repeat, do not despise practice. Your gestures and movements can be spontaneous and still incorrect. No matter how natural they can be improved. It is impossible for anyone, even yourself, to critique your gestures before you have made them. You cannot prune a peach tree before it has budded, so speak a lot and observe your own speech. While examining yourself, Do not forget to study statuary and painting to see how great portraitists of nature made their subjects express ideas through action. Observe the gestures of the best speakers and actors. Observe the physical expression of life everywhere. The leaves on the tree respond to the slightest breeze. The muscles of the face, the light in the eyes, must respond to the slightest change in feeling. Emerson says, "Every man I know is my superior in some way. That is how I learn from him." Illiterate Italians make such wonderful and beautiful gestures that Budd and Barrett could sit at their feet and be taught. Open your eyes. Emerson also says, "We are immersed in beauty, but our eyes have no clear vision." Put this book aside. Go out and observe how a child pleads with another for a bite of an apple. Watch a street fight. Observe life in action. Do you want to know how victory is expressed? Observe how the hands of winners rise on election night. Do you want to advocate a cause? Take a picture composed of all the daily pleadings you constantly see, beg, borrow, and steal the best you can, but do not disclose it as theft. Assimilate it until it becomes a part of you, then let the expression flow. Questions and exercises. From which source do you think you should study gesture? What is the primary requirement for good gestures? Why? Why is it impossible to establish unchangeable rules for gesticulation? Describe an elegant gesture you have observed. B, an energetic one. C, an extravagant one. D, an inappropriate one. What gestures do you use to emphasize? Why? How can one acquire grace in movement? In case of doubt about a gesture, what would you do? Based on observations in a mirror, what are your deficiencies in gesticulation? How do you plan to correct them? Describe a particularly appropriate gesture you have observed. Why was it appropriate? Name at least 3 natural movements that can be imitated in gesture. What do you infer from the expressions? Descriptive gesture, suggestive gestures, and typical gesture. Select a basic emotion like fear and try to imagine at least 5 different situations that could elicit this emotion. Express its various phases through gestures, including posture, movement, and facial expression. Do the same with other emotions of your choice. Select 3 passages from any source, ensuring they are appropriate for public speaking. Memorize each one, and then identify the appropriate gestures for each, explaining why. Critique the gestures from a speech you recently heard. Practice the flexible movement of the hand. Which exercises did you find useful? Observe an animal closely and then design several typical gestures. Write a brief dialogue between any 2 animals. Read it aloud and invent expressive gestures. Chapter 16, Methods of Delivery. The crown of a speech is its pronunciation. All preparation precedes it, the audience awaits it, and the speaker is judged by it. All the speaker's life forces converge on the speech. The logical sharpness with which they organize the facts around their subject, the rhetorical ease with which they arrange their language, and the control they have achieved in using their body as the sole organ of expression. All the wealth of acquisition and experience they possess is now incidental. The fact is the sending of their message to their listeners. The moment of the speech is the supreme and inevitable moment for the speaker. It is this fact that makes the lack of adequate preparation irrelevant, and it is what gives the speaker indescribable joy when they succeed. It is like a mother forgetting her pains for the joy of bringing a child into the world. How to attract and retain the audience. There are 4 fundamental methods for delivering a speech, all others being modifications of one or more of these: reading from a manuscript, reciting a written speech, speaking from memory, speaking from notes, and extemporaneous speaking. It is impossible to determine which form of delivery is best for all speakers and all circumstances. To determine this, one must consider the occasion, the nature of the audience, the character of the subject, and one's own limitations of time and ability. However, it is worth remembering that one should not be lenient with their own performance. Tell yourself boldly, what others can do, I can try. A bold spirit conquers where another falters and challenges the courage of a difficult task. Reading from a manuscript. This method does not deserve to be considered in a book on the art of oratory. As misleading as reading in public may be, it is not oratory. However, so many people grab this crutch for support that we must discuss the read speech, although it is a misnomer and apologetic as it is. Certainly, there are occasions, such as the opening of Congress, presenting a delicate issue before a deliberative body, or a historical commemoration, where it may seem not only to the speaker but to all concerned that the essence is to express certain thoughts in precise language. in language that must neither be misinterpreted nor misquoted. At such moments, the art of oratory is unfortunately relegated to the background. The manuscript is pulled from the large inner pocket of the new jacket, and everyone resigns themselves with only a faint hope that the supposed speech will not be as long as it is tedious. Words may be golden, but the eyes of the audience tend to be leaden, and in one case, out of 100, the author actually delivers an impressive speech. Their excuse is their defense. Generally, one cannot blame them, as someone has decreed that it would be dangerous to free oneself from the manuscript and lead the audience in a truly delightful sail. One of the major problems with these grand occasions is that the speaker, for what they are, has been chosen not for their oratory skills, but because their grandfather fought in a particular battle, or because their voters sent them to Congress, or because their skills in a field other than oratory distinguished them, just as one would choose a surgeon for their skill in golf. It is undeniable that the public is always interested in seeing a great person due to their eminence. They are likely to listen to their words with respect, perhaps even interest, even when delivered from a manuscript. But how much more effective would such an intervention be if the papers were set aside? Nowhere is the reed speech more common than in the public podium, which nowadays is the one least able to afford to invite an obstacle. Doubtless, many preachers prefer polish and fervor. They rarely choose to be the people who influence the masses to accept their message. What they gain in precision and elegance of language, they lose in force. There are only 4 reasons why a person might read a speech or sermon. First, laziness, which is the most common. Everything has already been said, and even heaven cannot make a lazy person effective. Second, a memory so defective that they really cannot speak without reading. Unfortunately, they do not speak when they read. Their dilemma is therefore painful, and not only for them, but no one has the right to assume their memory is completely bad until they have put in effort to develop it and failed. A weak memory is often more of an excuse than a reason. Third, a genuine lack of time to do anything other than write the speech. There are cases like this, but they do not happen every week. The arrangement of one's time allows for more flexibility than they believe. The third reason often joins too frequently with the first. Fourth, the conviction that the speech is too important to risk deviating from the manuscript. But if every work must be as precise, its title as polished, and its thoughts as logical, then the preacher must write the entire sermon. Isn't it important enough to justify an extra effort to perfect its delivery? It is an affront to the congregation and a lack of respect towards Almighty God to place the drafting of a message above the message itself. To touch the hearts of the listeners, the sermon must be delivered. It is only partially delivered when the speaker cannot do so with the same original fire and force, when they are limited to repeating words that were conceived hours or weeks earlier, and are thus like champagne that has lost its effervescence. The eyes of the reading preacher are fixed on the manuscript. They cannot give the audience the benefit of their expression. Imagine how long a play would take if actors held their notebooks in hand and read their lines. Imagine Patrick Henry reading his famous speech to Peter the Hermit, manuscript in hand, urging the Crusaders, or Napoleon constantly looking at his papers while addressing the army at the pyramids, or Jesus reading the Sermon on the Mount. These orators were so imbued with their subjects, their overall preparation had been so rich and appropriate that there was no need for a manuscript to refer to or serve as an external and visible sign of their preparation. No event was dignified enough to require an artificial attempt to deliver a speech. Call an essay by its true name, but never call it a speech. Perhaps the most dignified event is a plea to the Creator. If you have ever heard the reading of an original prayer, you have probably felt its superficiality, regardless of theories about manuscript delivery. The fact is that it does not work effectively. Avoid it whenever possible. Compromising the speech and speaking from memory has some points in its favor. If you have time and leisure, it is possible to refine and rewrite ideas until they are expressed in clear and concise terms. Pope sometimes spent an entire day perfecting a couplet. Gibbon took 20 years to gather material for his book, The Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire, and rewrite it. Although you cannot devote such meticulous preparation to a speech, you must take the time to eliminate unnecessary words, condense entire paragraphs into a sentence, and choose appropriate illustrations. Good speeches, like plays, are not written, but rewritten. The National Cash Register Company follows this plan with its most effective sales organization. They require their salespeople to literally memorize a sales pitch. They argue that there is a better way to present their sales arguments and insist that each salesperson use this ideal form rather than any random phrase that comes to mind at the moment. The method of writing and compromise has been adopted by many notable speakers. Julius Caesar, Robert, and on certain occasions, Wendell Phillips were distinctive examples. The wonderful effects achieved by famous actors were, of course, realized by delivering memorized lines. One must warn the inexperienced speaker before attempting this method of presentation that it is difficult and exhausting. It requires much skill to be effective. Memorized ideas from the young speaker often sound like words learned by rote and repel the audience. For an example, listen to the department store demonstrator repeating their memorized jargon about the latest furniture polisher or breakfast. It takes practice for a memorized speech to sound fresh and spontaneous, and unless you have a good natural memory, the final product requires a lot of work. If you forget part of the speech or omit a few words, you risk becoming so confused that, like Mark Twain's Guide in Rome, you will be forced to repeat your lines from the beginning. On the other hand, you may be so preoccupied with trying to remember your written words that you do not let yourself get into the spirit of your speech, and, as a result, you do not deliver it with the spontaneity that is so vital for a compelling delivery. But do not let these difficulties intimidate you. If memorization seems like the best choice, try it faithfully. Do not be daunted by its obstacles, but overcome them with determined practice. One of the best ways to overcome these difficulties is to do what Dr. Wallace often does: commit without writing the speech, doing almost all the preparation mentally without putting pen to paper. It is a laborious but effective way to cultivate both mind and memory. You will find excellent practice for memory and delivery by engaging with the examples of speeches found in this volume and declaiming them with all the attention to the principles we have instilled. William Ellery Channing, a distinguished speaker, said years ago about the practice of declamation, "There is no entertainment that has an affinity with drama and could be usefully introduced among us. I mean the recital of a work of genius, recited with taste, enthusiasm, and expressiveness. It is a very pure and high satisfaction. If this art were cultivated and encouraged, a great number of people today, indifferent to the finest compositions, could be awakened to their excellence." Speaking from notes is probably also the best for beginners. It is not the ideal delivery, but we learn to swim in shallow waters before venturing beyond the ropes. Make a defined plan for your speech, establishing points similarly to a lawyer's brief or a preacher's outline. Here is an example of very simple notes. Introduction. Essential point for accomplishing any great work. Anecdote. Definition and illustration. Common observation. Lives of great men. Carlyle, Robert. Its relationship with other mental faculties. Reason. Imagination. Memory. Will. Concentration can be cultivated. Involuntary attention. Voluntary attention. Conclusion. The consequences of lack of attention and of attention. Few summaries will be as precise as this. As with experience, the speaker learns to use small devices to draw the eye. They might highlight a keyword, draw a red circle around a central idea, frame the keyword with an anecdote in a frame with wavy lines, and so on. It is useful to remember these points, as nothing escapes the quick eye of the speaker like the uniformity of typewritten text, or even normal penmanship. Something as involuntary as a stain on the page can help you remember an important point of your writing, perhaps through association of ideas. An inexperienced speaker will likely need more comprehensive notes than the given example. However, therein lies the danger, as a complete manuscript is merely a shortcut to abundant combustion. Use as few notes as possible. They may be necessary for the moment, but do not view them as a necessary evil. Even when you have them, refer to them only when absolutely required. Make your notes as complete as you like in preparation, but condense them as much as possible for platform use. Extemporaneous speaking is undoubtedly the ideal method of delivery. It is by far the most popular with audiences and the preferred method of the most effective speakers. Extemporaneous speaking is sometimes interpreted as an unprepared speech, and in reality it often is exactly that. But we do not recommend it to young and old speakers alike. On the contrary, to speak well without notes, all the preparation discussed in the chapter on fluency is necessary. Although you still rely on momentary inspiration for some of your thoughts and much of your language, Remember that the most effective momentary inspiration is the one you bring yourself, imprisoned in your mind and ready to be infused into the audience. If you improvise, you can get much closer to your audience. In some way, they appreciate the task that falls upon you and convey their sympathy to you. If you improvise, you will not have to stop and fumble through your notes to keep their attention with your message and retain your audience with your gaze. You will feel their response yourself by seeing the effects of your warm and spontaneous words written on their faces. Written phrases in the studio are likely to be dead and cold when resurrected before an audience. When you create while speaking, you retain all the native fire of your thought. You can expand one point or omit another according to what the occasion or the audience's mood requires. Not all speakers can use this method, the most difficult of all delivery methods, and even fewer can do so successfully without much practice. But it is the ideal that all should aim for. One of the dangers of this method is that it can stray from its subject through secondary paths. To avoid this danger, firmly maintain your mental outline. Practice speaking from a memorized summary until you gain control. Join a debate society, speak, and always speak extemporaneously. You may be the subject of ridicule once or twice, but it is a price too high for success. Notes, like crutches, are only a sign of weakness. Remember that the power of your speech depends in some measure on the opinion your audience has of you. General Grant's words as president were more powerful than his words as a Missouri farmer. Even appearing in the light of authority, use notes in your mind instead of on paper. Combined presentation methods, a modification of the second method, have been adopted by many great speakers, especially those who are required to speak on a wide variety of topics day after day. These speakers often recite their speeches from memory, but keep their manuscripts in the form of a flexible book in front of them, turning several pages at once, feeling more secure with a tailwind anchor. However, it is still an anchor and hinders swift and free navigation. Even if it never drags as lightly, other speakers throw a lighter anchor by having a fairly complete outline of the speech written and committed. Others rewrite and commit certain important parts of the speech, such as the introduction, conclusion, a vital argument, or a poignant illustration, and rely on improvisation for the rest of the language. This method works well for speaking with or without notes. Some speakers read the most important parts of their speeches from a manuscript and deliver the rest extemporaneously. Therefore, what we have called combined presentation methods is open to many personal variations. You need to decide for yourself what is best for the occasion, your subject, and your audience, as these four factors have their individual requirements. Whatever form you choose, do not be so indifferent as to prefer the easy route. Choose the best form, no matter the cost in time and effort, and be assured that only the experienced speaker can hope to achieve both the conciseness of arguments and the conviction of forms, the clarity of language and the strength of delivery, the polish of style, and the fire of expression. Questions and exercises. What do you think is the most suitable form of presentation for you, and why? What objections can you offer to A. Memorizing the entire speech, B. Reading from a manuscript, C. Using notes, D. Speaking from a sketch or memorized notes, and E. Any of the combined methods? What is commendable about delivering a speech using any of the previous methods? Can you suggest a combination of methods that has been effective for you? According to your observation, which methods do speakers use most successfully? Select one of the combined methods and apply it to delivering the same address. Which method do you prefer and why? Chapter 17, Thought and Reserve Power. Providence is always on the side of the last reserve. Napoleon Bonaparte. Thus, the most powerful forces are nourished by the deepest and calmest reserves. How often in the sweetest things, Barry, the calm sea, what would happen if a problem arose in the bank account? Generally, the check would be protested. But if you have good relations with the bank, the check might be accepted, and you would be asked to cover the overdraft. Nature has no such preferences as it knows no credits. It is as merciless as a gas tank when it is empty. The machine stops. It is as reckless for a speaker to appear before an audience without having a bit of reserve as it is for a driver to undertake a long journey without enough gas in sight. But what does the speaker's reserve power consist of? It consists of a well-founded confidence in their general and specific knowledge of the subject, in being alert and ingenious in thought, particularly in the ability to think on their feet, and in that self-position which makes you the captain of all your own physical and mental forces. The first of these elements, adequate preparation, and the last, self-confidence, have been covered thoroughly in the chapters on self-confidence and fluency, so they will be developed incidentally here. Furthermore, in the next chapter, specific methods for preparing for public speaking will be addressed. Therefore, the central theme of this chapter is the second element of reserve power: thought, mental stock. An empty mind, like a pantry without anything, can be a serious matter or not, depending on the available resources. If there is no food in the pantry, the housewife does not nervously shake the empty plates, but rather calls the grocer. If you have no ideas, do not move your empty plates, but find some ideas, and do not speak until you have found them. However, this is not being what the old New England housewife used to call bare-handed, the real solution to the problem of what to do with an empty head. It is never to leave it empty. In the artesian wells of Dakota, water gushes to the surface and leaps 20 meters above the ground. The secret of this abundant flow is, of course, the large reserve below that gushes forth. Why stop to prime a mental pump when you can fill your life with the resources of an artesian well? It is not enough to simply have enough. You need to have more than enough. Then, the pressure of your mass of thoughts and feelings will maintain its flow of speech and give you the confidence and assurance that denote reserve power. Being out with only the exact amount for the return leaves much more to chance. Reserve power is magnetic. It is not about giving the impression that you are reserving something, but rather suggesting that the audience is receiving the cream of your observation, reading, experience, feelings, and thought. To have reserve power, you must therefore have enough milk of material at hand to provide plenty of cream. But how to get the milk? There are two ways. One is first-hand, from the cow. The other is second-hand, from the milkman. As a wise man said, "For 1,000 men who can speak, there is only one who can think. For 1,000 men who can think, there is only one who can see. Seeing and thinking is getting the milk from your own cow. When the one man among 1,000,000 who can see comes, we call him a master." Old Mr. Holbrook of Cranford asked his guest what color the ash buds were in March. She admitted she did not know, to which the old gentleman replied, "I knew you did not know, and I did not know either, for I am an old fool, until this young man came and told me, black as the ash buds in March. And I have lived all my life in the country. It is a shame for me not to know. Black is black, like obsidian, madam." The young man Mr. Holbrook referred to was Tennyson. Henry Ward Beecher said, "I do not think I ever met a man on the street from whom I did not draw some element for a sermon. I never see anything in nature that does not serve the purpose for which I give the strength of my life. The material for my sermons follows me all the time and flies around me." Instead of saying that one man in 1,000,000 can see, it is better and more accurate to say that none of us sees with perfect understanding more than a fraction of what is before our eyes. However, this faculty of sharp and precise observation is so important that no ambitious man can afford to neglect it. The next time you are in a car, observe those sitting across from you and see what you can discover about their habits, occupations, ideals, nationalities, environments, education, etc. The first time, you may not see much, but practice will reveal astonishing results. Transmute every incident of your day into a topic for a speech or an illustration. Translate everything you see into terms of a speech. When you can describe everything you have seen with defined words, you will see clearly. You will become the one in 1,000,000. The description you make of a physician's marzipan should also suit the public speaker. Your eye is like a suction pump that absorbs everything, like a pickpocket's hand always at work. Nothing escapes it. It constantly gathers material, glances, gestures, intentions, everything that happens in its presence, every glance, every gesture, every trifle. Tomoza Pan was himself a millionaire. A master Ruskin took a simple piece of rock crystal and saw in its massive heart lessons that have not ceased to influence the lives of men. Beecher stayed for hours in front of a jeweler's window, contemplating the analogies between jewelry and human souls. God saw in a single drop of water a truth sufficient to quench the thirst of 5,000 souls. He sat so quietly in the dark woods that birds and insects came to him, opening their secret lives before his eyes. Emerson contemplated a man's soul for so long that, in the end, he could say, "I cannot hear what you are saying, for I see what you are." prayer studied his baby's life for 3 years and thus became an authority on the infant mind. Observation. Most men are blind. There are 1,000 times more hidden truths and undiscovered facts about us today than those that have made famous the discoverers, facts waiting for someone to draw the heart of their mystery. But as long as men continue to search with eyes that do not see, these hidden pearls will remain in their shells. There is no orator who can more effectively point and pluck his arrows than those who seek in nature rather than in libraries. Very few can see sermons in stones and books in brooks because they are used to seeing sermons in books and stones in brooks. There was a saying, "Look into your heart and write." Massillon explained his skillful knowledge of the human heart by saying, "I learned it by studying myself." Byron said of John Locke that all his knowledge of the human mind was derived from studying his own thoughts. Given that the multifarious nature surrounds us, originality should not be so rare. The thinking mind. Thinking is doing mental arithmetic with facts. Add this fact to that one and you reach a specific conclusion. Subtract this truth from another and you get a definite result. Multiply this fact by another and you have a precise product. Look at how many times this fact occurs in this interval of time, and you will have a calculable dividend. In thinking processes, perform all known arithmetic and algebra problems. That is why mathematics is excellent mental exercise. But for the same reason, thinking is hard work. Thinking requires energy. Thinking requires time, patience, vast information, and clarity. Beyond a superficial scratch, few people really think, only 1 in 1,000. According to the already cited expert. As long as the current educational system prevails and children are taught by hearing rather than by seeing, and as long as they are expected to remember others' thoughts rather than think for themselves, this proportion will continue. 1 man in 1,000,000 will be able to see and 1 in 1,000 to think. But even if a thought does not think, there is a promise of better things. As soon as the mind detects its own lack of thinking power, the first step is to stop considering thought as the magic of the mind, to use Byron's expression, and to see how thought is really a weighing of ideas and a relating to other reflections on this definition, and verify if you have learned to think effectively. Habitual thinking is just that, a habit. Habit arises from doing something repeatedly. The lower habits are easily acquired, the higher ones require deeper grooves to persist. Thus, we find that the habit of thinking is only acquired through determined practice. However, no effort will yield richer dividends. Persist in practice, and while you may have been able to think only an inch deep on a subject, you will soon find that you can penetrate a foot. Perhaps this domestic metaphor suggests how to begin practicing consecutive thinking. That is, to weld a series of separate thoughts into a chain that holds together. Take one link at a time, see that each naturally belongs to those you are connecting it with, and remember that a single lost link means no chain. Thinking is the most fascinating and stimulating mental exercise. Once you realize that your opinion on a subject is not a choice between what Dr. Serverum wrote and what Professor Serverum said, but the result of your own serious mental energy, you will gain confidence in your ability to speak on that subject. Nothing will be able to stop your thought. It will have given you as much power as a reserve of power. Someone summarized the relationship between thought and knowledge in these sharp and familiar lines. Do not give me the man who thinks he thinks. Do not give me the man who thinks he knows. But give me the man who knows he thinks, and I have the man who knows he knows. Reading as a stimulus for thought, however, as dry as the cow and as poor as our ability to milk, the computer still exists. We can read what others have seen, felt, and thought. Often, indeed, these records will light up in us, this spark of vital presence, the desire to be a thinker. I must read to inform myself, as Gray tells us. The broad page of knowledge is rich with the spoils of time, and these are ours for the price of a theatre ticket. You can summon Socrates and Marcus Aurelius to sit by your side and discuss the finest matters. Listen to Lincoln at Gettysburg and Pericles in Athens. Storm the Bastille with Hugo and wander in paradise with Dante. Perhaps exploit the darkest Africa with Stanley. Delve into the human heart with Shakespeare. Debate heroes with Carla. And explore the mysteries of faith with the Apostle Paul. The general knowledge and inspiring ideas that men have gathered over centuries of work and experimentation are at your disposal. The sage of Chelsea was right. The true university of our time is a collection of books. Mastering a worthwhile book is mastering many things. However, few of us achieve the perfect mastery of a volume without physically possessing it. Reading a borrowed book can be a pleasure, but assigning your own book a place on your own shelves, whether few or many, loving the book and feeling its worn cover, leafing through it slowly page by page, writing in its margins with agreement or protest, smiling or shuddering at its memorable passages. No mere borrower of books could experience all this pleasure. The reader who owns books in this double sense also discovers that his books own him, and the volumes that cling most firmly to his life are probably those that have cost him some sacrifice to acquire. Those titles that the Lord may select by delegation can serve as guide, philosopher and friend in crucial moments, just as long-coveted, joyfully attained books are welcomed into our lives and not just our libraries. We, who are both poorer and richer, are therefore hardly excessive in saying that, in all its forms, a possessed and mastered book resembles a human friend. The truest are honest. It is worth sacrificing to gain and preserve a friend, and our love turns towards those with whom we have genuinely entered into an intimate life. When you do not have the advantage of the test of time to judge books, investigate as deeply as possible the authority of the books you read. Much that is printed and out of fashion is false. I read it in a book is for many a sufficient guarantee of truth, but not for the thinker. What book? Asks the attentive mind. Who wrote it? What does he know about the subject, and what right does he have to speak on it? Who recognizes him as an authority? With which other recognized authorities does he agree or disagree? Getting caught trying to pass off counterfeit money, even unintentionally, is an unpleasant situation. Be careful not to circulate counterfeit currency. Above all, seek readings that make you use your own brain. These readings should be full of new perspectives, overflowing with special knowledge, and dealing with subjects of vital interest. Do not limit yourself to reading what you already know you will share. Opposition awakens you. Either path may be the best, but you will never know unless you think about it. Do not conduct all your reflection and research in the presence of those who are drowsy. Merely gathering reasons to fill in between your theorem and what you want to demonstrate will get you nowhere. Approach each subject with an open mind and, once you are sure you have thought about it deeply and honestly, have the courage to accept the decision of your own thought, but do not then assume. No book on the art of oratory will enable you to speak on tariffs if you know nothing about them. Knowing more than the other person about the subject will be your only hope of making them listen. Take a group of men discussing a government policy that someone says is socialist. This will recommend the policy to Mr. A, who believes in socialism, but condemn it in the eyes of Mr. B, who does not. It is possible that neither Mr. A nor Mr. B has really considered the policy beyond noticing that its superficial color is socialist. It is also likely that neither Mr. A nor Mr. B has a defined idea of what socialism truly is. For as Robert Louis Stevenson says, man does not live by bread alone, but mainly by words of home. If you belong to this group of men and have observed the proposed government policy, studied it and reflected on it, what you have to say cannot fail to earn their respect and approval, for you will have demonstrated that you understand your subject. And to adopt a fragment of excessively expressive slang, here are some questions and exercises. Robert Houdin trained his son to take a quick glance at a shop window while passing by, and to accurately report a surprising number of its contents. Try this several times with different shop windows and report your findings. What effect does the reserve of power have on the audience? What are the best ways to acquire reserve energy? What is the danger of reading too much? Have you ever read a book on the practice of thinking? If so, share your impressions of its value. Define A, logic, B, mental philosophy or mental science, C, the psychology of abstraction. Chapter 18, Theme and Preparation. Adapt your topics to your strengths and carefully consider your subject and its scope. Do not take on the load before knowing what weight your shoulders can bear. Byron said, "Look at this day, for it is life, the very life of life. In its brief span lie all the truths and realities of your existence, the joy of growth, the glory of action, the splendor of beauty. For yesterday is but a dream, and tomorrow is only a vision. But well-lived today makes every yesterday a dream of happiness, and every tomorrow a vision of hope. So look well to this day. Such is the salvation of the dawn in Sanskrit." In the previous chapter, we explored the influence of thought and reserve power in the general preparation for public speaking. But preparation involves something more defined than cultivating the power of thought. whether it comes from original or borrowed sources. It involves a specifically acquired attitude towards all of life. If you want to become a complete soul, you must constantly take in and assimilate, for only thus can you hope to give what is worth hearing. Do not confuse the acquisition of general information with mastering specific knowledge. Information consists of a fact or a group of facts. Knowledge is organized information. Knowledge involves knowing a fact in relation to other facts. What matters here is that you use all your faculties to grasp the things around you with the specific aim of correlating and storing them for use in public speaking. You must listen with the ear of the speaker, see with the eye of the speaker, and choose books, companions, views, and sounds with the speaker's objective in mind. At the same time, you must be ready to receive unanticipated knowledge. One of the fascinating aspects of your life as a public speaker will be the conscious growth of power that informal daily experiences bring. If your eyes are open, you will constantly discover facts, illustrations, and ideas without even seeking them. All of this can be used on stage. Even the mundane events of daily life can become ammunition for future battles. Conserving time in preparation is certainly important. You might say, "I have so little time to prepare that my mind must be absorbed by other things." Daniel Webster never missed an opportunity to gather material for his speeches. When he was young and working in a foundry, he read a book with one hand while attending to a mechanical task with the other. In his youth, Patrick Henry wandered through fields and forests alone for days, unconsciously collecting material and impressions for his later service as a speaker. Dr. Russell, the man whom the late Charles Adana claimed had addressed more listeners than any other living person, used to memorize long passages from Milton while watching boiling syrup pots in the quiet woods of New England at night. A modern employer would likely fire a Webster of today for dereliction of duty and would undoubtedly be justified. Patrick Henry might seem merely idle even in those easy days, but the truth remains, those who take power and intend to use it effectively will one day earn a place where this stored power will turn great wheels of influence. Napoleon said that quarter hours decide the fate of nations. How many quarter hours do we let pass purposelessly? Robert Louis Stevenson conserved all his time. Every experience would become capital for his work, as capital can be defined as the results of labor stored to aid future production. He constantly tried to put into adequate words the scenes and actions happening around him. Emerson said, "Tomorrow will be as today. Life is lost in preparing to live." Why wait for a more convenient season for this broad and general preparation? The 15 minutes we spend in the car could be profitable. Acquire a cheap edition of modern speeches, and by cutting a few pages each day and reading them during idle moments here and there, observe how quickly you can become familiar with the best speeches in the world. If you do not want to mutilate your book, take it with you. Most books are now printed in small volumes. The daily waste of natural gas in Oklahoma fields is equivalent to 10,000 tons of coal. Only 3% of the coal energy entering the furnace is diffused as light from your electric bulb. The remaining 97% is wasted. However, these wastes are neither greater nor more regrettable than the enormous waste of time which, if preserved, would enhance the speaker's capabilities to their ultimate power. Scientists grow 3 ears of corn where there used to be one, and efficiency engineers eliminate unnecessary movements and products from our factories, seize the spirit of the times, and apply efficiency to the use of the most precious asset you possess, time. Just as you mentally handle the time spent dressing or shaving, choose a subject and focus your energies on it for a week, using only the free moments that would otherwise be lost. The result will surprise you. A passage a day from the book of books, a nugget of masterful thought, a fully possessed thought, could thus be added to the treasure of your life. Don't waste your time in ways that don't benefit you. Fill every relentless minute of 60 seconds with activity, and on the platform you will be incomparably victorious. However, none of this seems to diminish the value of recreation. Nothing is more vital for a worker than rest, yet nothing is more ambitious for one who avoids it. Ensure your recreation is enjoyable. A break amid work gathers strength for renewed effort. The mistake is taking too long a break, or filling your breaks with thoughts that weaken life. Choosing a topic. The topic and the materials influence each other. This results from the fact that there are two distinct ways to choose a topic, by arbitrary choice or by development through reflection and reading. An arbitrary choice of a topic from several involves so many important considerations that no speaker fails to appreciate the tone of satisfaction in someone who triumphantly announces, "I have a topic." How often does the exhausted teacher hear this cry? Then a list of topics is suggested. It is examined, considered, and in most cases, rejected, as the teacher cannot know, except imperfectly, what is in the student's mind. Suggesting a topic this way is akin to trying to find the street where a lost child lives by naming a series of streets until one of them is familiar. The developmental choice is a very different process. It does not ask, "What should I say?" It turns the mind back on itself and asks, "What do I think?" Thus, one might say that the topic chooses itself, for in the process of reflection and reading, a topic rises in importance and becomes a living germ that will soon grow into a discourse. Those who have not learned to reflect do not truly know their own thoughts, and so their thoughts are not productive. The habit of reading and reflecting will provide the speaker's mind with an abundance of topics on which he already knows something through his own reading and reflection that gave rise to his topic. This is not a paradox but an abundant truth. It should already be evident that choosing a topic through development resembles more a collection than a conscious selection. The topic appears in the mind and concentrates in the intellect of the thinker through a process we have seen as induction. The facts and truths he has read and thought about most of the time involve a gradual process. Dispersed ideas may be vaguely connected at first, but they become increasingly focused and take on a unique shape until finally, a strong idea seems to seize the soul with irresistible force and shout loudly, "Arise, I am your topic. Henceforth, until you pass me on through the alchemy of your inner fire, in a vital discourse you will know no rest." Blessed is that speaker who has found a topic that seizes him. Of course, experienced speakers use both methods of selection. Even a thoughtful reader sometimes finds it necessary to seek a topic this way. And then, the task of gathering materials becomes serious. But even in this case, there is a sense in which selection comes through development, for no prudent speaker will choose a topic that does not represent at least a mature thought. Deciding on the topic to be addressed, even when the topic has been chosen by someone else, still leaves considerable room for choosing the content. The same factual considerations that would guide you in choosing a topic should guide you in selecting the material. Ask yourself or someone else questions like these. What is the exact nature of the occasion? How many people can be expected? And what social class do they come from? What is their likely attitude towards the subject? Who else will be speaking? Will I speak first, last, or at what point in the program? What will the other speakers talk about? What is the nature of the audience? Could a summary address the subject more effectively if it was slightly modified? How much time do I need to occupy precisely? It is evident that many of the errors made in speeches regarding the subject, the speaker, the occasion, and the place are due to the fact that these pertinent questions were not asked. What must be said, by whom, and under what circumstances constitutes 90% of effectiveness in public speaking. No matter who asks you, refuse to be a square peg in a round hole. Proportionality questions are essential. Proportion in a speech is achieved through proper time adjustment. One cannot always say with what level of detail the subject can be treated in 10 minutes. It does not mean 9 or 11. Although 9 is preferable to 11 in any case, I would not steal a man's watch, and you should not steal the time of the next speaker or the audience. It is not necessary to exceed the time limits if you make adequate preparation and divide your subject to give each idea appropriate attention, neither more nor less. Blessed is the man who gives short speeches, for he will be invited to speak again. Another important question is which part of your speech requires the most emphasis. Once you have decided, you will know where to place this central section to give it the greatest strategic value. Many speakers have woken up and realized that they spent 8 minutes of a 10-minute speech merely on a preamble. This is wasteful, like spending 80% of the construction money on the entry hall of a house. The same sense of proportion should tell you to stop precisely when you are finished, and hopefully you will discover the arrival of this period before your audience. Use original sources. The most reliable way to bring your speech content to life is to gather first-hand data. Your words carry the weight of authority when you can say, "I have examined the employment records of all the factories in this district and found that 32% of the employed children are minors." No citation of authority can match this. Adopt the methods of a journalist and discover the facts on which your argument or appeal rests. Doing so may be laborious, but should not be tedious, as the vast world of facts is full of interest, and above all there is the sense of power that original research will give you. Live an active life among people who are the things worth pursuing. Keep your eyes, ears, mind, and heart open to absorb the truth. Then tell the things you know as if you truly know them. The world will listen to you, for nothing attracts the world more than real life. No one can advise you on how to prepare notes for a speech. Some speakers achieve the best results by walking and murmuring, taking notes while pausing in their walk. Others never put pen to paper until they have thought through the entire speech. The vast majority, however, take notes, organize their notes, write a quick first draft, and then revise the speech. Try each of these methods and choose the one that suits you best. Don't let anyone force you to work their way, but do consider their method, as it might be better than yours. These suggestions can be helpful for those who take notes and write the speech. Once you have read and reflected sufficiently, organize your notes by noting the main ideas of your material on separate cards or pieces of paper. Keep them in the same order as the chapters of a book. Then arrange these main ideas or headings in a respective order to lead effectively to the outcome you have in mind, so that the speech can build in argument, interest, and power, stacking one fact or appeal on another until the climax is reached, the peak of influence on your audience. Next, group all your ideas, facts, anecdotes, and illustrations under the previous main headings, each in its natural place. Now you have a skeleton or outline of your speech that, in its own form, can serve as a summary or handwritten notes for the speech, or as a guide for developing the written speech if it needs to be written. Writing and revision. Once the outline is perfect, it is time to write the speech. So, whatever you do, write it down. Do it slowly, without thinking of anything other than the strong and engaging expression of your ideas. The final step is reduction, revision, revisiting as the word suggests. When all parts of the speech must be examined impartially for clarity, precision, strength, effectiveness, appropriateness, logical climax, and in all this you must imagine that you are before your audience, because a speech is not an essay, and what convinces and awakens one will not necessarily prevail with another. The title. Often the last thing is what, in a way, is the first. The title is the name by which the speech is known. Sometimes it will simply be the subject of the speech, such as The New Americanism by Henry Waterson. Or it may be a bit of symbolism that symbolizes the spirit of the speech, like Acres of Diamonds by Russell H. Conwell. Or it might be a beautiful phrase taken from the body of the speech, like Pass the Prosperity by Albert Hubbard. Generally, whatever the reason for deciding on the title, it should be fresh, short, appropriate to the subject, and capable of sparking interest. Chapter 19. Influencing through Exposition. Do not speak at all until you have something to say. Do not concern yourself with the reward of your speech, but only with an undivided spirit for the truth of your speech. Thomas Carlyle, in his essay on biography, extensively discussed the rhetorical structure of public speeches, which would require a more comprehensive treatise than can be undertaken in a work of this nature. However, in this chapter, and the following ones on description, narration, argument, and pleading, the underlying principles are given and explained as fully as necessary for practical knowledge, with references to appropriate books provided for those who wish to perfect themselves in the art of rhetoric. The nature of exposition in language is to lay bare, to show the true inner workings. We see that the fundamental idea of exposition is clarity and precision about what the subject truly is. Exposition is not a description, as that would be a description. Describing exactly what a car is, naming its characteristic parts, and explaining its functioning would also be exposition. An explanation of the nature of fear would be exposition as well. But creating a mental image of a specific car with its shining body, sleek lines, and great speed would be a description. Similarly, an image of fear acting on a child's emotions at night would also be a description. Exposition and description often blend and overlap, but fundamentally they are different. Their differences will be addressed again in the chapter on description. Moreover, exposition does not include a narrative of how events occurred. That falls under narration. When Perry gave a lecture on his polar discoveries, he explained the instruments used to determine latitude and longitude, which constitutes exposition. In illustrating his equipment, he used description. In narrating his day-to-day adventures, he used narration. To support some of his arguments, he used argumentation. However, he mixed all these forms throughout the lecture. Exposition does not deal with reasons and inferences, which fall under the domain of argumentation. A series of connected statements aimed at convincing a potential buyer that one car is better than another, or evidence that the appeal to fear is a flawed method of discipline, would not be exposition. The facts as presented in a speech or expository writing are almost always the basis for argumentation. But the processes are not the same. It is true that stating a single significant fact, if adding another word, can be convincing, but a moment of reflection will show that the inference that completes a chain of reasoning occurs in the mind of the listener and assumes other facts considered in the same way. It is evident that the realm of persuasion is not open to exposition, as it is an entirely intellectual process with no emotional element. The importance of exposition in public speaking is precisely the importance of presenting a subject so clearly that it cannot be misinterpreted. Mastering the process of exposition means becoming a clear thinker. "I know when you ask me," replied a gentleman when asked to define a very complex idea. "Some great concepts defy explicit explanation, but no thought should take refuge behind such exceptions, as where definition fails, other forms succeed. Sometimes we think we have perfectly mastered an idea, but when it comes time to express it, clarity becomes blurred. Thus, exposition is the proof of clarity of understanding. To speak effectively, one must be able to see the subject clearly and completely, and make the audience see it as you do. There are pitfalls on both sides of this path. Explaining too little will leave your audience with doubts about what you mean. It is pointless to discuss a question if what you want to convey is not perfectly clear. Have you ever reached an impasse in a conversation upon discovering that you were talking about one aspect of a topic while your friend was thinking of another? If two people disagree on their definitions of musician, it is pointless to argue about the right of a certain man to claim the title. On the other side of the path is the abyss of excessive explanation. This offends, as it gives the impression to listeners that you do not respect their intelligence, or that you are trying to blow a breeze into a cyclone. Carefully gauge your audience's probable knowledge, both generally and on the specific point you are explaining. In trying to simplify, it is fatal to explain more than necessary for the needs of your argument or appeal. It is a waste of energy on all sides in your efforts to be explicit. Do not push exposition to the point of becoming boring. The limits are not far, and you may reach them before you realize it. Some objectives of exposition should be clear. First, exposition weaves a link of understanding between you and your audience. Additionally, it establishes a factual base upon which subsequent claims, arguments, and appeals are built. In scientific and purely informative speeches, exposition can exist for itself, as in a lecture on biology or psychology. But in the vast majority of cases, it is used to accompany and set the stage for other forms of speech. Clarity, precision, accuracy, unity, truth, and necessity must be the constant standards against which the effectiveness of expositions is tested, and indeed that of any explanatory statement. This maxim should be engraved in your mind in very clear letters, and it must apply not only to the objectives of exposition, but also to its use. The methods of exposition, the various ways a speaker can proceed in exposition, are subject to being touched on from time to time, and even when they are not found or overlap, they flow in such parallel ways that the paths are sometimes different in theory and not in practice. Another practical aspect is definition. The main method of exposition is stating precise limits. Obviously, it is important to ensure that the terms of the definition do not require too much definition themselves, that the language is concise and clear, and that the definition neither excludes nor includes too much. Here is a simple example. To explain is to expose the nature, meaning, characteristics, and importance of an idea or group of ideas. Arlo Bates, English Composition Lectures. Contrast and antithesis are often used effectively to expand the definition, as in the sentence that immediately follows the cited definition. Therefore, exposition differs from description in that it deals directly with the meaning or intention of its subject rather than its appearance. Antithesis constitutes an extension of the definition and as such could be seen as such. Even more, in fact, it is a common practice in public speeches where the minds of listeners often require reiteration and expansion of exposition to help them understand a subject in its various aspects. This is the very essence of exposition, to expand and clarify all terms with which a subject is defined. Example is another way to broaden a definition or expose an idea more fully. The following sentences immediately follow Mr. Bates's definition and contrast that we have just cited. Much of what we inaccurately call a description is actually exposition. Suppose a small child wants to know how a steam engine works and says, "Please describe the steam engine." If you insist on taking their words literally and are willing to risk being disturbed for having been deliberately misunderstood, you will at best imagine this marvelous machine vaguely. If you explain it, you are not describing it but exposing it. The primary value of the example is that it illuminates the unknown by referring the mind to the known. The mind's ability to make enlightening and appropriate comparisons for the sake of clarity is one of the main resources of the speaker on the podium. It is the greatest gift of teaching, a gift that also responds to culture. Read the 3 excerpts from Arlo Bates as delivered by their author as a single passage, and see how they merge into one, each part complementing the other in a very useful way. The analogy, which draws attention to similar relationships in objects that are not alike, is one of the most useful methods of exposition. The following striking example comes from the Vision speech in Liverpool. A savage is a man of one story, and that one story is a basement. When a man begins to be civilized, he adds another story. When he becomes Christianized and further civilized, the man adds story upon story, as one faculty after another develops, and each story must be filled with its own productions. Clarification is a less common form of platform explanation, consisting of drawing out associated ideas so that attention focuses on the main thought to be discussed. In reality, it is a negative factor in exposition, although it is very important. Since it is fundamental for examining a closely related issue and setting aside secondary matters to highlight the main issue, here is an example of the method. I cannot allow myself to be diverted from the only subject that concerns this jury. It is not relevant to consider that this prisoner is the husband of a desperate woman, and that his children will go into the world under the shadow of the most extreme penalty of the law applied to their father. We must forget the venerable father and the mother whom heaven took pity on before they knew the disgrace of their son. What do these matters of the heart have to do with the reddened faces of their friends, with the long and honorable career of the prisoner to be told before this court? When you have sworn to weigh only the direct evidence before you, the only question you must decide with the evidence is whether this man has committed, with vengeful intent, the murder that all impartial witnesses have solemnly indicated. Classification assigns a subject to its class by an admissible extension of the definition. It can also be said to assign it to its order, genus, and species. Classification is useful in public discourse to reduce the subject to the desired phase. It is also valuable for showing a thing in its relation to other things, or in a correlation. Classification is closely related to definition and division. This issue of beverage traffic, gentlemen, takes its place alongside the serious moral questions of all time, regardless of its economic importance, and anyone who can challenge it, no matter how vital its relation to our political system, must be resolved quickly, just as the world has resolved in its progress the issues of constitutional government for the masses of opium traffic, servitude, and slavery, not as issues of economic and political convenience, but as issues of right and wrong. Analysis separates a subject into its essential parts. This can be done according to several principles. For example, analysis can follow the order of time, like geological eras, the order of place, like geographical facts, the logical order, like the structure of a sermon, the order of increasing interest or progression toward a climax, like a lecture on 20th century poets, and so forth. A classic example of analytical exposition is the following. In philosophy, human contemplations reach up to God, or are limited to nature, or reflect upon or return upon themselves. From these different investigations arise 3 kinds of knowledge: divine philosophy, natural philosophy, and human philosophy, or humanity, as all things are marked and stamped with this triple character. The power of God, the difference of nature, and the use of man, Lord Bacon, The Advancement of Learning. Division differs from analysis in that analysis follows the inherent divisions of a subject, as illustrated in the previous passage, whereas division arbitrarily separates the subject for reasons of convenience in treatment. For example, the division of civil history into 3 types is not inappropriate when compared to the 3 types of pictures or images, as from pictures or images we see that some are unfinished, others are perfect, and others are disfigured. Similarly, we may find 3 classes of histories: commemorative, perfect, and ancient, as commemorative are the unfinished history or early drafts of history, and ancient are the disfigured history or some remnants of history that have inadvertently escaped the wreck of time. Lord Bacon, The Advancement of Learning. Generalization establishes a broad principle or general truth derived from examining a number of individual facts. This synthetic exposition is not the same as argumentative generalization, which supports a general argument by citing cases as evidence. Note how Holmes starts with a fact, and by adding one after another arrives at a complete set. This is one of the most effective methods in the speaker's repertoire. Take a hollow cylinder with the bottom closed while the top remains open, and pour in water up to a height of a few centimeters. Then cover the water with a flat plate or piston that fits perfectly inside the cylinder. Next, apply heat to the water, and we will witness the following phenomena. After a few minutes, the water will start to boil. The steam that accumulates at the upper surface will find its way by slightly lifting the piston. As the boiling continues, more and more steam will form, and the piston will rise higher and higher until all the water has boiled away and only steam remains in the cylinder. This machine, composed of a cylinder, a piston, water, and fire, is the steam engine in its most elementary form, as a steam engine can be defined as a device for performing work by applying heat to water, and lifting a weight like the piston is one way of doing work. This device, however awkward and inconvenient it may be, precisely meets this definition. Reference to experience. Reference to experience is one of the most vital principles in exposition, as it is in any other form of discourse. Reference to experience, as used here, means referring to what is known. This includes what the listener has seen, heard, read, felt, believed, or done, and which still exists in their consciousness. Their knowledge encompasses all thoughts, feelings, and events that are real to them. Thus, referencing experience means entering into the listener's life. The vast results achieved by science are not obtained through any mystical faculty or mental process, other than those practiced by each of us in the most modest and trivial affairs of life. A policeman discovers a thief from the traces left by their shoes, through a mental process identical to that used by Cuvier to reconstruct extinct animals from fragments of their bones. The process of induction and deduction by which a lady, finding a stain of a certain type on her dress, concludes that someone has knocked over the inkpot is no different from the process by which Adams and Leverrier discovered a new planet. Indeed, the scientist merely uses with exact scrupulousness the methods that we all habitually and carelessly use. Thomas Henry Huxley, Lay Sermons. Inscription on the Scroll of Youth. Inscribe your name on the scroll of youth, which ages with all the marks of age. You do not have moist eyes, dry hands, yellow cheeks, a white beard, skinny legs, a swollen belly, a broken voice, short breath, a double chin, or a genius alone, and everything about you marked by antiquity. Curse, 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 Lord John Shakespeare, The Merry Wives of Windsor. Questions and exercises. What would be the effect of sticking to one form of discourse during a public presentation? Have you ever heard a speech of this kind? Make a list of 10 topics that could be largely, if not entirely, addressed by exposition. Name the 6 rules to which expository writing must adhere. Deliver a brief speech based on one of the following topics. A. Wages and compensation. B. The master and the man. C. War and peace. D. Home and boarding. E. Struggle and victory. F. Ignorance and ambition. Give a 10-minute speech on one of the topics mentioned in question 5, using all the expository methods previously mentioned. Explain what it means to set aside secondary and subordinate topics. Define correlation. Provide an example of classification on any current political, social, economic, or moral issue. Write a brief speech carefully generalized from a large number of data on one of the following topics. A. The problem of domestic servants. B. Cats. C. The fashion of baseball. D. Reform administrations. E. Sewing societies. F. Coeducation. G. The street vendor. Chapter 20. Influencing through description. The groves of paradise, long vanished, live in description and seem green in song. Alexander Pope, Windsor Forest. When our speech rises above the earthly line of familiar facts and is inflamed with passion or exalted thought, it is adorned with imagery. A man who seriously observes his intellectual processes will find that a more or less vivid material image always arises in his mind, concurrent with each thought that clothes the thought. This image is spontaneous. It is the blend of experience with the present action of the mind, a creation of its own. Ralph Waldo Emerson, Nature. Just like other valuable resources in oratory, description loses its power when pushed to extremes. Excessive ornamentation makes the subject ridiculous. A blouse is something very useful, but why embroider it? Whether description should be contained within its proper and significant limits, or whether it should be encouraged to overflow, is a personal choice for each speaker, as the oldest literary tendency of mankind is to represent nature through description. To describe is to evoke an image in the listener's mind. When we talk about description, we naturally talk about depicting, drawing, coloring, and all the painter's techniques. To describe is to visualize, so description should be considered a pictorial process, whether the writer deals with material or spiritual objects. If asked to describe a rapid-fire rifle, one might do so in two ways: by giving a cold technical explanation of its mechanism in its entirety and detail, or by describing it as a terrible engine of massacre, focusing on its effects rather than its structure. The first of these processes is exposition. The second is true description. Exposition deals more with the general, while description should focus on the particular. Exposition versus description. Exposition clarifies ideas, description deals with things. Exposition deals with the abstract, description with the concrete. Exposition focuses on the internal, description on the external. Exposition is enumerative, description is literary. Exposition is intellectual, description is sensory. Exposition is impersonal, description is personal. If description is a process of visualization for the listener, it is first so for the speaker. The speaker cannot describe what they have never seen either physically or in their imagination. It is this personal quality, this matter of the personal eye that sees the things to be described, that makes description so engaging in public discourse. When a speaker has a personality and we are interested in their personal vision, their interest naturally combines with that of the stage and may even be the sole source of interest for their listeners. The eye that sees has been praised in a previous chapter on subject and preparation, and imagination will be treated in a later chapter on coming alongside. But here we must consider the mind that imagines, the mind that forms the double habit of seeing things clearly, as we see more with the mind than with the physical eye, and then reimagining those things to present them to the minds of the audience. No habit is more useful than that of clearly visualizing the object, the scene, the situation, the action, and the person about to be described. Unless this primary process is done with clarity, the image will be blurry for the listener. The methods of description in public speaking should primarily be through suggestion, not only because suggestive description is much more concise and saves time, but also because it is very vivid. Suggestive expressions connote more than they literally say. They suggest ideas and images to the listener's mind that complement the speaker's direct words. When Dickens in A Christmas Carol says that he entered Mrs. Fezziwig's house with a great smile, our minds skillfully complete the image thus started, a process much more effective than a meticulously detailed description, as it leaves a unified and vivid impression. And that's what we need. Here's a current suggestion. General Trinquel was a man of knotted oak, rough, solid, and reliable. One always knew where to find him. Dickens presents Mrs. Picture as a small pin-cushion, a small housekeeper, a little book, a small sewing box, a tiny set of tables and weights, and a small woman all in one. In his New York story, Washington Irving depicts Wowder Band Trailer as a robust beer barrel set on skates. No matter the form of description you use, be sure to master the art of suggestion. Description can be done by simple insinuation. Lowell highlights a happy example of this type of representation by insinuation when he, from Chaucer, says that he sometimes describes broadly with the lightest hint, like when the monk before going to bed chases the cat. We know without needing more words that he has chosen the most comfortable corner. Description can represent a thing by its effects, When the viewer's eye is dazzled and shaded, we get the idea of a splendid object. When their face pales with horror, rapid amazement, and admiration, we get the idea of great beauty. From their silence and fear, we get the idea of great majesty. Brief description can be made by epithet. Blue eyes, white arms, laughter-loving are now conventional compositions, but were quite fresh when Homer first used them. Centuries have not improved them. There are still bronze wheels with 8 spokes or smooth and beautiful bronze shields, well hammered. Note the effective use of epithet in Will Levington Comfort's Fighting the Dead, when he talks about soldiers in a Philippine skirmish. As description uses figures of speech, any advanced rhetorician will discuss and provide examples to guide. This question is very important. Assuredly silky, a brilliantly figurative but carefully sensible style marked by brief, striking, ingenious and humorous comparisons and characterizations, is a wonderful resource for all types of platform work. Description can be direct. This assertion is clear enough without needing exposition. Use your own judgment to decide whether it is preferable to proceed from a general view to details or to first give the details and thus build the general image, but in any case be brief. Notice the compactness of these nickel descriptions by Washington Irving. He was an old gentleman, low, square, and muscular, with a double chin, a bulldog mouth, and a wide, copper-colored nose, which at that time was supposed to have acquired its fiery hue from the constant proximity of his tobacco pipe. He was exactly 5 feet 6 inches in height and 6 feet 5 inches in circumference. His head was a perfect sphere, and of such enormous dimensions that Dame Nature, with all the genius of her sex, would have been confounded to construct a neck capable of supporting it. Therefore, she wisely declined the attempt and set it firmly atop his spine, just between his shoulders. His body was of an oblong shape, particularly wide in the lower part, which was wisely arranged by Providence, knowing he was a man of sedentary habits and very reluctant to unnecessary work of walking. The above is too long for the platform, but it is as rich in delicious exaggeration as it might serve as a model of humorous character presentation, for here one inevitably sees the inner man on the outside. Direct description for platform use can be made vivid by the sparing use of historical present. The following dramatic passage, accompanied by the most vivid action, has stayed in the mind for 30 years. After listening to Dr. Teeterwith's lecture on great mistakes, the crack of the bat still rings clearly today. Prepare the bats and take your positions. Now give us the ball, not too low, don't hit too high, don't hit there. It comes like lightning, hit, go higher, higher, run to the next base, faster, faster, good, all around in one go. Notice the extraordinary method of the speaker. Notice the extraordinary way the speaker has immersed the orator, the audience, the spectators, and the players into a single emotional and static whole, just like you, focused, leaning forward in your seat while receiving the ball with 3 strikes in favor and 2 strikes against in the 9th inning. Also, notice how, perhaps unconsciously, he painted the scene in Homeric style, not as if it had already happened, but as if it were unfolding before your eyes. If you have attended many travel lectures, you will have been struck by the painful extremes to which speakers go, with a few notable exceptions. Their language is often exaggerated or coarse. If you want to learn the power of words to imbue even landscapes and houses with poetry and human appeal, read Robert Louis Stevenson, Pierre Loti, and Edmondo de Amicis. From afar, a mountain of carved stone appeared to them, the temple lifting its barren skyward pinnacles, casting the golden dew of its decoration into the heavens. The Chinese ghosts of Hermes were clear, colorful, and jewel-like, but not icy. A faint silver mist represented the Milky Way around me. The black fir trees stood upright and still. From the whiteness of the saddle, I could see Modestin walking side to side along the length of his tether. I could hear him constantly munching grass, but there was no other sound except the indescribable and silent murmur of the brook over the stones. It was already full autumn, late autumn, with gloomy twilights and everything darkening early in the old house, and all of Breton land seemed dark as well. The very days seemed like twilight. Immense clouds passing slowly suddenly brought darkness at noon. The wind constantly moaned, like the sound of a cathedral organ in the distance, but playing secular airs to desperate chants. The door approached again and howled like wild beasts. Pierre Loti, an Icelandic fisherman. I see the great refectory where a battalion might have trained. I see the long tables, the 500 heads bent over the plates, the rapid movement of 500 forks, 1,000 hands, and 16,000 teeth, the swarm of servants running hither and thither, called, scolded, pressed from all sides at once. I hear the clatter of plates, the deafening din, the voices muffled by food shouting for bread, bread, and I feel again the tremendous appetite, the Herculean strength of the jaw, the exuberant life and spirit of those distant days. Edmondo de Amicis, School Friends. Tips for using description. Decide from the start of a description what point of view you want your listeners to adopt. One cannot view a mountain or a person from all sides at once. Establish a point of view and do not change it without warning. Choose an attitude toward the subject. Idealize, caricature, ridicule, exaggerate, defend, or describe impartially. Also be aware of your mood, as it will color the subject you are describing. Melancholy will make a rose garden appear gray. Adopt an orderly procedure. Do not review in a haphazard way, but follow the chosen order. Dispersed and changing observations produce confused impressions, just as a moving camera spoils temporal exposure. Avoid unnecessary details. Some details identify a thing with its class, while others differentiate it. Select only significant and suggestive characteristics and highlight them with great vividness. Learn a lesson from the few traits used by the billboard artist to determine what to describe and how to name it. Try to understand the knowledge of your audience. The difference between the unknown and the known to them is also crucial for you. Eliminate ruthlessly all ideas and words that are not necessary to produce the desired effect. Every element of a mental image either helps or hinders. Ensure they do not disrupt, as they cannot be passively present in any speech. Interruptions in description to make secondary comments are not as powerful in destroying unity as scattered descriptive phrases. The only visual impression that can be effective is one that is unified. When describing, try to evoke the emotions you felt when you first witnessed the scene, and then try to reproduce those emotions in your audience. Description is primarily emotional. Nothing can be more mortally boring than a cold, emotionless outline, while nothing leaves a warmer impression than a vivid and animated description. Provide a quick and lively overview at the end of the portrait. The first and last impressions are the most lasting. The mind can be trained to grasp the key points of a subject to see in a single scene, action, experience, or character a unified impression of the whole. To describe a thing as a whole, you must first see it as a whole. If you master this art, you will have mastered description at its highest level. Questions and answers. Write 2 paragraphs on one of the following topics: racehorse, motorboat, golf, tennis. Make the first a pure exposition and the second a pure description. Choose your own topic and do the same in 2 brief impromptu speeches. Deliver a short and original speech in a flamboyant style. Make a list of 10 topics suitable for description in your preferred style. Deliver a 2-minute speech on one of these topics, using primarily but not solely description. For 1 minute, observe an object, scene, action, image, or person of your choice. Take 2 minutes to organize your thoughts, then give a brief description, all without taking notes. In what way is description more personal than exposition? Explain the difference between scientific and artistic description. Which of the following options do you prefer and why? She was a blossoming 18-year-old girl, plump as a ripe melting partridge, and with cheeks as rosy as one of her father's peaches. Irving was a splendidly feminine girl, as healthy as a November pumpkin, and no more mysterious than a windowpane's crystal, bright, neat, methodical, and well-fed. She was Miss Picture, with cherry-colored cheeks and a melodious voice. Dickens. Write and deliver without notes and with descriptive gestures a description imitating one of the authors mentioned in this chapter. Narration, the art of storytelling, is the art of writing with brackets and eyes. The principle is to have the appropriate thought, follow the appropriate thought, the appropriate fact, follow the appropriate fact, first preparing the mind for what is coming, then letting it come, Walter. Our own speeches are curiously historical. Most people, as you can observe, speak only to narrate, not in the transition of what they have thought, which is often a very small matter, but in the exposition of what they have undergone or seen, which is something rather limitless. Speakers expand if narration is cut off, just as the onset of evening halts conversation, even among the wisest and most reserved, and among fools, it would evaporate completely. Thus, as we are merely representing history, we are merely reciting it. Thomas Carlyle on History. Only a small segment of the vast field of narration offers its resources to the public speaker, and this includes anecdote, biographical facts, and the narration of events in general. Narration is easier to define than to master. It is the recounting of an incident or a group of facts and events in a manner designed to produce a desired effect. The laws of narration are few, but successful practice involves more art than it seems at first glance, so much so that we cannot even touch on its technique here. We must focus on examining a few examples of narration as used in public speaking, noting how the use of narration by public speakers differs radically from that of story writers, in the more limited scope, absence of extended dialogues and character drawing, and the freedom to develop details that characterize platform narration. On the other hand, there are several methodological similarities: the frequent combination of narration with exposition, description, argumentation, and advocacy, the care taken in arranging the material to produce a strong effect in the conclusion, the climax, the very general practice of hiding the climax of a story until the effective moment, and the careful omission of unnecessary and therefore harmful details. Thus, we see that whether for the view or for the platform, the art of narration involves much more than mere recitation of annals and books. The succession of recorded events requires a plan to realize them with actual effect. It is also noted that literary style in platform narration is likely to be less polished and more dramatic than that intended for publication, or else more fervent and elevated in tone. In this latter aspect, however, today's best platform speeches differ from the models of the previous generation, where a very dignified and sometimes pompous style was considered the only appropriate attire for public speaking. Despite the great nobility and touch of the old masters in their elevated and passionate eloquence, we sometimes feel oppressed when reading their sonorous periods for long, even considering all that we lose in losing the presence, voice, and fire of the speaker. Thus, let us model our platform narration like our other forms of speech on the effective speeches of the moderns without diminishing our admiration for the older school. An anecdote is a brief narration of a single event told to be striking enough to highlight a point. The more vivid the point, the more condensed the form, and the more sudden the application for the audience, the better the story. Considering an anecdote as an illustration, an interpretive image, will help us maintain its true purpose, as a story without a purpose is one of the greatest offenses in the most prominent platform. A well-chosen word can fall into perforated bags and drag on without any evident relation to the subject discussed. On the other hand, a fitting anecdote has saved many speeches from failure. There is no better opportunity to show tact than in introducing clever or humorous stories into a speech. The mind is sharp, and like a sword, it penetrates deeply, sometimes even to the heart. Humor is benevolent and does not hurt. Ingenuity rests on the sudden discovery of an unsuspected relationship between two ideas. Humor deals with irrelevant things, incongruity. It was ingenious for Douglas Herald to reply to the frown of a stranger whom he had tapped on the shoulder, mistaking him for a friend. "Excuse me, I thought I knew you, but I'm glad I don't." It was humorous of the Southern orator, John Wick, to compare the pleasure of spending an evening with a puritanical girl to sitting on a block of ice in winter while breaking hailstones between his teeth. Other anecdotes must be adapted to the particular truth the speaker wishes to convey in his speech. Sometimes this adaptation is made before telling the story, and the audience is ready to make the point-by-point comparison while the illustration is given. Henry W.B. Gray used this method in one of the anecdotes he told during his great impromptu speech, The New South. It is necessary to say a final word about introducing anecdotes. A clumsy and inappropriate introduction is fatal, while a single appropriate or ingenious sentence will spark interest and prepare a favorable audience. Cut out 10 anecdotes from any source and state what truths each might illustrate. Deliver 5 of them in your own language without making any application. From one of the 10 anecdotes, provide one that makes an application before telling the anecdote. Provide another one for splitting the application. Deliver another one to make the specific application unnecessary. Indicate 3 ways to present an anecdote, specifying where you heard it, etc. See Chapter 22, Influencing by Management. Sometimes the feeling that a certain viewpoint is undoubtedly correct prevents the mind from thinking at all. Given the obstacles that certain classes or degrees of feeling throw in the path of thought, one might infer that the thinker must eliminate the element of consent from their inner life. This could not be a greater mistake. If the Creator has endowed man with the power to think, feel, and will, these different mental activities are not meant to be in conflict, and as long as none of them is perverted or allowed to function excessively, each necessarily helps and strengthens the others in their normal functions. Nathan Seifer, Thinking and Learning to Think. When we analyze, compare, and decide the value of certain ideas, we reason. When an idea produces in us an opinion or action without being subjected to prior deliberation, it motivates us through suggestion. In the past, it was believed that man was a rational animal who based his actions on the conclusions of natural logic. It was assumed that before forming an opinion or deciding on a course of action, one would analyze at least some of the reasons for and against the subject, and carry out a more or less simple reasoning process. But modern research has demonstrated the exact opposite. Most of our opinions and actions are not based on conscious reasoning, but are the result of suggestion. In fact, some authorities claim that an act of pure reasoning is very rare in the average mind. Transcendental decisions are made. Large-scale actions are determined mainly by the force of suggestion. Notice the word mainly because simple thought, or even mature reasoning, often follows an accepted suggestion in the mind, and the thinker affectionately assumes that their conclusion is based from start to finish on cold logic. The basis of suggestion must be considered both as an effect and as a cause. Considered as an effect or objectively, there must be something in the listener that predisposes them to receive the suggestion. Considered as a cause or subjectively, there must be certain means by which the speaker can act on this particularly susceptible attitude of the listener. How to do this honestly and fairly is our problem. Doing it dishonestly and deceitfully, using suggestion to provoke conviction and action without a basis of right and truth in a bad cause, is to assume the terrible responsibility that must fall on the champion of error. Jesus did not dare use suggestion to sway men to his advantage, but every vicious crook has adopted the same means to achieve malevolent ends. Thus, honest men will carefully examine their motivations and the truth of their cause before trying to influence others through suggestion. There are three fundamental conditions that make us susceptible to suggestion. We naturally respect authority in all minds. It is simply a matter of degree, ranging from the subject who is easily swayed to the obstinate mind that reinforces itself with every leap towards its opinion. The latter type is almost immune to suggestion. One of the peculiarities of suggestion is that it is rarely a fixed quantity. The mind that is receptive to the authority of one person may be inflexible to another. The mindsets and environments that easily produce hypnosis in one case may be totally ineffective in another, and certain thoughts may barely be shifted. However, we know that the subject's feeling that authority, power, dominance, control, whatever you wish to call it, resides in the person of the suggester is the basis of all their management. The extreme force of this influence is demonstrated in hypnosis. The hypnotized subject is told they are in water. They accept the assertion as true and make swimming movements. They are told a band is marching down the street playing the Star-Spangled Banner. They declare they hear the music, stand up and uncover their heads. Similarly, some speakers are capable of creating a modified hypnotic effect on their listeners. They will applaud measures and ideas that they would repudiate after individual reflection, unless said reflection leads to the conviction that the first impression is correct. A second important principle is that our feelings, thoughts, and wills tend to follow the path of least resistance once the mind is open. Overcoming a feeling requires a greater power of feeling, thought, or will, or even all three to surpass it. Our feelings influence our judgments and wills far more than we are willing to admit. It is so true that it is a superhuman task to convince an audience to reason justly on a subject they deeply feel, and when this result is achieved, the success is notable, as in the case of Henry Ward Beecher's speech in Liverpool. Emotional ideas, once accepted, are quickly appreciated and eventually become the very essence of our being. Attitudes based solely on feelings are harmful, and what is true of our feelings in this sense applies to our ideas. But thoughts that come to the mind tend to be accepted as true unless a stronger and contradictory thought emerges. The expert speaker who drives people to action manages to dominate the minds of their audience with their thoughts, subtly forbidding the emergence of ideas hostile to their own. Most of us are captured by the latest strong appeal, and if we can be led to act while under the influence of this last persistent thought, we lose sight of opposing influences. The fact is that almost all of our decisions, if they involve reflection, are of this nature. At the moment of decision, the course of action we are considering takes precedence over any other consideration, and conflicting ideas are set aside. Recently, the head of a major publishing house commented that 90% of people who buy subscription books never read them. They buy them because the salesman presents the merchandise with such skill that any consideration other than the book's appeal disappears from the mind, and this thought drives action. Every idea that germinates in the mind will lead to action unless a contradictory thought forbids it. Think of singing a scale, and you will end up singing it unless the contrary thought of its uselessness or absurdity inhibits your action. If you sell and treat a horse's leg, it will remain lame, as you cannot think of swallowing without affecting the muscles involved in the process. You cannot think of saying hello without a slight movement of the speech muscles. Warning children not to put beans up their noses is the surest way for them to do it. All thoughts that arise in the mind of your audience will work for you or against you. Thoughts are not dead matter, they radiate dynamic energy. All thoughts tend to pass into action. Thought is another name for destiny. Dominate the thoughts of your listeners, dispel all contradictory ideas, and you will influence them as you wish. Both wills and feelings and thoughts tend to follow the path of least resistance. This is what creates habit. Suggest to a man that it is impossible to change his mind, and in most cases it will become even more difficult to do so. The exception is the man who naturally jumps to the opposite. Counter-suggestion is the only way to reach him. Subtly and insistently suggest that the opinions of those who oppose your views are changing, and that an effort of will, in fact a mobilization of the forces of feeling, thought and will, is necessary to stop the tide of change that has unconsciously set in. But it is not only authority that influences us, and we tend towards channels of least resistance. We are all influenced by our environment. It is difficult to rise above the influence of a crowd. Its enthusiasms and fears are contagious as they are suggestive. There must be some basis of truth in what many people feel. 10 times 10 is more than 100. Put 10 men speaking before 10 audiences of 10 men each, and compare the added power of these 10 speakers to that of a single man addressing them all. The 10 speakers may be logically more convincing than the single speaker, but the odds heavily favor the lone man achieving a greater overall effect, because the 100 men radiate conviction and resolve that 10 small groups could not. We all know the theme of the enthusiasm of numbers. See the chapter on how to influence the crowd. The environment controls us unless the opposite is suggested. A dark day in a monotonous hall barely populated with listeners invites disaster on the platform. Everyone holds this in suspense, but let the speaker address the subject directly and suggest with all their feelings, manners and words that this is going to be a great meeting in all vital aspects. Let us see how the suggestive power of the environment recedes in the face of a more powerful suggestion, if the speaker is able to make it. Well, these 3 factors, the respect for authority, the tendency to follow paths of least resistance, and susceptibility to the environment, help bring the listener into a mindset favorable to suggestive influences, but they also react on the speaker. And now, we must consider these personal, random, or suggestive forces that enable the speaker to use suggestion effectively. How can the speaker make their suggestion effective? We have seen that under the influence of authoritative suggestion, the public tends to accept the speaker's assertion without arguments or criticism. But the public is not in this frame of mind unless there is implicit trust in the speaker. If they lack faith in him, question his motivations or knowledge, or even oppose his manner of acting, they will not be swayed by his most logical conclusion and will not consider him a fair audience. Everything depends on the trust they have in him. Whether the speaker finds it already in the warm and attentive gaze of his listeners, or must earn it despite opposition or coldness. He must gain this advantage before his suggestions acquire power in the hearts of his listeners. Trust is the mother of conviction. Observe the beginning of Henry W. B. Gray's after-dinner speech. How did he try to secure his audience's trust? He created a receptive atmosphere with a humorous story, expressed his desire to speak with seriousness and sincerity, acknowledged the vast interests involved, minimized his untested arm, and professed his humility. I would not grant such an introduction of trust to the speaker unless it were strongly opposed. Even in this case, I would not entirely dismantle your antagonism, Mr. President. By being invited by your invitation to deliver a speech on the issue of race, and thus having the opportunity to give a political address, I understand, in trying to reconcile orders with decorum, the perplexity of the little girl who was asked to learn to swim, but was also warned, "Now, dear, hang your clothes on a walnut branch and do not go near the water." It is said that the missionary is the most fervent apostle of the Church, and that, wherever he unfolds his banner, there will never be a greater need for unction and direction than for me, invited tonight to raise the banner of a Southern democracy in the Boston Banquet Hall and discuss the racial issue in the homes of Phillips and Summer. But, Mr. President, if the intention is to speak with frank and sincere honesty, if it is a sincere understanding of the vast interests at stake, if it is a devoted sense of the disaster that can follow a misunderstanding and an even greater estrangement, if these elements can be counted on to stabilize an undisciplined speech and reinforce an untested arm, then, sir, I will find the courage to continue. Observe Mr. Bryan's attempt to gain the trust of his audience in the following introduction to his Cross of Gold speech delivered at the Democratic National Convention in Chicago in 1896. He acknowledges his inability to measure up to the eminent gentlemen they have heard, affirms the sanctity of his cause, and declares that he will speak in the interest of humanity, knowing well that humanity tends to trust the one who defends its rights. This introduction completely dominated the audience and made Mr. Bryan famous. Mr. President and gentlemen of the convention, it would certainly be presumptuous for me to present myself in opposition to the eminent gentlemen you have heard, if it were simply a matter of capacities. But this is not a competition between individuals. The humblest citizen of all the country, when he puts on the armor of a just cause, is stronger than all the troops of error. I come to speak in defense of a cause as holy as the cause of liberty, the cause of humanity. Some speakers are able to generate confidence through their own manner, while others are not. To ensure confidence, be confident. How can you expect others to accept a message in which you yourself lack faith or seem to lack it? Confidence is as contagious as disease. Napoleon reprimanded an officer for using the word impossible in his presence. The speaker who does not contemplate defeat generates in the minds of his listeners the idea of his victory. Lady Macbeth was so certain of her success that Macbeth changed his mind about the murder. Christopher Columbus was so convinced of his mission that Queen Isabella pawned her jewels to finance his expedition. Assert your message with implicit security, and your own belief will act as gunpowder to propel it. Advertisers have long used this principle. The machine you will eventually buy, ask someone who owns one. These are advertising slogans so full of confidence that they inspire confidence in the mind of the reader. It should, but maybe it won't. It goes without saying that confidence must rest on solid merits, otherwise a ridiculous fall will occur. It is good for the illusionist to claim all domains, but the official account is right in front. The reaction against excess confidence and its management should warn those whose main tool is simply to bluff. Recently, a speaker appeared at an eloquence club and claimed that grass would grow from ashes sprinkled on the ground without the help of seeds. This idea was met with a burst of laughter, but the speaker was so sure of his position that he forcefully repeated the claim several times and cited his own personal experience as proof. One of the most intelligent men in the audience, who had initially ridiculed the idea, ended up believing it. When asked about this sudden change of attitude, he replied that it was because the speaker was so sure of himself. In fact, he was so confident that it took a letter from the U.S. Department of Agriculture to dispel his mistake. If a speaker's confidence can make intelligent men believe in theories as absurd as this, where will the power of self-confidence stop when plausible proportions are advanced with all the power of persuasive speech? Observe the complete certainty of these choices. I do not know which path others will take, but as for me, give me liberty or give me death. I will never ask for quarter, and I will never be a slave, but I will swim in the sea of slaughter until I sink beneath its waves. Come one by one, come all, this rock will fly from its firm base as soon as I, Sir Walter Scott, say so. Authority is a factor of suggestion. We generally accept as truth, without criticism, the words of an authority when they speak. Rarely do contradictory ideas arise in the mind, inhibiting the action they suggest. A Supreme Court judge sees the power of his words multiplied by the virtue of his position. The ideas of the U.S. Commissioner of Immigration on his subject are much more effective and powerful than those of a soap manufacturer, even if he is a skilled economist. This principle has also been used in advertising. We are told that the doctors of two kings recommended Sanatogen. We are informed that the largest bank in America, Tiffany & Co., and the Departments of State, War, and the Navy use the Encyclopedia Britannica. The astute promoter of his company's stocks, bankers, or influential businessmen in the community uses them as examples for his sales arguments. If he wants to influence his audience through suggestions, if he wants his statements to be accepted without criticism or arguments, he must appear as an authority and be one. Ignorance and credulity will persist unless the suggestion of authority is quickly followed by facts. Do not claim authority unless you have your license in your pocket. Let reason support the position that the suggestion has adopted. Advertising will help you establish your reputation, but it is up to you to maintain it. A speaker discovered that his reputation as a magazine writer was a tremendous asset as an orator. Mr. Bryan's publicity, achieved through his 3 presidential nominations and his position as Secretary of State, helps him command large sums as a speaker, but fundamentally, he is an excellent orator. Newspaper ads, all types of publicity, formality, impressive introductions, these all have a crucial effect on the public's attitude, but how ridiculous it is if a toy gun is advertised as a 16-inch gun. Observe how authority is used in the following example. To support the strength of the speaker's appeal, Professor Alfred Russel Wallace has just celebrated his 19th anniversary. Sharing with Charles Darwin the honor of discovering evolution, Professor Wallace has recently received numerous and eminent honors from scientific societies. On the stage offered to him in London, his speech was largely composed of reminiscences. He reviewed the progress of civilization over the last century and made a series of brilliant and startling contrasts between England in 1813 and the world in 1913. He claimed that our progress is only apparent and not real. Professor Wallace insists that the painters, sculptors, and architects of Athens and Rome were so superior to modern men that even the fragments of their marbles and temples are the despair of current artists. He tells us that man has improved his telescope and glasses, but has lost his sight. Man has improved his looms, but hardened his fingers, improved his car and locomotive, but lost his legs, improved his food, but lost his digestion. He adds that modern white slave trade, orphanages, and life in the tenements of industrial cities constitute a dark page in the history of the 20th century. Professor Wallace's views are corroborated by the report of the Parliamentary Commission on the causes of the decline in the working-class population in our own country. Professor Jordan warns us against war, intemperance, overwork, malnutrition of poor children, and disrupts our satisfaction with his harvest of blood. Professor James is more pessimistic. He believes that the pace, climate, and stress of city life have disintegrated the Puritan trunk that once extinguished our old families, and that the avalanche of immigration signifies a Niagara of muddy waters, tainting the pure sources of American life. In his speech in New Haven, Professor Kellogg lists the signs of racial degeneration and tells us that this deterioration even indicates a tendency toward the extinction of the race. From hills everywhere, warnings come to the American people. Our medical journals are full of danger signals. Our books and magazines, freshly printed, tell us clearly that our people are facing a social crisis. Mr. Jefferson, once considered a good democratic authority, seems to have differed in his opinion from the gentleman who spoke to us on behalf of the minority. Those who oppose this proposal tell us that the issuance of paper money is a banking function and that the government should stay out of banking. I am with Jefferson more than with them, and I tell them, as he did, that the issuance of money is a government function and that banks should stay out of government affairs. William James Bryan said that authority is the great weapon against doubt, but even its strength can rarely overcome prejudice and the persistence of false ideas. If a speaker has managed to forge a sword that guarantees similar armor, which blesses humanity by sharing its secret with its brothers everywhere, for until now he is alone in his glory, there is a middle ground between suggestions of authority and confessions of weakness that offers a broad margin for the speaker's tact. No one can advise you when to throw your hat in the ring and say defiantly as you exit, "Gentlemen, I am here to fight." Theodore Roosevelt can do it. Bisher would have been ridiculed if he had started with that style in Liverpool. It is up to your own tact to decide whether you will use the disarming grace of Henry Reety's introduction that we just cited. Even the time-worn joke was naive and seemed to say, "Gentlemen, I come to you without carefully guarded pieces," or if the solemn gravity of Mr. Bryan before the convention will be more effective. Just make sure that your initial attitude is well thought out, and if it changes as you approach your subject, do not let this change expose a revolution of feelings before your audience. Example is a powerful means of suggestion, as we have seen. By considering the environment's effects on the public, we do, without the usual amount of doubts and criticism, what others do. Paris wears certain hats and clothes, and the rest of the world imitates. The child mimics the actions, accents, and intonations of the parents. If a child never hears speech, he will never speak to anyone, will never acquire the power of speech unless given intense training, and even then only imperfectly. One of the great stores in the United States spends fortunes on an advertising slogan, "Everyone goes to the department store." This makes everyone want to go there and can enhance the power of your message by showing that it has been widely accepted. Political organizations subsidize applause to give the impression that their speakers' ideas are very well received and approved by the public. Advocates of the commission form of city government, advocates of women's suffrage, use as their strongest argument the fact that several cities and states have already successfully adopted their plans. Advertising uses testimony for its managing power. Observe how this principle has been applied in the following elections and use it on all possible occasions in your attempts to influence through suggestion. The war has truly begun. The next storm sweeping from the north will bring to our ears the clash of resounding arms. Our brothers are already on the battlefield. Why remain here doing nothing? Patrick Henry, with a zeal approaching that which inspired the Crusaders who followed Peter the Hermit, saw our silver Democrats marching from victory to victory until they now gather not to discuss, not to debate, but to reaffirm the judgment already rendered by the people of this country's plains. In this struggle, brother against brother, father against son, the warmest bonds of love, knowledge, and association have been ignored. Former leaders have been sidelined when they refused to give expression to the sentiments of those they sought to guide, and new leaders have emerged to champion this cause of truth. Thus, the struggle has been waged, and we have gathered here under directives as binding and solemn as those ever imposed upon representatives of the people. William James Bryan, figurative and indirect language, has a suggestive power because it does not make assertions that can be directly discussed. It does not provoke contradictory ideas in the public's mind, thereby fulfilling one of the main criteria of suggestion by insinuating a conclusion. In indirect and figurative language, this is generally asserted with greater force. Do not be mistaken. Mr. Bryan did not say that Mr. McKinley would be defeated, but he implied it much more effectively. Mr. McKinley was nominated in St. Louis on a platform declaring the maintenance of the gold standard until it could be replaced by bimetallism through an international agreement. Mr. McKinley was the most popular man among Republicans, and 3 months ago, everyone in the Republican Party predicted his election, just as they do today. The man who once delighted in thinking he resembled Napoleon now shudders at the memory of being nominated on the anniversary of the Battle of Waterloo. Not only that, but while he listens, he can hear ever more clearly the sound of waves crashing on the lonely shores of St. Helena. If Carlyle had said that a false man cannot found a religion, his words would not have been as suggestive, powerful, and long remembered as his implication in these striking words. A false man founds a religion. A false man cannot build a brick house if he does not truly know and follow the properties of mortar and burnt clay. And what he builds is not a house, but a pile of rubbish that will not withstand 12 centuries to accommodate 180 million. It will collapse immediately. Man must conform to the laws of nature, be truly in communion with nature and the truth of things. Otherwise, nature will respond, not at all. Notice how the picture Webster paints here is much more emphatic and striking than any simple assertion. Sir, I do not know what others may feel. But as for me, when I see my soul surrounded like Caesar in the Senate, by those who repeat time and again, I would not want this right to turn toward me and say, "And you too, my son Webster, a speech must be built on solid, logical foundations, and no one should dare speak on behalf of a reasoning error." However, raising a subject will necessarily provoke contradictory ideas in the minds of your audience. When you want immediate action or persuasion, Suggestion is more effective than argumentation. When wisely mixed, the effect is irresistible. Questions and exercises. Outline or summarize the content of this chapter. Revise the introduction of one of your written speeches, considering the lessons from this chapter. Provide original examples of the power of suggestion as observed in each of these areas. A. Advertising. B. Politics. C. Public sentiment. Provide original examples of suggestive speeches illustrating two of the principles discussed in this chapter. What reasons can you provide to refute the general argument of this chapter? Choosing your own topic, prepare and deliver a brief speech primarily in a suggestive style. Chapter 23. Influencing through arguments. Common sense is the common sense of humanity. It is the product of shared observation and experience. It is modest, simple, and unsophisticated. It sees with everyone's eyes and hears with everyone's ears. It has no whimsical distinctions, no perplexities, no mysteries. It never errs and never beats around the bush. Its language is always intelligible. It is known for the clarity of its speech and the simplicity of its purpose. George Jacob Holyoake on Oratory and Debate. The very name of logic is impressive to most young speakers, but as soon as they realize that their processes, even if more complex, are merely technical statements of truths imposed by common sense, they will lose their fears. Indeed, logic is a fascinating subject that deserves the study of the speaker because it explains the principles that govern the use of arguments and evidence. Argumentation is the process of producing conviction through reasoning. There are other means of producing conviction, especially suggestion, as we have just shown, but no method is as high, as worthy of respect, as adding solid reasons in support of an argument, because one must consider more than one aspect of a subject before asserting that it is deliberate. To be fair, we must consider argumentation from two aspects, constructing an argument and demolishing an argument. That is, not only must we examine the solidity of the structure of our argument to ensure it can support the proposition we claim to prove, and remain so solid that it cannot be refuted by opponents. But we must also be attentive to detecting flaws in arguments so that we can dismantle the weaker arguments of those who argue against us. We can consider argumentation in general, leaving detailed and technical discussions to excellent works like George Byker's The Principles of Argumentation and George Jacob Holyoake's Public Speaking and the Veda. Any good academic rhetoric book will also help on the subject, particularly the works of John Franklin and Adam Sherman Hill. Students are encouraged to familiarize themselves with at least one of these texts. It is hoped that the following series of questions will serve a threefold purpose: to suggest means of proof as well as ways in which they can be used, to help the speaker prove the strength of their arguments, and to enable them to attack the arguments of their opponent with acuity and fairness. How to test an argument. The question being debated. A. Is it clearly established? B. Do the terms of the statement mean the same thing to each of the opponents? For example, the meaning of the term gentleman might differ from one perspective to another. C. Is it likely that confusion will arise regarding its objective? D. Is it well expressed? E. Does it include sufficient information? F. Does it include too much information? G. Is it phrased in a way that contains a trap? H. Is it a debatable question? I. What is the central point of the whole issue? J. What are the subordinate points? Evidence. A. Witnesses to the facts. I. Are they impartial? 2. What is their relationship to the subject in question? B. Are they mentally competent? C. Are they morally credible? D. Are they able to know the facts? E. Are they eyewitnesses? F. Are they voluntary witnesses? G. Is their testimony contradictory? H. Is their testimony corroborated? I. Is their testimony contrary to known facts or general principles? J. Is it probable? Authorities cited as evidence. A. Is the authority well recognized as such? B. What makes them an authority? C. Is their interest in the case impartial? D. Do they express their opinion positively and clearly? E. Are non-personal authorities cited, books, etc., reliable and impartial? Facts presented as evidence. A. Are they numerous enough to constitute proof? B. Do they carry sufficient weight, such as character? C. Are they in harmony with reason? D. Are they mutually harmonious or contradictory? E. Are they admitted, disputed, or doubtful? Principles advanced as evidence. A. Are they axiomatic? B. Are they truths of general experience? C. Are they truths of special experience? D. Are they truths reached through experiments? E. Were the experiments authorized and conclusive? Reasoning. Induction. A. Are the facts numerous enough to accept the generalization as conclusive? B. Do the facts align only when considered in light of this explanation? C. Are contradictory facts sufficiently explained? D. Are all opposing positions relatively untenable? E. Have you accepted simple opinions as facts? Deduction. A. Is it a well-established law or general principle? B. Is the fact you want to deduce clearly derived from it? C. Does the importance of the law or principle justify such a deduction? D. Is the deduction exaggerated? Parallel cases. A. Do parallel cases justify an inference of similar cause or effect? B. Are the parallel cases similar on the crucial point in question? C. Has the parallelism been forced? Inferences. A. Do the premises make the allegation probable? B. Are the clues pointing to the inference sufficiently clear or numerous to justify their acceptance as fact? Are they cumulative and consistent with each other? Could they point to a contrary conclusion? Syllogisms. A. Has a step been omitted in the syllogisms? For example, in an enthymematic syllogism. If so, check if one is missing to complete the syllogism. B. Have you been guilty of asserting a conclusion that is not actually deduced? Can a syllogism be reduced to an absurd reductio ad absurdum? Questions and exercises. Show why an unsupported assertion is not an argument. Illustrate how an irrelevant fact can seem to support an argument. Critique the following syllogism. Major premise: all carefree men are happy. Minor premise: carefree men are without worry. Conclusion: therefore, carefree men are happy. Critique the following premises. Not everything that shines is gold. Anything cold can be expelled by fire. Critique the following false deduction. All strong men admire strength. This man is not strong, and therefore this man does not admire strength. Critique these statements. Sleep is beneficial for its soporific qualities. Fishing stories are authentic because they contain accurate accounts of U.S. history, and we know they are true, otherwise they wouldn't be found in these authentic works. What do you understand by the terms reasoning from effect to cause, and from cause to effect? Give examples. Test the reasoning in one of the speeches delivered in this volume. Give a brief speech advocating for the teaching of the art of oratory in public evening schools. Cut out a newspaper editorial where the reasoning is weak. Critique and correct it. Make a list of 3 debate topics selected from monthly magazines. Do the same with newspapers. Chapter 24. Influencing through Persuasion. It has a thriving art when it plays with reason and discourse and can persuade successfully. Shakespeare, Measure for Measure. We call someone an artist who performs before an assembly of people like a master on the keys of a piano, who, seeing people enraged, can calm and reconcile them, leading them to laughter and tears, regardless of whether they are coarse or refined, satisfied or discontented, ill-tempered or wild in their opinions, whether under the watch of a confessor or in the vaults of their banks. He will satisfy and humble them as he wishes, and they will do and execute what he commands. Ralph Waldo Emerson, Essay on Eloquence. Persuasion has done more good and harm than any other form of speech. It is an attempt to influence by appealing to a particular interest that the listener considers important. Its motive may be high or low, just or unjust, honest or dishonest, calm or passionate, and this is why its impact has no parallel in oratory. This inculcation of conviction, to use Matthew Arnold's expression, is naturally a complex process, as it generally includes argumentation and often uses suggestion, as will be shown in the next chapter. Indeed, there are few public speeches worth their name that are not partly persuasive, as people rarely speak solely to change others' opinions. The ultimate goal is almost always action. The nature of persuasion is not solely intellectual, but largely emotional. Use all the principles of oratory and all forms of discourse, to use a rhetorician's expression, but its particular quality is argumentation, complemented by a special appeal. The best way to see this is to examine methods of persuasion. High-level speakers often seek to urge their listeners to action by appealing to their highest motives, such as love of freedom. Senator Hogar, in advocating for action on the Philippine issue, used this method. What has been the practical spirit of the state arising from its ideals and sentimentalities? They have squandered nearly 600 million treasures and sacrificed 10,000 American lives. the flower of our youth. They have devastated provinces, killed thousands of people they claim to help, established concentration camps. Their generals return home with their harvest, bringing with them the boots of other thousands of sick and wounded and traumatized minds. The Star-Spangled Banner, in the eyes of a large population, has become the emblem of sacrilege in Christian churches, of the destruction of human homes, and of the horror of water torture. Their practical statesman, who scorns to model himself after George Washington and Abraham Lincoln or the soldiers of the Revolution or the Civil War, has sometimes sought examples from Spain. I rather believe I know that overall our officers and soldiers are humane, but in some cases they have waged their war with a mixture of American ingenuity and Castilian cruelty. Their practical skill as statesmen has succeeded in transforming a people who, 3 years ago, were ready to kiss the hem of the American's robe and hail him as a liberator, into dark and irreconcilable enemies, harboring a hatred that centuries cannot erase. Mr. President, here is the eternal law of human nature. They may fight against it, they may try to avoid it, they may persuade that their intentions are benevolent, that their yoke will be light and their burden light, but governance without the consent of the governed, an authority that heaven has never granted, can only be sustained by means that heaven can never sanction. The American people must answer this question. They may answer now, in 10 years, 20 years, a generation or a century, but they will have to answer. You cannot legally buy with their money or obtain through the brutal force of arms the right to subjugate a people who do not want the Constitution that you, and not they, consider better for them. Senator Hoare appealed to another type of appeal, the appeal to facts and experience. We have answered this question many times in the past. The Founding Fathers answered it in 1776 and founded the Republic on their answer, which has been the cornerstone. John Quincy Adams and James Monroe answered it with the Monroe Doctrine, which John Quincy Adams declared was simply the doctrine of the consent of the governed. The Republican Party answered it when it took the reins of government at the beginning of the brightest period in all legislative history. Abraham Lincoln answered it during that fateful trip to Washington in 1861, declaring that it was the doctrine of his political creed, and proclaiming with prophetic vision that he was ready to be assassinated for it, and that it was necessary. You yourselves answered when you said that Cuba, which had no more right than the people of the Philippine Islands to its independence by right, should be free and independent. Appealing to things that people value is another powerful form of persuasion. Joseph Story, in his great speech at Salem in 1828, used this method in the most dramatic way. I invite you, fathers, by the shadows of your ancestors, by the dear ashes that rest on this precious soil, by all that you are and all that you hope to be, to resist any object of disunion, to resist any interference with your freedoms, to resist any attempt to restrict your consciences or to stifle your public schools or extinguish your public education system. I implore you, mothers, for what is never lacking in a woman, the love of her children. Teach them, as they climb on your knees or cuddle against your breasts, the blessings of liberty. Swear on the altar, as with your baptismal vows, that you will be faithful to your country and that you will never forget or abandon it. I invite you, young people, to remember who you are the children of, whose heritage you possess, the life that is never too short, that which brings only misfortune and oppression. Death never comes too early if it is necessary to defend the freedoms of your country. I ask my elders for your advice, your prayers and your blessings. May your white hairs not descend into the grave with the memory of having lived in vain. May your last sun not set in the west on a nation of slaves. I read in the destiny of my country far better hopes, much brighter visions than we, who are now gathered here, will soon join with the congregation of other days. The time of our departure is approaching to make way for our children on the stage of life. May God hasten their coming and that of their descendants, so that he who, in another century, will be here to celebrate this day, continues to behold a free, happy, and virtuous people, with reasons to rejoice like us, with all the enthusiasm of truth and poetry, exclaiming that his country is still there. The appeal to prejudice is effective, though not often, if ever justified. However, as long as specific arguments persist, this type of persuasion will be used. Rudyard Kipling employs this method as many others on both sides, speaking of the Great European War, intertwined with an appeal to prejudice. Mr. Kipling uses an appeal to self-interest. Although it is not the highest, it is a powerful motive in all our lives. Notice how in the end, the advocate moves into the highest ground he can occupy. It is a remarkable example of the progressive appeal that starts with a low motive and ends with a high one, in order to harness the full force of prejudice while obtaining all the value of patriotism, without guilt or desire on our part. We are at war with Germany, the power that owes its existence to 3 well-fought wars, the power that over the past 20 years has worked to organize and prepare for this war, the power that now fights to conquer the civilized world. Over the past 2 generations, Germans in their books, lectures, speeches and schools have been carefully taught that nothing less than this conquest of the world was the goal of their preparations and sacrifices. They have prepared carefully and sacrificed greatly. We must have men and men if we want, with our allies, to stop the advance of organized barbarism. Do not delude yourselves. We are facing a strong and magnificently equipped enemy whose declared goal is our complete destruction. The rape of Belgium, the attack on France, and the defense against Russia are only steps along the way. The true objective of the Germans, as we have always been told, is England and England's wealth, commerce, and worldwide possessions. If it is assumed for a moment that the attack will succeed, England will not be reduced, as some say, to the status of a second-class power, but we will cease to exist as a nation. We will become a peripheral province of Germany, to be administered according to the severity that German security and interests demand. We are opposed to such a fate. We are entering a new life where all the facts of war that we have left behind or forgotten over the past 100 years will test us, as they did our forebears. It will be a long and difficult road, fraught with difficulties and discouragements, but we will travel it together, and we will travel it together to the end. Our petty divisions and solid barriers were swept away at the beginning of our mighty struggle. All the interests of our lives from 6 weeks ago are dead. Now we have only one interest, to touch the bare heart of every man on this island and in the empire. If we want to win the right to the existence of freedom on earth, every man must volunteer for this service and this sacrifice. From these examples, it appears that the particular way in which speakers address their audience is to remove their own interests and show emotion themselves. The very important principles you must constantly keep in mind to achieve this are firstly a deep understanding of human motives in general and an understanding of the specific audience you are addressing. What are the motives that prompt men to action? Think seriously about them. Note them in the tables of your mind and study how to appeal to them dignifiedly. Then, what motives might attract your listeners? What are their ideals and interests in life? A mistake in your estimation could cost you the trial. Appealing to the pride of appearance would be mocking a man among men. Trying to awaken sympathy for the Jews in Palestine would be a futile effort. Study your audience, feel its path, and when you have kindled a spark, fan it until it becomes a flame with all the honest memories you possess. The broader your audience, the more likely you are to find a universal basis of attraction. A small audience of singles will not be excited by the importance of insurance for furniture. Most men can be mobilized in defense of the freedom of the press. Patent medicine advertisements often start by talking about your pains. They start with your interests. If they spoke first about the size and classification of their establishment or the effectiveness of their remedy, you would never read the advertisement. If they can make you believe that you have nervous problems, you would even beg for a remedy. Patent medicine sellers beg, asking you to invest your money in their product, but it does not seem that they do. They place themselves on your side of the barrier and arouse the desire for their medicines by appealing to your own interests. Recently, a bookseller entered a lawyer's office in New York and asked, "Do you want to buy a book?" If the lawyer had wanted to buy a book, he would probably have bought it without waiting for a bookseller to approach him. The lawyer made the same mistake as the representative who approached, saying, "I want to sell you a sewing machine." Both spoke only in terms of their own interests. The successful lawyer must transform his arguments into terms of benefits for his audience. Men remain selfish. They care about what is useful to them. Eliminate your own personal concern from your speech and present your appeal in terms of the common good. Asterisk, asterisk. And to do so you need not be dishonest, for it is better not to defend any cause that is not for the good of the listeners. Observe how Senator Turstone, in his plea for intervention in Cuba, and Mr. Bryan, in his speech on the Cross of Gold, have posed as apostles of humanity. Exhortation is a very passionate form of appeal, often used from the pulpit to awaken men's sense of duty and urge them to decide their own path, and by lawyers to try to influence a jury. Great preachers, just like great jurists, have always been masters of persuasion. Observe the difference between these four exhortations and analyze the motives to which they appeal. Vengeance, avenger, seek, burn, fire, kill, murder, let no traitor live. Shakespeare, Julius Caesar. Defense of the homeland, strike until the last armed enemy expires, strike for your altars and your games, strike for the green graves of your fathers, for God and for your native land. Fitzgreen Halleck, Marco Bozzaris. Appeal to justice. Believe, gentlemen, if it were not for these children, I would not come here today asking for such compensation, if it were not because your verdict can prevent these poor little innocents, destitute, from becoming wandering beggars in addition to being orphans on the face of this earth. Oh, I know that I do not need to ask this verdict from your mercy. I do not need to extort it from your compassion. I will receive it from your justice. I beseech you, not as fathers, but as husbands, not as husbands, but as citizens, not as citizens, but as men, not as men, but as Christians, by all your public, private, moral, and religious obligations, by the profaned hearth, by the desolate hearth, by the canons of the living God, abominably despised, save, oh, save your chimneys from contagion, your country from crime, and perhaps thousands more yet to be born from the shame, sin, and pain of this example. Charles Phillips. Plea to the jury. Appeal to conscience and humanity. Thus I call upon the men with silk sleeves who dance to the music made by slaves and call it freedom, upon the men with bell-shaped hats who led Hester to her shame and called it religion, upon this Americanism that stretches its arms to strike evil with reason and truth, confident of the power of both. I call from the patriarchs of New England, the poets of New England, from Lowell to Whittier, from Norton to Holmes, and I call in the name and for the rights of this common citizenship, this common heritage that traces back as much to the Puritan as to the Cavalier to whom we all owe our existence. Let the dead past, sanctified by the blood of its martyrs and not by its wild ears, darkened alike by the magic of kings and the magic of priests, let the dead past bury its dead. Let the present and the future resound with the song of the singers. Blessed be the lessons they teach, the laws they make. Blessed be the eye that sees, the light that reveals. Blessed be tolerance ever sitting at the right hand of God to guide the way with the loving word, as blessed is everything that brings us closer to the end of religious truth, true republicanism and true patriotism, the distrust of slogans and labels, of buffoons and heroes, the belief in our country and in ourselves. It was not Cotton Mather, but John Greenleaf Whittier who cried, "Dear God and Father of us all, forgive our faith in cruel lies. Forgive the blindness that denies, overturns our idols, turns our bloody altars, our bloody altars. Let us see you in your humanity." Henry Watterson, Puritan and Cavalier. Goethe, when reproached for not writing war songs against the French, replied, "In my poetry I have never been ashamed. How could I write war songs without feeling the war? It is also impossible to argue with full effectiveness for a cause that one does not deeply feel. Sentiment is contagious, just like belief. The speaker who argues with true feeling for his own convictions will infuse his feelings into his listeners. Sincerity, strength, enthusiasm, and especially feeling are the qualities that move crowds and make appeals irresistible. They are far more important than the technical principles of presentation, the grace of gestures, or polite enunciation, though all these elements must undoubtedly be considered important. Build your appeal on reason, but do not stop in the basement. Let the building rise, filled with deep emotion and noble persuasion. Questions and exercises. What elements of attraction do you find in the following? Is it too flowery? Is this style as powerful today? Are the sentences too long and convoluted for clarity and force? Oh, gentlemen, am I only the advocate for my client? No, I am the defender of humanity, of yourselves, of your homes, of your wives, of your families, of your little children. I am glad this case shows such atrocity without any mitigating trait. The time to stop the dreadful advance of this calamity has arrived, and it must be marked by vengeance. If it is not, farewell to the virtues of my country, farewell to all trust between man and man. Farewell to that mutual tenderness without which marriage is only a consecrated curse. If oaths are violated, laws despised, friendship betrayed, humanity trampled, national and individual honor sullied, and if a jury of fathers and husbands grants such infamy a pass to their homes, their wives and their daughters, farewell to all that remains of Ireland. But I will not doubt my country's character against the mockery of the enemy and the skepticism of the foreigner. I will continue to emphasize the domestic virtues that no treachery could exchange, that no bribe could buy, which with Roman usage adorn and sanctify both homes, giving domestic society all the purity of the altar, which endure both in the palace and in the country house, and which are still scattered across this land, the relic of what was the source, perhaps, of what could be, the solitary, majestic, and magnificent monuments, which, lifting their majesty amid the surrounding ruins, serve both as markers of past glory and as models for what the future might erect. Preserve these virtues with a vestal fidelity, mark this day with your verdict, your horror of their desecration. And believe me, when the hand that will record this verdict is dust, and the tongue that requests it is erased from the tomb, many happy homes will bless its consequences, and many mothers will teach their little children to hate. Charles Phillips, The Infamous Betrayal of Adultery. Analyze and critique the form of appeal used in the elections of Hoare, Story, and Kipling. Provide 2 examples from each lesson in this volume where speakers have tried to be persuasive, securing the sympathy of the audience for themselves. A. Sympathy for their subjects. B. Self-pity. Make a brief speech using persuasion. What other methods of persuasion besides those mentioned here can you name? Is it easier to persuade people to change behavior, or to persuade them to continue a particular behavior? Provide examples that support your belief. To what extent is it justified to appeal to personal interest to motivate people to adopt a certain direction? And does the merit of the course relate to the merit of the methods used? Illustrate an unworthy method of using persuasion. Give a brief speech on the value of the ability to persuade. Does effective persuasion always produce conviction? Does conviction always lead to action? Is it fair for an attorney to appeal to the jury's emotions in a murder trial? Should the judge use persuasion when formulating his charge? Explain how self-consciousness can undermine an orator's power of persuasion. Is emotion without words sometimes persuasive? If so, illustrate. Can gestures without words be persuasive? If so, illustrate. Does an orator's posture have anything to do with persuasion? Discuss. Does the voice have anything to do with persuasion? Discuss. Does form have anything to do with persuasion? Discuss. What effect does personal magnetism have in producing conviction? Discuss the relationship of persuasion with A. Description.b narration.e, the exposition of pure reason. What is the effect of excessive persuasion? Give a brief speech on the effect of constant use of persuasion on the orator's sincerity. Demonstrate with an example how a general statement is not as persuasive as a concrete example illustrating the point discussed. Show with an example the value of brevity in persuasion. Discuss the importance of avoiding an antagonistic attitude in persuasion. What is the most persuasive passage you found in the lessons of this volume? What does it rely on? Quote a persuasive passage from another source. Read and recite it aloud. Make a list of the emotional bases of appeal, ranking them from least to most according to your estimation. Would circumstances make a difference in this ranking? If so, provide examples. Give a brief and passionate appeal before a jury asking for justice for a poor widow. Make a brief appeal to people to abandon a wrong path. Chapter 25. Influencing the crowd. Success in business ultimately depends on the ability to touch the imagination of the masses. The reason why preachers of this generation are less successful at inciting people to want goodness than businessmen are at making them want cars, hats, etc., is that businessmen as a class are more diligent and determined students of human nature, and they have mastered the art of touching the imagination of the masses. Gerald Stanley Lee. In early July 1914, a group of French in Paris or Germans in Berlin was not a crowd in the psychological sense. Each individual had his own particular interests and needs, and there was no powerful common idea that united them. A group was merely a collection of individuals. A month later, any collection of French or Germans became a crowd. Patriotism, hatred, a common fear, a widespread grief had united the individuals. The psychology of the crowd is very different from that of the individual members who make it up. The crowd is a distinct entity. Individuals suppress and subdue many of their impulses under the dictate of reason. The crowd never reasons, it only feels. As individuals, there is a sense of responsibility related to our actions that curbs many of our impulses. But the sense of responsibility is lost in the crowd due to its number. The crowd is extremely suggestible and will act according to the wildest and most extreme ideas. The spirit of the crowd is primitive and will applaud plans and carry out actions that its members would completely reject. A riot is just a very excited crowd. Ruskin's description is apt. You can convince a crowd of anything. Its feelings can be and are usually generous and just, but they have no solid foundation. You can provoke or tickle it at your will. It thinks by contagion for the most part, catching an opinion like a cold, and there is nothing so small on which it will not roar wildly when the attack is on, and nothing so great that it will not forget in an hour when the attack is over. History will show us how the spirit of the crowd works. The medieval mind was not bound by reasoning. The medieval man placed great importance on the expression of authority. His religion primarily touched the emotions. These conditions provided fertile ground for the spread of the crowd spirit. In the 11th century, when monks preached self-flagellation, a voluntary self-punishment, the substitution of flagellation with the recitation of penitential psalms was advocated by reformers. A scale was devised whereby 1,000 lashes equaled 10 psalms or 15,000 psalms equaled the entire psalter. This fad spread rapidly. Brotherhoods of flagellants emerged. Priests carrying banners led large processions through the streets, reciting prayers and flogging their bloodied bodies with leather straps tipped with 4 iron points. Pope Clement condemned this practice, and several leaders of these processions had to be burned at the stake before the frenzy could be eradicated. All of Western and Central Europe became a crowd under the preaching of the Crusaders, and millions of followers of the Prince of Peace rushed to the Holy Land to kill the pagans. Even children embarked on a crusade against the Saracens. The spirit of the crowd was so strong that domestic affections and persuasion could not prevail against it, and thousands of innocent children died trying to reach and redeem the Holy Sepulchre. In the early 18th century, the South Sea Company was established in England. Britain became a crowd of speculators. South Sea Company shares soared from 128.5 points in January to 550 in May, and reached 1,000 in July. 5 million shares were sold at this premium. Speculation ran rampant. Hundreds of companies were organized. One was formed for a perpetual motion wheel. Another never cared to give any reason for taking money from its subscribers, merely announcing that it was organized for a purpose to be announced later. The owners began to sell. The crowd panicked. South Sea Company shares plummeted 800 points in a few days, and over $1 billion evaporated. At this time of frenzied speculation, the Salem witch trials, the Klondike gold rush, and the 48 people killed by crowds in the United States in 1913 are familiar examples in America. The crowd must have a leader. The leader of the crowd or mob is a determining factor. He self-hypnotizes with the idea that unifies his members. His enthusiasm is contagious, just like that of others. The crowd acts as he suggests. The great mass of people does not have very definite conclusions on any subject outside their own spheres, but when it becomes a crowd, it is perfectly willing to accept ready-made opinions. They will follow a leader at all times. In labor issues, they often follow a leader rather than obeying their government. In war, they will sacrifice their instinct for self-preservation and follow a leader in the face of weapons firing 14 times per second. The crowd is devoid of strength and will, and obeys blindly to its dictator. The Russian government, recognizing the threat that the spirit of the crowd poses to its autocracy, used to prohibit public meetings. History is full of similar cases. How does the crowd form today? The crowd is as real a factor in our socialized life as our magnates and monopolies. It is a problem too complex to condemn or praise. It must be reckoned with and controlled. The current problem is how to get the most and best out of the spirit of the crowd, and the public speaker finds this to be a question particularly his own. His influence multiplies if he can transmute his audience into a crowd. His assertions must become their conclusions. This can be achieved by unifying the minds and needs of the audience and awakening their emotions. One must play on their feelings, not on their reason, and it is up to him to do so nobly. Argument has its place at the podium, but even its powers must serve the orator's plan of attack to win over his audience. Revisit the chapter on feelings and enthusiasm. It is impossible to transform an audience into a crowd without appealing to their emotions. Can you imagine an average group turning into a crowd by listening to a lecture on dry fly fishing or Egyptian art? On the other hand, it would not have required world-renowned eloquence to turn any Ulster audience in 1914 into a crowd by discussing the Home Rule Act. The spirit of the crowd largely depends on the subject used to merge its individualities into a dazzling whole. Applause, generally a manifestation of sentiment, helps to unify the audience. The nature of the crowd is illustrated by the phenomenon of the contagion of applause. Recently, a crowd in a New York cinema and vaudeville applauded several songs, and when an advertisement for custom-made skirts appeared on the screen, someone began to applaud, and the crowd followed blindly like sheep until someone realized it was a joke and started laughing. Then the crowd again followed the leader, laughing and applauding their own stupidity. Sometimes actors start applauding their lines by snapping their fingers. Someone in the front rows confuses this with weak applause, and the whole theater joins in. An attentive listener will be interested to note the various stratagems a monologist uses to get the first series of laughs and applause. He strives because he knows that an audience composed of individuals is an audience of indifferent critics. But once he manages to make them laugh together, each of those who laugh pulls the others with them until the entire theater is in a frenzy and the performer has scored points. These are undoubtedly flimsy methods and show no trace of inspiration, but the nature of crowds has not changed in 1,000 years, and the only law applies equally to the greatest preacher as to the most insignificant orator. He must melt his audience or he will not get his message across. The resources of the great orator may not be as obvious as those of the vaudeville monologist, but the principle is the same. He must strive to strike a universal chord that makes all his listeners feel the same way at the same time. The evangelist knows this when he makes the soloist sing an emotional song just before the sermon, or when he gets the entire congregation to sing, for he knows that those who do not join in the song are still outside the crowd. Many times the popular evangelist has stopped in the middle of his sermon when he sensed that his listeners were individuals rather than a unified mass. A sensitive speaker might feel this condition in the most disheartening way, and suddenly demand that everyone stand and sing, or that they loudly repeat a well-known passage and read it in unison. Perhaps he has subtly deviated from his speech to tell a story he knew, through long experience, would bring his listeners to a common feeling. These things are important resources for the orator, and fortunate is he who uses them with dignity rather than as a miserable charlatan. The difference between a demagogue and a leader is not so much a matter of method as of principles. Even the most worthy orator must acknowledge the eternal laws of human nature. It is not a question of pushing him to become a charlatan on stage, far from it, but of adorning his speech with dignity. Being coldly correct is not as foolish as rambling. Do neither. Instead, appeal to the ancient elements of your audience, recognized by all great orators from Demosthenes to Sam Small, and ensure that you never degrade your powers by motivating your listeners in an undignified manner. It is as difficult to kindle enthusiasm in a dispersed audience as it is to light a fire with scattered sticks. For an audience to become a crowd, it must appear as a crowd. This cannot be achieved when they are spread out in a large seating area or when many empty pews separate the speaker from his listeners. Make your audience compact. How many preachers have regretted the vast building where what would normally be a large congregation was scattered into a cold, bleak solitude Sunday after Sunday? Even Bishop Brooks could not have inspired a congregation of 1,000 souls seated in the vastness of St. Paul's in Rome. In this colossal sanctuary, only major events that attract crowds take place in front of the high altar. At other times, the smaller side chapels are used. Universal ideas charged with sentiment help create the atmosphere of the crowd. Examples include liberty, character, righteousness, courage, brotherhood, altruism, country, and national heroes. George Cohan made practical and profitable use of psychology when he introduced flags and patriotic songs into his musicals. Cromwell's regiments prayed before battle and went into combat singing hymns. The French corps singing La Marseillaise in 1914 charged against the Germans as one man. Such unifying devices awaken emotions, turn soldiers into fantastic crowds, and unfortunately, into more effective assassins. Chapter 26. mounting the horse from the side. Asterisk, asterisk. Thinking and feeling constitute the two major divisions of genius, the men of reason and the men of imagination, according to Isaac Disraeli. While imagination gives form to the shapes of unknown things, the poet's pen transforms them into forms, giving the aerial ether a place and a name. Shakespeare, A Midsummer Night's Dream. It is common among those who mainly concern themselves with the practical aspects of life to think that imagination has little value compared to direct thinking. They smile with tolerance. When Emerson says that science does not know its debt to imagination, these are the words of a speculative essayist, a philosopher, a poet. But when Napoleon, the indomitable forger of empires, declares that the human race is governed by its imagination, authoritative words command respect. Remember that the ability to form mental images is a gear so effective it can be found throughout the mental machine. It is certain it must integrate with this other vital gear, pure thought. But when it does, one might wonder which produces the most important results for human happiness and well-being. This should become clearer as we proceed. What is imagination? Let us not seek a definition, for it is possible to find a dozen or so, but let us understand this fact. By imagination we mean the faculty or process of forming mental images. The object of the imagination may exist in reality or not at all, or be a combination of both. It can be physical or spiritual or both. The mental image is both the most anarchic and the most law-abiding child ever born from the mind. First of all, as its name indicates, the process of imagination, for we now consider it a process rather than a faculty, is memory in action. Therefore, we must primarily consider it as such, reproductive imagination. We see, hear, feel, taste, or smell something, and the sensation fades. However, we are aware of a more or less great ability to reproduce these sensations at will. Two general considerations will govern the vividness of the image thus evoked: the strength of the original impression and the power of reproduction of one mind compared to another. Nevertheless, any normal person can evoke images with some degree of clarity. The fact that not all minds possess this faculty of imagination to the same extent will have an important relationship with the study of this question for the public speaker. No person who does not feel at least some poetic impulses can seriously aspire to be a poet, although there are many people who aspire to be speakers and whose image-creating faculties are so dormant they seem truly dead. To all these, we insistently say, awaken your gift of image creation, for even in the most coldly logical speech, it will certainly prove of great utility. It is important for you to immediately discover how rich and reliable your imagination is, for it can be cultivated as much as it can be abused. Francis Galton says that the French seem to possess the ability to visualize to a very high degree. Their particular aptitude in the prior organization of ceremonies and parties of all kinds, and their undeniable genius for tactics and strategy, show that they are capable of foreseeing effects with unusual clarity. Their ingenuity in all technical devices is further testimony in the same direction, as is their unique clarity of expression. Their phrase, figures or imagine yourself, seems to express their dominant mode of perception. Our equivalent, image, is ambiguous, but individuals differ in this regard just as distinctly as, for example, the Dutch differ from the French. And this is true not only for those who are classified by their friends as imaginative or non-imaginative, but also for those whose talents or habits are not well known. Let's consider 6 of the most well-known types of images and see in practice how they emerge in our own minds. The most common type is probably the visual image. Children who remember things seen more easily than things heard are referred to by psychologists as having a mind's eye, and most of us are inclined in this direction. Close your eyes now and recall the scene around the breakfast table this morning. It is possible that there was nothing remarkable about the situation, and so the image might not be striking. Now imagine any notable table scene from your experience. How does it stand out vividly? Because at that moment, you experienced the impression strongly. It is impossible that you are not aware of how strongly the scene affected you at that time, as we are often so focused on what we see that we do not particularly think about the fact that it impresses us. It may be surprising to see how precisely you are able to imagine a scene when a lot of time has passed between the conscious focus of your attention on the image and the moment when you saw the original. The auditory image is probably the next most vivid in our recalled experiences. Here, association is powerful for suggesting similarities. Close your eyes and listen to the specific sound of wood against wood, the high-pitched rumblings between the Rocky Mountains. The sound of a ball hitting pins might suggest this. Or imagine the word is, imperfect, as it only seems to suggest the I, the sound of strings snapping. When a precious stake depends on a danger, or you recall the sound of a hunting dog almost pursuing you, choose your own sound and see how it becomes either pleasant or terribly real when you imagine it in your mind. The motor image closely rivals the auditory one for second place. Have you ever been awakened in the middle of the night with all your muscles tense, feeling as if you were fighting against an enemy defense line that stood like a stone wall or as firmly as the headboard of your bed? Or deliberately recall the movement of a boat when you internally shouted, "Everything is slipping away." The dangerous turn of a train, the sudden collapse of an elevator, or the unexpected tipping of a rocking chair can serve as additional experiences of suggestive imagery. It is quite common, as evidenced by the idea of eating lemons. Sometimes the pleasant memory of a delicious dinner will still make you salivate years later, or the image of a particularly awful medicine will make you grimace long after it made a miserable day of childhood. The olfactory image is even more delicate. Some are affected to the point of illness by the memory of certain smells, while others experience the most delightful sensations from the sight of pleasant olfactory images. The tactile image, to name just a few, is almost as powerful. Do you shudder at the thought of velvet rubbed by the tips of cut nails, or have you ever been burned by touching a frozen stove? Or, in a happier memory, can you still feel the touch of a very dear but absent hand? Let's remember that few of these images are present in our minds except in combination. The sight and sound of the avalanche rushing are one example. Similarly, the gunshot and the hunter's weapon that was so close to hitting us. Thus, imagination, particularly conscious reproductive imagination, will become a valuable part of our mental processes to the extent that we direct and control it. Productive imagination, all the previous examples, and undoubtedly many others that you can create yourself, are merely reproductive, however pleasant or horrible they may be. They are far less important than the images evoked by productive imagination. Although this does not imply a separate faculty, recall once more as an experience a scene whose beginning you saw represented in a corner, but which passed before the outcome was ready to be revealed. Recall everything up to that point. The image is reproductive, but what follows? Let your imagination wander at will. The subsequent scenes are reproductive since you have more or less consciously invented the unreal based on the real, and this is where the novelist, poet, and public speaker will observe the value of productive images. It is true that the feet of the idol they build are on the ground, but its head reaches the clouds. It is both a child of the earth and the sky. An important fact to emphasize here is that imagination is a valuable mental property to the extent that it is controlled by the superior intellectual power of pure reason. The inexperienced child of nature thinks largely in images and thus attributes undue importance to them. He easily confuses the real with the unreal. For him, they have the same value. But the educated man easily distinguishes one from the other and evaluates each with some, if not perfect, fairness. Thus, we see that unbridled imagination can produce a steamboat without a rudder, while the trained faculty is the graceful vessel that sails the seas at the will of its captain, with the rudder of reason guiding it, and its sails catching all the winds of heaven. The opening move of a chess game, the tactical plan of a military leader, the development of a geometric theorem, the design of a major advertising campaign, the elimination of factory noise, the resolution of a powerful drama, the overcoming of an economic obstacle, the scheme of a sublime poem, and the convincing conquest of an audience can or even must be conceived in imagery and executed according to the plans and specifications laid out on the easel by some modern imaginative Jairam. The farmer who is content with the seed he has will have no harvest. Do not be satisfied with the ability to remember images, but cultivate your creative imagination by building what might be based on what is. The uses of imagery in oratory. At this stage, you will have already made some general application of these ideas to platform art, but we must now refer to several specific uses. Imagery in speech preparation. A. Prepare the image of your audience. While preparing your speech, envision your audience. Disappointment may lurk here, and you cannot be prepared for all eventualities, but generally, you should know your audience before you actually begin. Imagine their likely state of mind and their attitude toward the occasion, the topic, and the speaker. B. Design your speech as a whole. While preparing its parts, envision the speech as a whole. Otherwise, you won't be able to visualize how these parts will fit together properly. Imagine the language you will use to the extent that the written or impromptu speech allows. The practice of imagery will give you the opportunity to choose among various figures of speech. Remember that a speech without fresh comparisons is like a garden without flowers. Don't settle for the first banal comparison that comes to mind. Dream until the striking, unusual, yet vivid comparison guides your thought as steel guides the tip of an arrow. Observe the freshness and effectiveness of the following description from the beginning of O. Henry's story, The Harbinger. Long before spring nests in the bleak bosom of the farmer, the city man knows that the goddess of green grass is on her throne. He sits down to breakfast on eggs and toast surrounded by stone walls, opens his morning newspaper, and sees how journalism dethrones Barnamism. For where once the messengers of spring were the proof of our finest senses, now it is the Associated Press, the twitter of the first Hackensack robin, the stir of Bennington's maple sap, the budding willows along Main Street in Syracuse, the first chirp of the bluebird, the cinema song of the blue dot, the annual St. Louis tornado, the whining of the pessimist from the pompon peach, the journalistic throat of the domesticated wild goose with a broken leg, the pond near Bilingwalder, the vile attempt by Darks to raise the price of quinine, frustrated in the chamber by Congress jeans, the first poplar struck by lightning and the usual dazed gatherers who had taken refuge, the first crack of the ice rim on the Alanwani River, the discovery of a violet in its bed of moss by the Corners correspondent. These are the forerunners of the flourishing season addressed to the wise city, while the farmer sees only winter on his gloomy fields. But these are only external aspects. The true omen is the heart, when it is filled with love. Only then comes spring, and the newspaper report of the 1.5-meter rattlesnake found dead in Square Peter Grill's pastures is confirmed. An ordinary writer would probably have said that the newspaper informed the city man of spring before the farmer could see any evidence of it. But the true omen of spring was love. And in spring, a young man's fancy lightly turns to thoughts of love. Imagery in the delivery of language services. A. Once passion is in you, once the passion for words is in you and is kindled, perhaps by striking while the iron is hot to avoid failing when the time comes, your mood will then be visionary. Reimagine the past emotion you will speak of elsewhere. The actor recalls past feelings every time he performs his revealing lines. B. Mentally reconstruct scenes. Mentally reconstruct the scenes you will describe. C. Imagine natural objects. Imagine the objects of nature with a tone depicted in such a way that posture, voice, and movement portray the whole convincingly. Instead of simply stating that whiskey destroys homes, a temperance speaker depicts a drunkard coming home to mistreat his wife and beat his children, which is far more effective than stating the truth in abstract terms. To describe the cruelty of war, don't just declare that war is cruel. Rather show the soldier with an arm blown off by a shell, lying on the battlefield begging for water. Show the children with tear-streaked faces pressed against the windowpane, praying for their dead father to return. Avoid general and prosaic terms. Paint images. Develop images so that your audience's imagination builds them into vivid pictures. How to develop the habit of imagination. Remember what the American politician says, the way to start is to keep starting. This is evident. Starting with the simple analyses of this chapter, test your own ability to create images. Practice each type of image one by one, then add more, inventing others in combination. Many images come to us in complex forms, like the combined noise and pushes and the warm smell of a bustling crowd. After practicing with reproductive imagery, move on to productive imagery. Start with productive imagery, and add productive features to cultivate invention. Let your natural gifts often develop to their fullest, weaving complete imaginary fabrics, sights, sounds, scenes. The entire beautiful world of fantasy is open to the journeys of your steed. Similarly, practice using figurative language, first learning to distinguish and then to use its different forms. When used in moderation, nothing can be more effective than a figure of speech. But once extravagance sneaks in through the window, power will flee through the door. Ultimately, master your images. Do not let them dominate you. Questions and exercises. Provide original examples of each type of reproductive imagination. Create 2 imaginary incidents for platform use using your productive or creative image. Define fantasy, vision, the fantastic, phantasmagoria, transmutation, and memory. What is a figure of style? Define and give 2 examples of each type of figure of style below. A. Metaphor. B. Metonymy or synecdoche. C. Apostrophe. D. Vision. E. Personification. F. Hyperbole. G. Irony. It is preferable that at least 1 example of each type be original. A. What is an allegory? B. Give an example and indicate how a short allegory could be used as part of a public speech. Write a short fable to be used in a speech. Follow the old form or the modern style of George Ed de Josephine. What does historical present mean? Explain how it can be used occasionally in a public speech. Recall a street riot. T. Describe it as you would from the podium. B. Imagine what preceded the riot. E. Imagine what followed. Connect all of it into a concise and dramatic narrative for the podium, paying special attention to everything you have learned about the art of public speaking. Do the same with other incidents you have seen, heard, or read about in the newspapers. Chapter 27. The Growth of a Vocabulary. Children who fly kites pull on their white-winged birds. You can't do that when you're flying words. Watch out for fire is good advice, we know. Watch out for words is 10 times more important. Unspoken thoughts often fall dead, but even God himself cannot kill them once they are spoken. The term vocabulary has both a special and a general meaning. It is true that all vocabularies are based on the everyday words of the language, from which special vocabularies emerge. But each of these specialized groups possesses a set of words with particular value for its own objects. These words can also be used in other vocabularies, but the fact that they fit a unique order of expression makes them especially valuable for a particular profession or vocation. In this sense, the public speaker is no different from the poet, novelist, scientist, or traveler. He must add to his daily repertoire words of value for public presentation of thought. An examination of the speeches of effective speakers reveals that they have an affection for words that signify power, greatness, speed, action, color, light, and all their opposites. They often use words that express various emotions, descriptive words, adjectives used in relation to nouns, and appropriate epithets. Indeed, the nature of public speaking allows the use of slightly exaggerated words that, by the time they reach the listener's judgment, will leave only a fair impression. The habit of taking notes means possessing a word that involves 3 things: knowing its special and broader meaning, understanding its relationship with other words, and being able to use it when you hear or see a known word used in an unknown sense. Note it, look it up, and master it. We think of a high-level speaker who acquired his vocabulary by noting every new word he heard or read, mastering it, and putting it into practice. Soon his vocabulary became broad, varied, and precise. Use a new word accurately 5 times, and it will be yours. Professor Albert de Hancock says that an actor's vocabulary is of 2 types, latent and dynamic. Latent are the words he understands, and dynamic are those he can use easily. Every intelligent person knows all the words he needs, but he may not have them all ready for active service. The challenge of literary addiction is to transform the latent into the dynamic. Your dynamic vocabulary is what you must particularly cultivate in your essay on magazine accents in the volume Memories and Portraits. Stevenson shows how he moved from imitation to originality in using words. He particularly mentioned the formation of his literary style, but words are the raw material of style, and his excellent example can be wisely followed by the public speaker. Words in their relationships are far more important than words considered individually. Every time I read a book, a passage I particularly liked, where something was said or an effect was achieved with precision, where there was remarkable force or happy distinction in style, I had to sit down immediately and start imitating that quality. I could not achieve it and did not know how. I tried again and always ended up failing. But at least in these vain struggles, I acquired some practice in rhythm, harmony, construction, and coordination of parts. This is how I made Simios Editioso de Hashley, The Alam, and The War's Worth, to name Thomas Brown's The Fowl, The War Strong, and Mountainay. This is the way to learn to write, whether it benefited me or not. It is the method. This is how Keats learned, and there has never been a finer temperament for literature than his. The great point of these imitations is that they always shine beyond the student's reach, their imitable model, no matter how you feel about it, being always sure of failure. And it is an old and very true saying that failure is the only path to success. Develop the habit of reference books. Do not be content with a general knowledge of a word. Require its study until you have mastered its individual nuances of meaning and use. Simple fluency will become something to be despised, but precision never. The dictionary contains the crystallized usage of intellectual giants. No one who wants to write effectively dares to waste their definitions and discriminations. For example, think of the different meanings of manto, or model, or quantity in any late edition of an unabridged dictionary. It is good and worth sacrificing to possess it. Thesauruses and antonym dictionaries, used carefully as there are many perfect synonyms in any language, will be of great help. Consider the nuances of meaning between groups of words such as thief, embezzler, deadbeat, gangster, bandit, prowler, pirate, and many others, or the distinctions between Hebrew, Jew, Israelite, and Semitic. Remember that no thesaurus is reliable if it is not used with Dr. Francis A. Marsh's English Dictionary, which is expensive but comprehensive and authoritative. There are many smaller thesaurus and antonym books. Study the connectors of the English language. Fernall's book on this subject is a treasure trove. Hidden traps lie in the careless use of ant or while and about 20 other deceptive connectors. Word derivations are very suggestive. Our English owes as much to foreign languages and has changed so much over the centuries that there may be entire directions stemming from a single root idea hidden in the origin of an ancient word. Translation is also an excellent exercise in mastering words and complements well with the study of derivations. Phrasebooks showing the origin of familiar expressions will answer most of us by highlighting the negligence with which everyday language is used. A prefix or suffix can essentially change the strength of the root, as in masterful and masterly, content and contented, envious and enviable. Thus, studying words in groups according to their roots, prefixes and suffixes is to master their nuances and introduce us to other associated words. Do not favor any set of words over another. 60 years ago or more, Lord, addressing the students of the University of Glasgow, established the rule that the native Anglo-Saxon part of our vocabulary should be favored over the part derived from Latin and Greek. The rule was impossible, and Lord Rogan himself never seriously attempted to adhere to it, and to be honest, no great writer has tried it. Our language is not only highly composite, but the words it comprises, according to the phrase from 15, are happily fused. It is easy to mock words like osseity and action as dictionary words and similar, but even for Lord it would have been difficult to do without pomp and imagination. The short, vigorous Anglo-Saxon will always be preferred for passages of particular force, while Latin will continue to provide us with fluid and gentle expressions. However, mixing all types will give variety, which is the most desirable. Discuss words with those who know them, as platform language closely follows the addiction of everyday language. Many useful words can be acquired through conversation with educated men, and when this discussion takes the form of disputes over the meanings and usage of words, it will be doubly valuable. The development of word power goes hand in hand with the growth of individuality. Faithfully seeking the right word makes reference books 3 times more valuable when their owner feels a passion for extracting the grains from their shells. 10 minutes a day will work wonders with the Nutcracker. I become very grumpy with my writings, said Flower. I'm like a man whose ear is true, but who plays the violin falsely. His fingers refuse to accurately reproduce those sounds he feels internally. Thus tears flow from the poor fiddler's eyes, and the bow slips from his hands. The brilliant Frenchman gave this wise advice to his pupil Guédemont. Whatever you want to say, there is only one word to express it, one verb to animate it, one adjective to qualify it. It is essential to seek that word, that verb, that adjective until you discover them, and to be content with nothing else. Questions and exercises. What is the derivation of the word vocabulary? Briefly discuss any complete speech given in this volume regarding accuracy, variety, and charm in word usage. Give a brief presentation on any subject, using at least 5 words that have not yet been part of your dynamic vocabulary. Make a list of unknown words found in the address of your choice. Deliver a short impromptu speech in which you express your opinion on the advantages and disadvantages of using uncommon words in oratory. Try to find an example of excessive use of unusual words in a speech. Have you used reference books in studying words? If so, indicate the results. Find as many synonyms and antonyms as possible for each of the following words: excess, rare, severe, beautiful, clear, happy, difference, care, skillful, imply, enmity, benefit, absurd, obvious, tenuous, friendly, harmony, hatred, honest, inherent. Chapter 28. Confronting memory. Cradled in the countless chambers of the brain, our thoughts are linked by many hidden chains. Awaken one and watch them spring forth, countless, each imprinting its image while the other flies away. Hail, memory, hail in your inexhaustible mind, through the ages countless treasures shine. Thought and its dark progeny obey your call, and place and time submit to your authority. Samuel Rogers, The Pleasures of Memory. Beginning of the excerpt. Many speakers, like Zachary, have delivered the best part of their speeches to themselves when going home. From the conference hall, the presence of mind is no more necessary than Mark Twain's, and it is largely favored by the absence of the body. A gap in memory is as common as it is distressing. He was able to deliver one of the best speeches in the world in Liverpool thanks to his excellent memory. Speaking of the occasion, Mr. Bishop said that all the events, arguments, and appeals he had heard, read, or written seemed to pass before his mind like oratorical weapons, and there he only had to reach out and the weapons passed easily. Ben Jonson could repeat everything he had written. Scaliger memorized the Iliad in 3 weeks. Lucius Annaeus Seneca said, "Without memory, man is a perpetual child." Quintilian and Aristotle considered it a mark of genius. All this is true. We all agree that a reliable memory is invaluable for the speaker. We do not question for a moment when we are told that memory must be a warehouse from which he can freely draw facts, fantasies, and illustrations. But can memory be trained to act as the custodian of all the truths we have acquired through thought, reading, and experience? If so, let's see. 20 years ago, a poor young immigrant working as a dishwasher in New York entered Cooper Union and began reading a copy of Henry George's Progress and Poverty. His passion for knowledge was awakened, and he became an avid reader. But he discovered that he was not able to remember what he read. So he began to train his poor memory until he became the world's greatest memory expert. This man was the late Mr. Felix Verroll. Mr. Verroll could mention the population of any city in the world with more than 5,000 inhabitants. He could remember the names of 40 strangers who had just been introduced to him and could tell which had been introduced 3rd, 8th, 17th, or in any other order. He knew the date of all significant historical events, and not only could he recall a multitude of facts, but he could also perfectly correlate them. It seems impossible to determine the extent to which Mr. Verroll's extraordinary memory was natural and only required attention for its development. But the evidence clearly indicates that, however useless they might be, many of his memory feats developed thanks to a highly regretted memory. Where there was once only a good forgetfulness, it is not worth striving to have a rare memory, but rather a good working memory. Your power as a speaker will largely depend on your ability to retain impressions and bring them forth when the occasion arises, and this type of memory is like a muscle. It responds to training. What should not be done is a purely erroneous effort to start memorizing by learning words by heart, as it would be like starting to build a pyramid from the top. For years, our schools have been cursed by this vicious system. Vicious not only because it is ineffective, but also because it is the main reason for damaging the mind. It is true that some people are naturally endowed with a wonderful ease of remembering strings of words, facts, and numbers, but they are rarely good thinkers. The ordinary person must strive and force their memory to acquire it in this artificial manner. Again, it is detrimental to force memory during times of physical weakness or mental fatigue. Health is the foundation of the best mental action, and memory function is no exception. Finally, do not become a slave to a system. Knowledge of a few simple facts about the mind and memory will set you to work in the right direction. Use other principles, whether included in a system or not. But do not cling to a method that tends to emphasize how to remember more than the development of memory itself. It is little less ridiculous to memorize 10 words to remember a fact. The natural laws of memory require concentrated attention at the moment you wish to store information. This is the first step to memorizing, and it is the most important. You forgot the fourth item on the list your wife asked you to bring home, primarily because you let your attention wander for a moment when she was telling you. Attention cannot be concentrated when the siphon is charged with gas. It is sufficiently filled with carbonic acid vapor to make its influence felt. A mind charged with an idea is charged to a sufficient degree to retain it. Excessive charging will burst the siphon. Too much attention to detail leads to madness. Appropriate attention is therefore the fundamental secret of memory. In general, we do not pay the appropriate attention to a fact when it does not seem important. Almost everyone has seen how you aim for the seeds of an apple and memorize the date of Washington's death. Most of us might have wisely forgotten both things. The slight wrinkle on a tree's bark heals and disappears in a season, but the notches on trees around Gerenberg remain visible after 50 years. Lightly gathered impressions fade quickly. Only deep impressions can be recalled at will. Henry Ward said that an intense hour will do more than years of sleep to memorize ideas and words. Focus on them until they are firmly and deeply rooted in your mind and give them their true importance. Listen with your mind and you will remember the concentration. How can you increase the combat effectiveness of a war forest? A vital way would be to increase the size and number of your cannons. To strengthen your memory, increase both the number and the strength of your mental impressions by observing them intensely. Loose reading habits, such as skimming and drifting, destroy the power of memory. However, since most books and newspapers do not merit another type of attention, this mode of reading should not be entirely condemned, but it should be avoided when it comes to memorizing. The environment has a strong influence on concentration. Until you have learned to be alone in the midst of a crowd and undisturbed by the din, when you plan to memorize a fact or a speech, you may find the task easier away from all noise and moving objects. You must eliminate all impressions foreign to the one you wish to fix in your mind. The next major step in memorization is to choose the essential elements of the subject, order them, and reflect on them. Think clearly about each essential element, one by one, and do not let the mind wander to what is not essential. Associating ideas is universally recognized as a crucial element in memory work. In fact, entire systems of memory training are based on this principle. Many speakers only memorize the outlines of their speeches, filling in the words as they speak. Some find it helpful to remember an outline by associating the different points with objects in the room when discussing peace, for example. You might want to emphasize the cost, cruelty, and failure of war to reach the justice of arbitration before stepping onto the stage. If you associate 4 divisions of your outline with 4 objects in the room, this association can help you remember them. You might be prone to forgetting your third point, but recall that once while you were speaking the electric lights went out. Thus, arbitrarily, the light globe will help you remember the failure. Such associations, being unique, tend to stick in the mind. Recently, while discussing the 6 types of imagination, I created a visual acronym: visual, auditory, motor, gustatory, olfactory, and tactile. I used the meaningless word Van Gogh, but the 6 points were easily recalled in the same way children learn to memorize the spelling of tricky words, like distinguishing separate from separate. Just as a driver remembers that 12 and then 2 hours lead to Custom Road, Codman Street, Heinlein Street, and Henry Street, so too can the important points of your address be fixed in the mind by arbitrary symbols created by yourself. The psychological process is simple. It involves carefully noting the steps by which a fact, truth, or even a word has reached you. Take advantage of the mind's tendency to remember by association. Repetition is a powerful aid to memory. A journalist and politician was concerned because he easily forgot the names of people he met from day to day. Professor William James reports that he corrected this weakness by creating a ritual of paying attention to names heard during the day and repeating them to his wife each evening. Undoubtedly, Mrs. With was heroically patient, but the strategy worked admirably. After reading a passage, remember to close it, reflect, and repeat the content aloud if possible. Many have found that reading aloud thoughtfully is a useful practice for memory. Write down what you want to remember. This is simply another way to increase the number and strength of your mental impressions. By using all your sensory channels, you will be able to fix a speech in your mind. If you speak it aloud, listen to it, write it down, and watch it closely, you will have engraved it in your mind through vocal, auditory, muscular and visual impressions. Some people have particularly distinct auditory memories. They can remember things heard much better than things seen. Others have visual memory. They remember impressions from sight better. Discover which type of impressions your memory retains best and use them to fix an idea in your mind. Use all possible types of impressions. Daily habits are great cultivators of memory. Learn a lesson from the marathon runner. Regular. Exercise, even if infrequent, will remarkably strengthen your memory. Try describing in detail the clothing, appearance, and behaviors of people you pass on the street. Observe the room you are in, close your eyes, and describe its contents. Observe the landscape closely and write a detailed description of it. How many details did you notice? Observe the contents of store windows on the street. How many features can you recall? Regular practice of this exercise can develop a skill as remarkable as that of Robert Houdin and his son. Daily memorization of a beautiful passage of literature will not only strengthen your memory, but also enrich your mind with delightful gems. Whether little or much, increase the power of your memory daily through practice. Memorize outdoors. The fluidity of the forest by the sea or the tumultuous night in deserted streets can refresh your mind as it does for many people. Finally, cast aside fear. Tell yourself you can, you want to, and remember to assert your dominance through simple self-exercise. If the fear of forgetting haunts you, you will not be able to recall. Practice the opposite. Set aside your written crutches. You might stumble once or twice, but it doesn't matter, as you will learn to walk, jump, and run. Now, let's try to apply the previous suggestions. First, reread this chapter and focus on the 9 ways to help with memorization. Then read the following selection from Biscay, applying as many suggestions as possible. Absorb the spirit of the selection into your mind. Mentally write down the sequence of ideas if necessary. Now memorize the thought, then memorize the outline, the order in which the different ideas are expressed. Finally, memorize the exact text. When you have done all this, carefully following the instructions, it will not be easy to memorize unless you have previously trained your memory or if it is naturally retentive. Only consistent practice will strengthen your memory, and only continuous observation of these same principles will keep it strong. However, you have made a good start, which is not insignificant. If you encounter a problem, what should you do if, despite all your efforts, you forget your points and your mind goes blank for a moment? This unfortunate condition that sometimes arises must be addressed. Obviously, you can sit down and admit defeat, but this outcome should be avoided with dedication. Walking slowly on the key may give you time to compose your thoughts and avoid disaster. It might be safe and practical to start a new sentence with the last important word. This is not recommended as a method for composing a speech, but merely as an extreme measure that can save you in difficult circumstances. It is like the fire service. The less you have to use it, the better. If you rely on this method for too long, you might end up talking about prunes or Chinese Gordon in the most unexpected ways. So, of course, you should return to your prepared lines as soon as you step onto the platform. Let's see how this plan works. Obviously, your impromptu words will lack a certain elegance, but in such a situation, roughness is better than failure. Now you've hit a wall. After saying Joan of Arc fought for freedom, with this method, you might get something like, "Freedom is a sacred privilege for which humanity has always had to fight. These struggles fill the pages of history. History records the gradual triumph of the servant over the master, of the slave over the master. The master continually sought to usurp unlimited powers. During the Middle Ages, power rested with the landowner armed with a lance and a strong castle. But the strong castle and lance were of little use after the discovery of gunpowder. Gunpowder was the greatest blessing freedom has known so far. By linking one idea to another in a fairly obvious manner, but now you take a second breath and can venture to release the chain too obvious, and so it is with gunpowder. The humblest deer on earth could end the life of the tyrant behind the castle walls. The struggle for freedom, with gunpowder as an aid, has destroyed empires and built a new era for all humanity. In an instant, you've returned to your outline, and the day is saved. Practicing exercises like these will not only strengthen your ability to recover from a faltering memory during a speech, but will also provide excellent training for fluency in speech. Stock up on ideas, questions, and exercises. Provide an original example of memory through idea association. List the main ideas of any speech from this volume in order. Repeat them from memory. Expand them into a speech using your own words. Illustrate practically what you would do if in the middle of a speech on progress, your memory failed and you stopped abruptly at the following sentence. The last century has witnessed wonderful progress in various fields of activity. How many quotes suitable for a speaker's toolkit can you recall from memory from Chapter 29 on thought and personality? Anything that crushes individuality is despotism, no matter what name it is given. John Stuart Mill. Good thought conforms to a complete life by developing the power to appreciate beauty in nature and art, the power to think true and desire good, the power to live the life of thought and faith and hope and love in this dark thinking and learning to think. The most valuable possession of the speaker is personality, that indefinable and unstoppable something that summarizes what we are and makes us different from others, that distinctive force of being that operates appreciably in those whose lives we touch. Only personality makes us aspire to higher things. If we are deprived of the sense of individual life with its gains and losses, its duties and joys. Few human beings, says John Stuart Mill, would consent to be transformed into any of the lower animals for the promise of the most complete concession of beastly pleasures. No educated person would be ignorant. No person of feeling and conscience would be selfish and vile, even if convinced that the fool, the simpleton, or the scoundrel are more satisfied with their lot than they are with theirs. It is better to be with an unsatisfied human than a satisfied pig. It is better to be an unsatisfied Socrates than a satisfied fool, and if the fool or pig has a different opinion, it is only because they know their own side of the question. The other side of the comparison knows both sides. It is precisely because the type of person like Socrates revives the correct pattern of thought and refined feeling and will that he prefers his state to that of the animal. Everything a man is, all his happiness, pain, achievements, failures, magnetism, weakness, all are an astonishing measure, the direct results of his thought. Thought and heart combine to produce correct thought. Just as a man thinks in his heart, so is he. As he does not think in his heart, so he cannot become. Since this is true, personality can develop, and its latent powers emerge through careful cultivation. For a long time we have ceased to believe that we live in the kingdom of chance. The laws of nature are so clear and precise that we can predict decades in advance the appearance of a particular comet, and we can predict a solar eclipse to the minute. We understand this law of cause and effect in all our material realms. We do not plant potatoes and expect hyacinths. The law is universal. We apply our mental faculties to morality, to personality, just as we do to celestial bodies and field crops. Whatever a man sows, he will reap, nothing more. Character has always been considered one of the main factors in a speaker's power. Cato defined the orator as a good man who speaks well. Philip Brooks said, "No one can really be an orator before the world unless they live deeply and think seriously." Character, says Emerson, is a natural power like light and heat, and all nature cooperates with it. The reason we sense the presence of one person and not another is as simple as gravity. Truth is the summit of being, justice is its application to affairs. All individual natures are on a scale according to the purity of this element in them. The will of the pure descends to other natures, just as water descends from a higher vessel to a lower vessel. This natural force is no more resistant than any other natural force. Character is nature in its highest form. It is absolutely impossible for impure, bestial, and selfish thoughts to bloom into loving and altruistic habits. Nettle seeds only produce nettles. Conversely, it is quite impossible for perpetual, altruistic, sympathetic, and helpful thoughts to allow for a low and vicious character. Thoughts or feelings precede and determine all our actions. Actions become habits. Habits constitute character, and character determines fate. Therefore, monitoring our thoughts and controlling our feelings is to forge our destiny. The syllogism is complete, and as old as it is, it remains true. Since character is nature in its highest form, character development must proceed along natural lines. An abandoned garden will produce weeds and scattered plants, but carefully tended flower beds will bloom with fragrance and beauty. Just as a student entering university largely determines their vocation by choosing different courses in the curriculum, so we choose our character by choosing our thoughts. We constantly rise towards what we desire most, or sink continually to the level of our lowest desires. What we secretly cherish in our hearts is a symbol of what we will receive. Our trains of thought propel us toward our destiny. When you see the flag blowing south, you know the wind is coming from the north. When you see straw and papers being blown north, you realize the wind is blowing from the south. It is just as easy to guess a person's thoughts by observing the trend of their character. Do not suspect for a moment that this is merely a sermon on morality. It is that, but much more, as it affects the whole person, their imaginative nature, their ability to control their feelings and mastery over their faculties of thought, and perhaps most importantly, their power to will to bring their volitions to effective action. Correct thought constantly assumes that the will is in place to execute the dictates of the mind, conscience, and heart. Do not tolerate for a moment the idea that your will is not absolutely effective. The path of the will is the will itself, and the first time you are tempted to break a worthy resolution, and it will happen, be assured that this is the case. Fight at that moment. You cannot afford to lose the battle. You must win it. Do not deviate for a moment, but maintain that resolution, even if it must cost you your life, which it will not. But you must fight as if your life depends on victory, and in fact your personality may be at stake. Your success or failure as a speaker will largely be determined by your thoughts and mental attitude. The author had a student with limited education in one of his rhetoric classes. He turned out to be a very poor speaker, and the instructor could do little more than point out his faults. However, the young man was warned not to be discouraged. With sadness in his voice and the essence of brilliant seriousness in his eyes, he responded, "I will not be discouraged. I so much want to learn to speak." He was warm, human, and sincere, and he continued to try. He became a creditable speaker. There is no power under the stars that can defeat a man with that attitude. He who earnestly desires to acquire eloquence and is willing to make the necessary sacrifices will achieve his goal. Ask, and you shall receive. Seek, and you shall find. Knock, and it shall be opened unto you truly applies to those who wish to acquire the power of speech. He will not win the prize he desires half-heartedly, but the goal he begins to reach with the spirit of the old guard that dies but never surrenders, he will surely achieve. Belief in one's ability and willingness to make sacrifices for that belief are the dual clues to future achievements. Lincoln dreamed of his possibilities as a speaker, and he turned that dream into reality only because he walked many miles to borrow books he read by campfire light at night. He sacrificed much to realize his vision. Livingston had great faith in his ability to serve the ignorant races of Africa. To fulfill that faith, he gave up everything by leaving England to go into the heart of the dark continent. He struck a blow to Greece, the European profits from the slave trade. Joan of Arc had great self-confidence, glorified by an infinite capacity for sacrifice. She led the English beyond the Loire and stood by Charles at his coronation. All achieved their strongest desires. The law is universal. Desire much, and you will succeed. Sacrifice much, and you will attain. Staton Davis Kirkham beautifully expressed this thought. You might be doing your accounts, and at some point you will walk through the door that has long seemed to be the barrier to your ideals and find yourself before an audience, the pen still behind your ear and ink stains on your fingers, and then there you will pour out the torrent of your inspiration. You might be herding sheep and wandering through the bucolic town, mouth open, wandering under the fearless direction of the Spirit until you reach the Master's workshop, and after some time he will tell you, "I have nothing more to teach you." And now you have become the Master who, not long ago, dreamed of great things while herding sheep. You will leave the saw and the brush to undertake the regeneration of the world. And deliver a brief speech based on any phrase from this chapter. Chapter 30, the after-dinner speech and other occasional interventions. The perception of ridicule is a sign of common sense. Ralph Waldo Emerson, Essays, and be sure to give other men their turn to speak. Francis Bacon, Essay on Civil and Moral Discourse. Perhaps the most brilliant and certainly the most entertaining speeches are those delivered at dinners and other special occasions. The atmosphere of content is nourished in the former and well-prepared expectation in the latter, providing an audience that, although not easily conquered, is ready for the best. While the speaker himself is quite sure of being chosen for his oratorical talents, the first thing to do to speak well from time to time is to study the occasion. What exactly is the purpose of the meeting? How important is the occasion to the audience? What will be the size of the audience? What kind of people are they? What is the size of the room? Who selects the topics for the speakers? Who else will be speaking? Who will they be speaking about? How much time do I have to speak? Who will speak before me and who will speak after? If you want to hit the target, ask questions like these. No occasional speech can succeed unless it perfectly fits the occasion. Many eminent men have lost prestige because they were too careless, busy, or overconfident to respect the occasion and the audience. Learning the exact conditions under which they are going to speak leaves too much to chance, is taking many risks, and usually means a less effective or failed speech. Suitability is the most important thing in an occasional speech. When Mark Twain addressed the Tennessee Army at the Chicago meeting in 1877, he responded to the toast, "Babies." Two things in this toast speech are remarkable: the brilliant introduction with which he subtly captured everyone's interest, and the humorous use of military terms throughout the speech. Mr. President and gentlemen, babies, isn't it something? Not all had the chance to be ladies or generals, poets or statesmen. But when the toast comes down to babies, we are on common ground, for we have all been babies. It is a pity that for 1,000 years the banquets of the world have completely ignored the baby, as if it had no importance. If you, gentlemen, take a moment to reflect, if you go back 50 or 100 years to your early years of marriage and look again at your first baby, you will remember that it meant a lot and even more. Just as a jar is known by its sound, whether it is cracked or not, said Demosthenes, so men prove themselves by their speeches, whether they are wise or foolish. Without a doubt, the occasional speech provides a severe test of a speaker's wisdom. Being trivial on a serious occasion, being mournful at a banquet, being always verbose, these are the marks of a lack of sense. Some imprudent souls seem to choose the most friendly of table occasions to unleash a bomb of dispute around it. Even political enemies usually bury their hatchets somewhere other than in a practical skull. It is the height of bad taste to ask questions that have not been consecrated to goodwill. They can only irritate. Occasional speeches offer good opportunities for humor, especially the amusing anecdote. For humor with a touch of truth is not trivial, but one should not weave a whole series of humorous anecdotes with no other link than the phrase, "and that reminds me of an anecdote." An unrelated anecdote can be amusing, but one that is less amusing but fits the theme and occasion is far preferable. There is no way, except the pure force of speech, that can so surely touch an audience's heart as rich and appropriate humor. Dispersed diners in a large banquet hall, the lethargy of the after-dinner period, the anxiety approaching the hour of the last train, the overload of the speaker list, all these present a challenge for the speaker to do their best to captivate an interested audience. And when success comes, it is often due to a happy blend of seriousness and humor, for humor alone rarely succeeds as much as the combination of both. While the totally serious speech has its place on these occasions, if there is a place more than any other where ready-made opinions and clichés are unwelcome, it is indeed the after-dinner speech, whether delivered by the master of ceremonies or the last speaker trying to keep the crowd until midnight. Be as original as possible. How to summarize the qualities that make up a good after-dinner speech when remembering the serious imitativeness and humor of Mark Twain, the sweet Southern eloquence of Henry W.B. Grady, the funeral gravity of the humorist Charles Battle Loomis, the charm of Henry Van Dyke, the genius of F. Hopkinson Smith, and the delight of Champ Clark. The United States is literally overflowing with speakers so cheerful that they punctuate the real sense of absurdity, making both effective. Commemorative occasions, inaugurations, debuts, dedications, eulogies, and a whole series of special public meetings offer rare opportunities to show tact and common sense in handling the occasion, theme, and audience. When to be dignified and when to be familiar, when to rise and when to err on the side of your listeners, when to ignite and when to soothe, when to instruct and when to entertain. In a word, the whole question of adaptation must be constantly present to avoid writing your speech on water. Finally, remember the beatitude. Blessed is the man who makes brief speeches, for he will be asked to speak again. Why should humor have its place in after-dinner conversations? Briefly describe your impressions of a notable speech heard at an after-dinner conversation. Briefly imagine an occasion of any type and suggest 3 appropriate themes for speeches. Deliver a speech of this type lasting no more than 10 minutes. What proportion of emotional ideas can be found in the excerpts from this chapter? Humor was used in some of the previous speeches. In which other speeches would it have been inappropriate? Prepare and deliver an appropriate after-dinner speech for one of the following occasions, and make sure to use humor: a Masonic Lodge banquet, a political party dinner, a churchman's club dinner, a civic association banquet, a celebrity honor banquet, an annual women's club dinner, a business association dinner, a manufacturers club dinner, an alumni banquet, a home week barbecue. Indeed, collective conversation probably wields more power than both the press and the podium combined. Socrates taught his great truths not from public platforms, but through personal conversations. People would make pilgrimages to Goethe's library and Coleridge's home to be enchanted and educated by their discourse, and the culture of many nations received immeasurable influence from the thoughts emanating from these rich sources. Most speeches evolve in a world that pronounces itself through conversation: diplomatic conferences, arguments to conclude deals, board decisions, considerations on business policies. Everything that influences the political, commercial, and economic maps of the world is generally the result of careful, albeit informal, conversation. And the person whose opinions weigh in these crises is the one who has first carefully weighed the words of both the antagonist and the protagonist. As important as achieving self-control in light social conversation or family table talk is, it is undeniable that it is vital to perfectly control one's behavior when participating in an important conference. Thus, the advice we have given on balance, vigilance, word precision, clarity of statement, and strength of expression concerning public speaking is also applicable to conversation. The form of nervous selfishness, for in both cases a sudden lapse at the moment when vital words must be spoken, is a sign of imminent defeat. Conversation is often a struggle. Put your will into action, for your problem is a wandering attention. You must force your mind to persist in the chosen line of conversation and resolutely refuse to be distracted by any topic or event that might unexpectedly arise to divert you. Failing here means losing entirely in effectiveness. Concentration is the key to charm and effectiveness in conversations. The habit of disordered expression, such as a shotgun blast when a bullet is needed, guarantees the loss of the game, for all diplomacy rests on the precise application of words, especially if one can paraphrase Tachiran in those crises where language is no longer used to conceal thought. Often, we can gain new light on old subjects by observing word derivations. Conversation originally means an exchange of ideas, but most people seem to consider it a monologue. Bronson used to say that many can discuss, but few can converse. Thus, the first thing to remember in a conversation is to listen. A respectful understanding and attentive listening. This is due not only to our interlocutor, but also to ourselves. Many replies lose their meaning because the interlocutor is so interested in what they will say that they actually make no reply but merely an irritating and humiliating interruption. Self-expression is stimulating, which explains the eternal desire to decorate totems, paint pictures, write poetry, and expose philosophy. One of the 2 main pleasures of conversation is the opportunity it offers for self-expression. A good conversationalist who monopolizes the entire conversation will be considered boring as they deny others the pleasure of self-expression, while a mediocre speaker who listens with interest can be considered a good conversationalist as they allow their companions to indulge. The first step in remedying habits of confusion in manners, clumsy behavior, variety of thought, and lack of precision in expression is to recognize one's flaws. If you are aware of them, no one, especially not yourself, can help you. But once you have diagnosed your own weaknesses, you can overcome them by doing 4 things. 1. Having the will to overcome them and continuing with that will. 2. Ensuring you know exactly what you have to say. And if you cannot, remain silent until that vital point is clear. Once you have thus ensured, captivate those who are listening to you. They are only human and will respect your words if you truly have something to say, and you say it briefly, simply, and clearly. Have the courage to study the English language until you master at least its simplest forms. Choose a topic that is of general interest to the whole group. Do not explain how a gasoline engine works at a tea party or the cultivation of hollyhocks at a bachelor party. It is considered poor taste for a man to reveal his arm in public and show scars or deformities. It is also poor taste for a man to talk about his own character issues or the deformities of another's character. The audience demands works and stories that end happily. Everyone seeks happiness and cannot be interested for long in your misfortunes and problems. George Cohan became a millionaire before he was 30 by writing cheerful plays. One of his rules, generally applicable to conversation, is always to leave them laughing when parting. Eliminate the I from your conversation. 1 in 907 can talk about themselves without being boring. The person who can achieve this feat can work wonders without talking about themselves, so the eternal I is not acceptable even in your speech. If you usually build your conversation around your own interests, it can be very heavy for your listener. They might be thinking about hunting dogs or dry fly fishing while you talk about the fourth dimension and the merits of cucumber lotion. The charming conversationalist is ready to talk according to the interest of their audience. If your listener spends their free time studying gorsy cattle or promoting social reforms, the demanding conversationalist adjusts their observations. Consequently, Richard Watch von Shield says he knows a man of mediocre ability who can discuss with men far more skilled than he when talking about electric lighting. The same man would probably be bored and disinterested if he were required to talk about music or Madagascar. Avoid stale topics and cliches. If you run into a friend on K.O. Cook in Stay Street or Pickspeak, there's no need to observe how small the world is after all. This observation has undoubtedly been made before Bigspeak was formed. This old world improves every day. The wives of fans no longer have to work as hard as before. Observations like these evoke the same level of admiration as the appearance of a 1903 touring car. If you have nothing fresh or interesting to say, you can always remain silent. What would you say about reading a newspaper with the headline, "It's nice weather," or which devotes daily columns to the same old material you've read week after week? Questions and exercises. Give a brief speech describing the boredom of conversation. In a few words, describe your idea of a charming conversationalist. What qualities of a speaker should not be used in conversation? Provide a humorous, brief description of a conversational oracle. Describe your first day observing the conversation around you. Describe the effort of a day to improve your own conversation. List subjects you have recently heard discussed that you can choose from. What does the elastic toque mean in conversation? Make a list of bromides like Gallet Bergs, calling these worn-out expressions that bore us to extinction, by themselves, a man mature. What makes a phrase trite? Define the words trilade, solecism, slang colloquialism, vulgarism, and neologism. What constitutes a pretentious conversation?